my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way!
He has to give it. Mate! He voted mate!
Chance, look, f7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
Hey, so what's your rating these days?
About 2100.
Wow, that's amazing. Puzzles. What? There are 72,084 different possible positions after 2 moves. 9 million different possible positions after 3 moves. 318 billion different possible positions after 4 moves.
I'm gonna play the London.
Seriously?
I'm sorry.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodirbek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Welcome to round 6 of Norway Chess, and it might be peaceful outside in Stavanger, but inside the arena of Norway Chess, a storm is brewing. After yesterday's unexpected result, the competition has been thrown wide open, setting the stage for some thrilling battles. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and as always, it's a great pleasure to be here calling the action alongside legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar and the magnificent Grandmaster and commentator David Howell. And Judith, after yesterday's unexpected result, the competition has been blasted wide open. What can we expect from the players?
Well, we can see that more than half of the tournament is over, right? So this is going to be something very, very interesting coming up. It was very interesting to see how Fabiano drowned versus Mamedyarov, and at the same time he lost heavily. It was very painful for him, but he was such a lead ahead of the others that even now he's ahead with 1 point. So if he can recover and his mindset is right, then it means that he should be still extremely happy to be in the lead and get ready to play today.
Get ready to play today. And David, when it comes to the tournament, is now in the final stages. Does this mean the players are going to now start taking risks?
They certainly have to, especially that chasing pack who are hunting down Caruana now atop the leaderboard. It's still wide open. 9 of the players could still feasibly win the tournament, but they have to win in the classical. Armageddon won't cut the mustard right now. It's all about taking risks, and for those who pays off the risks, yeah, I think everything is still possible.
Everything is still possible, and after yesterday's results, well, there was a lot of emotion at stake, as Judith highlighted, because Fabiano Caruana did crash out to a superb Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Other results, Magnus Carlsen defeating Anish Giri in the Armageddon portion. What other results, Judith, interested you the most about yesterday?
For me, it was very interesting to see Hikaru, how he was determined to win in a classical game, because he knew that Mamedyarov is going to give a good fight for Fabiano, and whatever happens there, I know that Nakamura is following all the other games pretty heavily, but still he knew that this round can be the moment for him, I believe, and he knew that the underdog is doing pretty badly. It was his birthday, maybe he did not know about that, I don't know, but you feel it when you still want to fight for the first place. You know that the other one, your rival, has to lose, but you have to score the full point. And he knew it. He was playing a tricky opening. Well, not so tricky, but it was a slow opening. But somehow he outplayed Tari in a very, very convincing way, I must say.
Yeah. And David, any of the Armageddon results that kept you entertained?
Yeah, all of the Armageddons. That's the beauty of Norway Chess. First of all, we should mention Magnus winning yet another Armageddon. He's won all of his Armageddon so far, 4 out of the 5 rounds so far, beating Anish Giri yesterday. Great stuff from Magnus, but also Gukesh, just really confident, really just efficient, taking down Abdusattorov yesterday. For me, that was maybe the Armageddon of the round.
Yeah, and there might only have been 2 decisive results in the classical, but there were a lot of movement in the standings, because we did see Fabiano Caruana maintain his lead, but it has been shortened significantly, because Hikaru Nakamura, with that classical win, did leap up to 9.5 points out of 15, just 1 point away from Fabiano Caruana. Alireza is there, 7.5 points, but get this, from 9 to first place is only a 4.5 point difference, which means anything can and anything will happen. And talking about action, let's have a look at today's matchups, because we're in for a treat. As always, it's Norway Chess, and headlining there we can see Ariane Tari playing white against Magnus Carlsen. And Judith, which matchup are you eagerly anticipating?
I think the most I'm interested about Alireza playing against Hikaru, because Hikaru is heated up for a fight, and he knows that he's just right behind Fabiano, and they are real rivals. You can feel it in his interviews also that he would really like to catch Fabiano. So that is definitely the game of the round for me. But of course, Fabiano against Nodirbek is something I think will be extremely interesting as well.
And for you, David, I know it's very difficult to choose.
Yeah, it's difficult. All of the matchups will be exciting, of course. But, Jovanka, we're in Norway. I live in Norway now. I'm looking forward to that Norwegian derby between Ariane Tari and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus with black. He really needs to win if he has any aspirations of winning the tournament. So, big day for him.
Certainly a big day for Magnus. He will have to take some risks because he's playing black. And of course, it's Norway Chess, and Norway Chess has a very fighting format. It pushes chess to its boundaries. It's a 10-player single round robin, 120 minutes for the entire game. Sounds like a lot, it really isn't. And there is only a 10-second increment added after move 40, and in the case of a draw, this is where things get very special, because the players will then have to play an Armageddon game to break the tie. And of course, fighting chess means no draw offer before move 30. And As David and Juliet have highlighted, the players do need to start winning their classical games, and there we see Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura gearing up for their fight. Now, it's very interesting because when we came into this tournament, Alireza was ranked number 2 in the world. And then this position went to Fabiano Caruana after his magnificent start. And according to the stats, that position has actually moved over to Hikaru Nakamura, who's now number 2 for the first time since 2015. So it's more than just Norway Chess. It's a matter of pride, right?
Yeah, the live ratings, they're shifting every single day, and yeah, who will be world number 2 at the end of this tournament? It's up for debate. We have all the best players here in the world, and that will be a fruity clash if Firouzja's shirt is anything to go by. But here we see Gukesh against Giri. Also, this one is going to be hard fought, of course. Both players have impressed at times in this event.
Yes, and I see Gukesh being more mature from day to day. Because yesterday, for example, he made a draw in the classical game against the other youngster, Nodirbek. But in the playoff, in the Armageddon, I was kind of surprised that, first of all, he was huge advantage out of the opening. So that was something he was very fortunate with that. But he did not take the winning opportunity. Later on, when he was much better, he was just going for perpetual check, or it was a repetition of moves, just to score the point. So that's usually the case when you are very experienced, 15 years of high-class tournament behind you. But he's only 17 and he does this very professional attitude.
Very professional.
A good horse never jumps as higher than it has to. Yeah, just doing the minimum. That's enough. Impressive professional stuff.
And then they say you got to work smart. And players have started. And there we see Gukesh and Firouzja make their opening moves. And what have they played? Are we looking at d4 pawn openings? I think so when it comes to Gukesh.
Wow, and here we see that battle between world number 2 and world number 3, Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura. And it's the Sicilian, a bit of a shock, Judith. We love to see it, of course, a fighting opening, but Hikaru nearly, kind of without fail, opens with e5 these days. He's mixing it up, showing that he wants to win as black, potentially.
Well, it is an interesting decision. But, well, maybe he became more brave after seeing the live rating list.
It's true that Hikaru tends to open with the Berlin defense. That's his favorite. But I have seen Hikaru also experiment with the Kalashnikov. He did it against Dominguez and also against Wesley So in the American Cup. Will we see the same? No, it's going to be a Rossa Limo. Alireza keeping the position closed. What are we going to see from Alireza? Is he going to capture the knight? Is he going to castle? What do we think?
I think it's also something that Nakamura probably decided that he wants to a little bit provoke Alireza, because Alireza is an incredible player with interesting ideas, unexpected ideas. So he wouldn't mind to have a very tough game, because he knows it. If he really wants to win the tournament, he has to score a classical game. So he has to win, and he wants to give a chance. Of course, he knows it, that it's going to be a huge battle, but he just doesn't want to go to the extreme solid things.
And on the subject of Hikaru, he actually, before playing this game, had a chat with our reporter Sverre. So let's hear what Hikaru had to say.
What is the most difficult, getting to the playing board or sitting at the playing board today?
I mean, obviously, I've gotten used to it over the last couple of years. There are a lot more fans of chess than there used to be, certainly whether it's like in a playing atmosphere or just in general when I'm out. But I think it's a good thing for chess in general that there are more fans. And so I enjoy all of this. I mean, sometimes it can be a bit much before the games, but overall it's a net positive. So I don't mind signing autographs or taking pictures.
Black against Firouzja today, it seems like a very important game for the leaderboard and how the table is looking right now. Is that something that concerns you, or are you just going to focus on doing what shows up on the board?
I think if this was maybe a normal scoring format where it's like 1 for a win and half point for a draw, I think, maybe I would think it's quite important. But I think certainly this format where you have a win in Classical being worth 3, and then say you draw a game, win in Armageddon, something along these lines, being 1.5 points, I sort of feel like you just play it one game at a time and see what happens. And as I've said before, if other players just win every game in Classical, there's nothing you can do about it, but you just try to focus on playing good moves, and if you play good moves, good things should happen.
We look forward to it, Hikaru. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks.
And there we see Hikaru giving his thoughts surrounded by children. And we fast see chess becoming more and more popular in Norway. I know one thing, that it's kind of a New Year tradition that once the New Year celebrations are over, you go and watch the World Rapid and Blitz on TV. Every family now in Norway does this. And as a result, Magnus and Arian have a lot of supporters.
Wow, I didn't know this, that it got to this point in Norway. That's fantastic. I met these kids out there, and they were really enthusiastic, rooting for Magnus. And when I said, if it's not Magnus, they said, for Hikaru. But it's great that we see such young children already rooting for professional players. It's not only that they like the game to play just on scholastic level, but I could feel that they really follow the sport.
Yes, absolutely. And interesting enough, whenever I bump into people and I'm asked, what I do, and I tell them chess player, they'll say, I've been watching Hikaru streams. So Hikaru massively growing the game. And there we can see, are we surprised by the opening?
I think the opening progressed along very kind of traditional paths until this last couple of knight moves, Judith. Knights on the rim are dim. The players, surely they've heard that phrase before. Knight to a3. I mean, knight to h6 is maybe more traditional in this type of setup. The black knight often goes back via f7, but strange developments, you would think.
Yes, this is what I was thinking at first as well, that knight to go to h6 somehow it's more regular for black than to go knight a3 with white. But it's interesting because after knight c4, black will be playing d5, right? So that must be not an immediate plan for white. But maybe he went to a3 because he plans to go c3 and d4, and then a later stage to come to c4.
Yeah, and according to the database available to me, at least knight to a3 was the first new move, at least at this high level. Bit of a novelty there, and it didn't surprise Hikaru. Hikaru very quickly playing knight to h6. This means that most likely it's just computer suggestions, and it's up to Firouzja now to back up the fact that his knight is sitting on the edge of the board. As you mentioned there, just the black knight often gets back after a move like f6, or maybe even f5. The black knight gets into the game. Just retreats back to f7. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some fruit puns here. Just looking at Alireza's shirt, the fashion designer. I know Hikaru, I think we saw in the feature chat earlier, Hikaru loves his pineapple shirt. Maybe this is Firouzja's kind of...
special preparation, right?
Exactly. The mind games have begun. It's nearly perfect. Perfect.
Perfect.
No. I think he's wearing oranges on his shirt. I can't think of any orange puns.
You can have those apple and pears, right? That's
Apples and pears.
Yeah. That's a kind of English expression. Apples and pears.
Yeah, I've just been fed a pun from the producer. Orange, you glad he's wearing that shirt? Orange, you glad? Oh, that's my delivery was not great. That. It's no fig deal. I don't know. We'll get better ones a bit later in the day.
Well, I'm still impressed that they managed to come up with that on the spot.
Watch that man go. No? Anyway, back to the chess. While Alireza is deep in thought here at move 8.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to see Alireza, like, he's really thinking the way that maybe he's out of book, right?
Mm-hmm. It's strange, though, to be out of book when he was the one who chose this variation as white. He's just played knight a3 himself. Either that was freestyling or it's a new move that he studied before
But also
himself.
at the same time, maybe he was expecting e5.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure he was ready in his mindset that Nakamura will be choosing the Sicilian.
Yeah, true. I saw a great pun on the screen. He should have played 1b4 because then it's the Orangutan opening.
I know. And the irony of it actually is that Alireza was playing 1b4 in the Blitz.
Yeah.
But he didn't commit the crime. And for those Edgar Allan Poe fans, they will understand. It was the orangutan that did it. You guys haven't read
Not since I was about 12 years old, Jovanka. But I loved another one. He's the juicer today. Alireza's the juicer.
Oh, very good, very good.
Shout out to Hikaru and his streams. But yeah, meanwhile, I think let's do a roundup of the other openings. This one is yet to proceed. I think once White decides what to do with the center, maybe c3, d4 most likely, then we'll come back to this and discuss the plans. Still very standard stuff so far.
And okay, taking a look at the bird's eye view, I can see a few positions that are catching my eye. Which ones are catching yours, Judith?
I was just looking for a second the Tari's game, how the developments are going on versus Magnus. And it's interesting that Magnus played Sicilian also. It seems like it's a Sicilian day. And but it was a 3 bishop b5, very solid play by Tari. And of course for Tari it would be very important not to lose today because it was a very painful loss yesterday. And somehow he should start scoring more and more points, right? So this is a kind of an understandable decision that he wants to go on the solid way. But after that, he played black played knight d7, which is more for looking for a longer game, not exchanging the bishop on d7. So I think it's going to be later on a more complicated game. Black will develop knight f6, plays a6, b5, probably bishop to develop to b7, e6 or g6. But I'm expecting an interesting middle game there.
Yeah, so it didn't kind of start as the open Sicilian, but kind of the themes will be very kind of similar, reminiscent of the open Sicilian now that White has played this move d4. And Judith, you mentioned as Black, Magnus, Hikaru, they're playing the Sicilian. They want to win, of course. How hard is it to win on demand as Black? Because for Magnus, this could be make or break time.
Well, generally, I think to win on demand, it's already very difficult. And I'm not sure exactly when you play against a lower rated or lower level player like now, Tari versus Magnus, whether it's such a big difference whether you're Black or White. But I think for Magnus, he likes challenges. And I think it might be something that it forces him to come up with some interesting, original, maybe even suspicious ideas just to create something messy position. And we have g6 on the board, which is logical that he wants to be more sharp with having a fianchetto bishop and provoking a little bit Tari. But of course, it's never easy to win on demand. And especially, I think Magnus is having more and more pressure on him, that he really feels it, that something is not working on his way. And I was kind of surprised and worried when yesterday he went to the confessional booth and he admitted that he blundered that specific move and he thought that he's much better in that position. So there was a misjudgment, I think, in the position. It's true that it was difficult, or more saying that it was dangerous for Anish. But somehow it slipped away in his hand, right? And that was not a good sign for Magnus. So I'm pretty sure that he's somehow trying to find himself to win, not only to win a game, but somehow to feel that I play well and I really do it the way that people will say, and I can say that it's the Magnus way.
Mm-hmm. I was going to ask you both the question, when it comes to risk-taking, do you guys have a special formula? Because I've commented alongside David, and I'm maybe going to put words into his mouth, but I've heard him say many times, you've got to keep the pieces on the board. You've got to make sure that there's a lot of tension. Do you have anything?
For example, yesterday we've seen something like this between Nakamura and Tari, because yes, that's kind of a strategy that you want to keep on the board the pieces. It's not necessarily that you're even having with White the big advantage probably you cannot have simply. But I think it's very important to keep the position. A lot of pieces, you have to make plans, decisions, pawn structures, how to do it. So this is why many people start one knight f3 when they have to win. There was this famous game between Kasparov-Karpov 87 World Championship match when Karpov was leading 12-11, and there was a must-win situation for Garry Kasparov, and he knew that there is no way that he is going to be winning just like that. He has to play a long, exhausting game. And then it's nerves and luck.
Okay, I'm going to put you both on the spot. What openings would you both play when you're in a must-win situation with the black pieces?
Well, against what?
Okay, so if I go e4, as exactly like Magnus has faced.
I think it depends against who I'm playing with, because if I know exactly what opening
Someone
reaction,
who you know who's going to be solid, lower rated than you, solid.
well, probably I don't go into sharp lines or very concrete lines. I try to avoid and maybe even take a worse position if I really have to win.
Yeah, because often we've seen like players like play the modern, that kind of very tense, cagey game. Would you do the same? No.
I don't know, because to tell you the truth, I retired 10 years ago, nearly like 9 years ago. So chess is becoming a lot different. I think it's very important somehow to understand your opponent also, what he is up to, or she.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know me, Ivanka. Like I said, just anything to keep the pieces on. Normally I react to 1e4 with e5, for example, but against certain opponents you can't really do that and hope for a game. So yeah, these days maybe the French, the Caracana, modern, something just a bit cagey, like you say, just full of tension and the questions for me to answer, but also for the opponent. And I think that's what Magnus is doing here. It's the Sicilian, of course, but he's just keeping pieces on the board. And it's kind of a hybrid now. Looks a bit like the Dragon Sicilian, potentially. Once the Black Knight comes out to f6, Black will castle, and White has chosen a more positional line because White has castled kingside himself. And at least it's a game. It's a fresh position.
But maybe I wouldn't be surprised if Tari would have this idea to play c4, some Maroczy kind of setup with knight c3, bishop e3, and even giving up the white square bishop. Because that is something hard to crack, right?
Yeah.
It depends very much on his mood, I think.
Yeah. What do you think Ariane's mood will be? It's been a tough few days for him. 3 classical losses in a row now.
Lock the game down, simplify as much as possible. I mean, he did this last year with great success. I predict more of the same, and I think Judah is right that he will perhaps reach for that c2, c4 line.
At the same time, it's extremely difficult to make a draw if you really want to make a draw. So it's very tricky. What mindset should you be having? I think the best is, if you really want to make a draw, you have to choose what type of position you want to go to, and you're not ready to take risky decisions. If there is, whenever you have an option to go solid, you go solid, but you have to have this strategy. But the fact that you want to make a draw, let's say, it is a very dangerous strategy, that you're just always looking for equalizing, always looking for a draw. Because of course against Magnus and against strong players, just because the position is equal, it does not mean at all that it's going to be a draw. And for example, which day was it? Yesterday? No, day before when Tari played versus So, he had this Marshall Gambit, and then he did not really get a bad position or worse, but he went into some very passive play, and I think he just wanted to make a draw. But then he ended up in a little bit unpleasant position, and Wesley was pressing. But okay, he did not make any serious mistake that he would drown. But this happens very often when you really want to make a draw and you don't calculate, you're just making moves generally, it's good enough, it seems good, and then you can easily make those passive decisions. It's a very, very important psychological point. And I remember, I think it was a quote from Vichy in his book Mind Master, who said there's nothing worse than needing a draw, being close to the draw, but that draw not being there. Just out of reach. Now, we've all been there in that situation.
Yeah, that's the thing in chess. If you put a draw as being like the height of Mount Everest, like you've climbed that mountain, then yeah, if you don't make it, it's just you can't get back from that. And yeah, I don't think you want to start any game, as you said, Judith, with that negative mindset, especially with white. It's so easy to go wrong. And actually, in this tournament, black has won 60% of the decisive classical games. So that shows having the white piece is not necessarily a safety net.
Yeah. But you know, it's very interesting. I think Vichy is one of the guys who is so strict. Like, he knows it exactly. If you want to make a draw, don't pretend to do something. No, you want the draw. You're not hiding it from anybody. Everybody can see it. You just go for it, exchange everything, and it's a draw. Don't think that, okay, I want to draw, but I also want to play, and I don't want it to be so transparent. No, I want to draw, I want to draw. And once, actually, I did this to Vichy, because we played incredible, interesting games. And at one point, I got somehow fed up with the fact that we made incredible, interesting games, but somehow the end of it was that Vichy wins.
Oh.
And then I thought I was playing in Dortmund, I remember. And I felt that he knows this, that tough game, complicated game, a lot of calculation, it's huge mass, everything, and at the end he wins. So he played the dragon, and then I played simplifying everything. I was just exchanging this knight d5, exchanging the queens, the bishops, everything. So he was kind of frustrated that we had a 17-move draw, and well, I was not hiding it that I want to draw. That's all. That's what. And after that, I could win against him in the next tournament. So I stopped him. But yeah, if you want to have a draw, then focus. Don't try to trick yourself and the audience. Go for it if you have the option. But of course, this is an opening with Magnus that, of course, you cannot simplify the position and go for it completely. It's only that he's going to play solidly today.
Yeah. And talking about solid starts, should we pay a visit to Nodirbek Abdustorov against Fabiano Caruana? Because there the game looks very tense. Also looks very mainstream as well. How is Fabiano doing, and what would you advise him to recover from yesterday's painful loss? Because he's still at the top of the standings. Should he hold firm with the black pieces in this game and hedge his bets in Armageddon, or just let it flow and see what comes?
I think the best thing he had to do is to fix his mindset the way that just let's look at the time, the cross table. I see, I'm number 1. I have a 1-point lead. Perfect. So I play a normal game. So not to affect the game itself. So if he could get to that mindset that he still has a fantastic tournament so far, then everything is under control from his end.
Yeah, I totally agree. Just stem the bleeding, make sure things don't spiral out of control. It was just one bad day, but he's had several great days, Fabiano. We can definitely tell, as you mentioned, Jovanka, his change in approach, though. His last black game, he played this fiery French against Firouzja, and now against another teenager, he's kind of locked it down. It's the Berlin, a variation of the anti-Berlin, so we've only seen one set of piece trades so far, but very solid stuff. And yeah, here it's all about whether white at some point can break with a move like d4. You often need to prepare this with several moves. And meanwhile, black is very solid. Black's knight will go back eventually. Black will castle the king, most likely on the king side, but can sometimes go queen side. And it's a lot of maneuvering ahead. Judith, did you ever have this type of position in your career?
No, I was not a big fan of playing this kind of close position and giving up the bishop and exchanging on c6. So I think I wouldn't be happy to play it with either color somehow. It is a very slow maneuvering. I mean, b6. I'm not sure I completely understand why was this important, but probably it's just that black has time. He does not have to rush with a castle. He does not have to rush with knight d7. Probably he's going to be playing a5, also maybe knight a5 or something that he might be worried a little bit, but in these positions, there are so many small things happening, right? And many of the games end up in a very equalish position and they lead to a draw also. So here you have to have a lot of patience and you have to be appreciating every little sign of maybe I can get a more pleasant position kind of attitude. It's not that you have advantage, really. It's just maneuvering and you feel happy. You're maneuvering back and forth with your knight. And whether d4 will be possible. On b3, I'm not crazy to see the knight, to be honest.
I was just going to say something quite interesting. So b6 isn't a main move at all. In fact, it's only been played once before. And the main line is actually to retreat the knight to d7, and then the white knight will spring to g5, and then there will be some trades. So this is probably why Nodirbek has now gone into the tank and is thinking about Fabiano's plans. I mean, Fabiano is also, he's so famous for his prep, right? It's like his reputation precedes him. So is there that as well going on in the background?
Yeah, certainly. Fabiano is an expert on these types of positions with white as well as black, so he knows kind of what is potentially a bit annoying for the black setup, how to pose problems there, but he also knows black's best and most solid defenses. And I really like this move, as Judith says, kind of cutting out the white knight, which wanted to go to the edge of the board to attack this pawn on b7. That's gone. And if given the opportunity, Fabi might even keep white guessing here by making a move like queen e7 and hinting that he might even castle queenside with the black king, where he has a lot of pawn shelter. Okay, knight g5 on the board, Jovanka. Yeah. Typical idea.
It is a typical idea. He also could have perhaps also exploded open in the center with d4, but that would have left to a completely different type of game. So, wow. I like this chat comment. Fabi doesn't play chess. Chess plays through Fabi. Great quote.
But it's interesting that in these kind of positions, it's important to understand that for the top guys who are working on these kind of position, analyzing, it seems like it's just a position, nothing concrete. And maybe some people think that the players are not working out in details these lines, but actually they do. So the reason is because they have to understand the details of it. What happens, what changes in a position once you play b6 or even c5 maybe, or what happens when you play h6, or can you castle already earlier? Or for example, in the previous movie, black would have played knight d7, then knight g5 is something that definitely the black bishop would be captured. And this way, sometimes this b6 kind of moves is a waiting move, which can be useful for later use, but actually black is waiting in which direction white would like to be going. Is he going h3? Then there is a weakness. Maybe h6, g5 can happen before black castles, right? And if knight g5 now, black has the opportunity to move away with the bishop to g4 or immediately to d7 if he wants. So there are positions and situations in this slow motion game that you're just making waiting moves and you trying to get the information out of your opponent that what is your plan.
Yeah, I must admit I've played these positions more from the black side than the white kind of my entire career, and I'm just freestyling most of the time, but I have noticed that there is this trend. Top players, even if there's just all these kind of this vast array of choice, they know all the details, they know all those nuances, and I've played several games against especially the younger generation when to me it looks like, okay, every position is the same, but they're like, oh, if you had done this, I would have done this, if you would have done this, and they go so deep. And it's very impressive in these maneuvering positions where you would think the engines aren't kind of so valuable, the computer input there, but yeah, they know their stuff, they've checked it all, and I wouldn't be surprised if Fabi makes a quick decision with his bishop.
Yeah, for example, in the Berlin, I remember when Kramnik started to play it and he brought into fashion when he won the match against Kasparov. And if our audience also knows this queen exchange where the king is on d8, and then there is a strategical thing. Are you playing rook d1 check, pushing back the king to a8, or you're allowing the black king to go to b7? In principle, you can wait this way or that way, but still you have to make a decision how you want to have the game going in the next 20, 30, 40 moves, because it just goes to a completely different way, the game. And here also sometimes it's small things, but strategically just going to a different area.
And let's check out maybe some of the other action. In the meantime, this game is going to enter a slower phase. I'm expecting the black bishop to move. Black wants to keep the bishop pair. no reason to kind of allow that trade when you have a slightly worse pawn structure. So where next to go? I'm looking at some exciting games.
Can I direct you to the Gukesh Anish Giri game? Just from pure selfishness, because I actually play this opening myself with white, and I want to see what happened, and I want to see whether Gukesh has gotten a good position.
I was also picking on that game.
Yeah, and this game has progressed far quicker than a lot of the other games, which are still within the first 10 moves. This one's out at move 17 already. Look at the white king. It's actually castled queenside. Of course, actually, when I first started playing chess, I thought the king castled queenside onto b1, and the rook came over to c1. But it took me a while to realize you go to c1 and then step over to b1, takes an extra move, and then the rook has actually moved over to c1 as well. So white's burnt a lot of time there. But should we do an action replay?
Yes.
From the start.
And it's interesting that Anish was spending less than 5 minutes so far.
Yeah, less than 5 minutes and 17 moves on the board. d4, d5. Jovanka, you mentioned you play this opening. It starts out as the Slav, and the variation where white just blocks things just slowly with e3 and bishop f5. And of course, we see this is one of the most trendy variations in chess right now. The white knight hunts down this black bishop. Actually, if white doesn't play this, then black pretty much has a London system with colours reversed, and therefore a very healthy, solid position. So white hunts down the bishop pair, and eventually this bishop drops back. We see queen to b3, hitting the b7 pawn. This is the one downside behind developing black's c8 bishop early. And after queen c7, the move castle queenside. If this bishop was allowed to live, then this would be a precarious decision with the king on c1. But of course, this bishop on g6 will not survive too much longer. It will get traded off after a trade of pawns here. a6, preparing a pawn storm on the queen side. We see the trade at king b1, and the black pawns start advancing. And after d takes c5, rather than a recapture, black improves his knight first of all, and this is the current position. After rook to c1, knight to e5. Interesting last move, maybe unexpected last move, trying to jump into c4. And what do we make of this? Because you mentioned Anish has played super quickly Judith, but Gukesh has been the one burning time. He spent almost half an hour up to this point, so maybe out of book here as white.
Very interesting position, I must admit, to have the king on b1 in this position. And white has an extra pawn, and the c5 pawn somehow looks like not weak at all. But I'm pretty sure that black wants to take it back in a later stage. And yes, indeed, knight will come to c4, I believe. The question how white wants to develop with his pieces, with especially the f1 bishop. If queen f2 seems to me that it's possible to move away to open up the diagonal for the bishop. Or also I'm thinking whether can white play e4 and activate the d2 bishop?
I'm just going to give you an extra piece of general information. There was only really one game in the database, not with the knight coming to e5, but it was played just now by Gukesh with the white pieces against Arvind, and there Gukesh won. So this is clearly something that Anish has prepared.
Okay, so it was following that game, Jovanka, until this last move.
Until knight e5, yeah.
Wow, novelty by Anish Giri.
But this makes it even more interesting why Anish was thinking, not Anish, sorry, Gukesh was spending so much time until this point. Was he unaware of what Anish has in mind, of course? Is it something that he's surprised, he's suspicious? What can he have in the preparation? I thought my game was okay, and what can go wrong? So you have this hesitation in your brain, right? When you think that something went okay, and your opponent is just flashing out the moves as, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to show it.
Yeah, maybe it's the anticipation as well. He knew every move, something's going to happen. A bomb is going to be dropped on him. Anish is not going to copy that game that Black had previously lost unless he had a specific idea in mind. And finally, we reach this moment where Anish has revealed the idea. On the face of things, it looks like it should be healthy for white, to me at least. We have the bishop pair, we have an extra pawn, but yeah, how to get pieces out? Is the white king going to be safe on this flank on b1? Long term, that's the question. Knight c4 coming, like you said, Judith. Sometimes b4 will come. Black can just simply castle, bring rooks to the center.
Right.
I would also consider with white to play bishop e1 and regroup it to g3, for example. Or even bishop e1, g4 and bishop g3 can be something interesting.
It makes a lot of sense. And, well, we have a move from Gukesh. I was going to say, you came up with a beautiful idea of relocating the bishop to a better diagonal, and Gukesh has just spoiled it. And there we can see it has been awarded by Game Review a mistake.
Who says it's a mistake?
The Game Review. The all-seeing computer says.
Chess gods.
Not perfect chess, my friend.
So making the position slightly worse, as we see there, the definition of the question mark. And I guess Black's knight is simply going to jump into the square it wanted to use anyway. The c4 square is a great launching pad, and it looks like Anish's surprise may be paying off at this early stage. Of course, nothing too drastic. It's not a blunder. It's not kind of a losing mistake or anything. But how does this help, do we think, Judith? What is the idea in mind? Because Gukesh knows Anish. He's going to plant his knight into c4. That's an automatic. We'll see him play it instantly. No other good square for the knight on the board now.
So you see the bishop will end up on e1 anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of assisting and speeding up the opponent's plan. Strange, you've got to think. f4 looks like a useful move, but is it really necessary?
I would be afraid to have f4 move for the reason that if, let's say, bishop moves away, later at some point there could be some unpleasant thing for white. If, well, of course, it's a very much for later idea, but to play b4 somehow and knight comes to e4, which of course is not easy yet because the c4 knight is under attack. But let's say if the bishop would be not moving away, then knight takes d2, b4, knight comes to e4, then black could get some activation. And I also think that, you know, what can be a nice idea for black? Without making castle, playing rook h5 maybe, and bring the rook to the queen side that way.
Nice full board vision there. It looks like Anish's position is full of promise and really tense right now. Gukesh has to recover from this opening surprise, but still early days, of course.
Still early days. I think it's the perfect time to take our first break. But in the meantime, don't miss your chance to win Diamond membership this Friday. The Chess.com Discord server is hosting an arena with 4 Diamond memberships up for grabs. To stake your claim, join the Discord at go.chess.com/Discord. Then head over to go.chess.com/connect and connect your account. And you're done. You can now compete in the weekly arena for our Discord community and win free Diamond membership. Use !Discord in chat now. And we'll be back soon, but don't go anywhere. Magnus Carlsen has given a confession in English. So more on that right after the break.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on Chess.com right now.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore Chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back. And in the run-up, we did promise you a confession from Magnus in English. And here he is, asking the audience and us a very sincere question.
I'll do this one in English. It's something I'm genuinely curious about. So I see that on the screen the notation says knight g to f6. I'm genuinely curious why that is. As knight d f6 is not legal, I thought that you should just write knight f6. That the notation should just say knight f6. So if any experts out there know, I'll certainly be curious to learn what the explanation is.
Well, there we see Magnus asking this question on notation. David, you're a resident Chess.com expert.
Is this a philosophical question? Is this a technical question? I don't even know where to begin. I must admit, I would have written knight gf6 as well, I think, just out of habit. Of course, knight df6 is an illegal move in this position due to a pin on this knight. But this is where Magnus was pointing out. He played the move knight to f6. It's the only knight that can reach there. And Judith, what would you have done? Which side are you on? This is important life question right now.
Well, I was surprised with the face expression Magnus was giving this question. And I was kind of shocked with the topic he brought up in the opening. I understand that he does not have any problem in that stage of the opening, and he had plenty of time to share this question with the audience, but still I was surprised. I think I would write knight f6.
Break the tie, Jovanka. We need your vote.
Well, knight f6 is correct, but however, it depends how sharp I was. So if I was on autopilot, I would write knight gf6. Absolutely. And if I was sharp and saying, knight df6 is not possible.
What a diplomatic answer by
No, I'm just saying it depends on my intelligence levels on that day. But I think probably it would side on the autopilot knight gf6. But knight f6 is correct. I mean, like Comfort Dental says, the NGF6 theorem of life. But okay, I want to also ask the question. Is this a worrying sign that Magnus is concerning himself with little detail, or is this just good news because Magnus is in a great mood, and obviously when you're in a great mood, you play great chess?
I don't know. I think for him it was kind of funny that a very unexpected thought to share, and he wanted to make everybody laugh or being curious.
He does have a curious mind. He loves the stats. That's why he's obsessed with a lot of sports. Often we'll be out at a bar and he's just like, oh, by the way, did you see this thing? And it's often just a kind of a word pun or something in the news that amused him. And it's I don't know how structured his brain is, but these things, they are important, and he does make great content.
And do you agree? He's trolling people.
I think it's a mix. He's genuinely interested in the answers.
But it's funny that the people are using the confessional boost for different purposes, right? I mean, most of the players are not very active on that. For example, Hikaru is just taking it as part of his job, and he's happy to share his views on every position. It's very interesting how players are sharing their thoughts.
Someone who I'm surprised hasn't been using the confessional at all is Anish Giri. Anish Giri is known for his banter. He's known to share with us his thoughts quite openly, and not this tournament at all.
Yeah, I think especially after winning the Tata Steel Masters earlier this year, he's realized that full focus does bring results. This year, during that event, he was barely tweeting, at least by his standards, and it seemed to pay off. But I'm not sure which players have the most sins to confess. I think that's the beauty of having these confessional boxes. We just see players just getting stuff off their chest. Relevant, irrelevant, doesn't matter. It's just a peek inside their mind. And notation is hard. Actually, one of my first coaches said the moment he realized I kind of had a decent talent for chess was when on a score sheet I wrote down, without him explaining, that I needed to rook d2, because that type of thing is hard, and it's not the robot in Star Wars, rook r2d2, it's rook d2, and these things, I think it took me a few years to pick up, but apparently even the top players struggle with notation sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that when I was a kid, let's say, when was it, 86, I was 10 years old, and many times when I was traveling together with my sisters, playing in tournaments together, and then of course we were like chatting and tweeting all the time with each other, and during the game, we were playing the game, we made the move, and then we were in big opens and stuff like that, and we were walking around and chatting about people. We were not chatting about chess, we were just chatty, like talking here and there. But then at one point, people were complaining when I played together with Sophia in 86 and under 14 Youth Championship. That was the first time that they were telling no talks during the game. Mm-hmm. So by the time we played in 88 at the Olympiad, that was very clear that we cannot talk, we cannot chat with each other. So that was the cut down for me, that no chats during the game. But later on, I was witnessing, and I knew that there were a lot of players who were chatting with each other, And even many times I heard that a lot of the guys, they go to the bathroom and there they talk.
Yes, that's true. A lot of...
And it's not legal.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of business decisions are made in the male bathrooms. But, you know, I was from a very interesting generation because at schools we learned descriptive notation. So it was like pawn to king 4, pawn to king 5. I don't know why we learned it. No idea. But it was at the high level, they were all using algebraic by that time. So it just felt like grandmaster notation, algebraic, kiddie stuff. Back to the old days.
There were books, very nice, beautiful books, where they were writing king, knight, 3. And then I still have at home, this in the old times, they had these chess sets where the knights have a mark on it, a king.
Ah.
You know, so when the king knight from G1 goes to B5 to the queen side, it's still the king knight. So it's just full confusion.
It's like queen's rook to king's bishop 1. It's like...
Yeah, it's crazy.
But I tell you something, for beginners, it's actually a great notation. And anyhow, enough about the olden days. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. And we haven't taken a look at the game between Shakhriyar Mammadjarov and Wesley So. And remember, Shak yesterday propelled himself up the standings by beating Fabiano Caruana. He went from, I think, 9th place all the way to 4th place.
Yeah, and early days in this one, I think let's do an action replay of how we got to this position. It's now move 16. The players have played relatively quickly, and it started off with the Queen's Gambit accepted, d takes c4. This has happened in a few of Shak's games so far. We saw him have this draw earlier in the event against Abdusattorov. In this branch of the Queen's Gambit accepted, e4 played, the most ambitious move, met by a counter-strike e5, knight out to f3, a check, blocked by the white knight, and here, knight to d7 from Wesley So. I think we saw a different move from Abdusattorov earlier in the event, and here we saw both sides castling, very standard stuff. But I think the first big decision was bishop takes c3. White was threatening to jump forward with the knight, a very kind of typical idea, utilizing this pin on the black knight on f6. So black parted with the bishop pair and kicked back the white knight. And it was around here in the break, Judith, you were saying white's position looks beautiful.
Yes, because at this point I was really happy for white having the g5 bishop, giving the pin to the f6 knight with the plan of knight e3 and centralize the knight eventually to d5. Also the queen from e1 can show up on g3 to activate. And also time to time, of course, f4 and e5 was in there.
Yeah, definitely. Like the good old days. f4, e5. Lots of openings have been won that way. I agree with you, Judith. I love white's position as well as having the bishop pair. You have all the potential.
Yeah, however, after h6, maybe a big decision, controversial decision here, he simply captured on f6 Shak rather than preserve the bishop pair. And
but I think if bishop h4, then probably black's plan was to play knight g6 and somehow chasing the bishop, either to exchange on f6, or if the white bishop moves, then knight h5 also possible.
Mm-hmm. So, for example, if you keep the bishops on the board, suddenly the black knights come in, maybe the bishop will be eliminated anyway. Okay, Shak decided he will go for this trade on his own terms. He took on f6, queen takes f6, the white knight threatened to jump into e3, and we have a couple more moves just played this moment. Knight d3 jumping in with the black knight, and it has been captured. And Wesley So is away from the board. We will see the black rook take on d3, and after rook takes d3, the big question is what's happening after knight to d5? Hitting the black queen.
And it's right there.
Okay, Wesley's back at the board, and this move is instantly played by Shak.
Yeah, I'm guessing that black is very much pinning their hopes on the move c5, c4 to save the rook. Obviously, you have to move the queen. That didn't escape my attention, but I mean, I was worried for the black rook's life.
For example, just this pawn to c4 push.
Yeah, exactly. Then c4 comes, and then black's whole rationale is that the knight is supported by just one pawn, so it can be destabilized with bishop e6.
But probably rook d1 seems to be quite powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And still, black's problems have not gone away.
Yeah, I guess black might give a check at some point, just push your king into the corner, a trade, and a position like this one how would we start to evaluate bishop to e6? This is very logical, all these moves, very natural. Okay, he actually went queen back to d8, so we might see something slightly different, but similar to this.
Yeah, it's not clear how white can improve his position, because black is very active, and later on he will be able to push his pawns b5, a5, b4. So white also has to be alert on this.
Yeah, and should we see how queen d8 has affected the game instead of queen to d6? Black's queen simply went back. So, yeah, again, one of the most natural moves would be to try to harass this rook.
Maybe knight f4 might be something to consider.
Hitting the piece, and I'm not sure where to go. Can I go in?
You want to go rook d2.
Just feels a bit shaky, but a rook on the 2nd rank, rook on the 7th rank. Earlier, my notation story was about rook d2, so I'll put the rook on d2.
My question is, what happens if rook d1?
And an endgame.
Queen d1. Let's say if you exchange, then you don't have a good place for your bishop.
Yeah, open file. Looks very strong for white. Yeah, despite the evaluation bar not being too impressed, it does feel like white is the one having the fun, right? In the game
Yeah,
position.
because bishop e6, then knight takes, and rook d7, and that's...
Yeah, that final position was very strong for white. So yeah, knight f4 looks like a nice way to kind of force this rook to make a decision. Other moves would include maybe c4 or queen e2.
After c4,
g1.
my worries would be for white that rook on d4 will be quite stable. Or at least the black rook will not get in trouble. The only thing is that white will exchange the rook playing rook d1.
For example, a line like this one, rook to d1. Oh, sorry, my mouse slipped there, rook to d1. Yeah, if we can trade off this rook, then it feels like white has the advantage with this beautiful fortified knight. But
It's a more pleasant game, that's true.
is it enough? That's the question.
Because it makes a huge difference, this setup, having the white pawn on c4, stabilizing the knight on d5, and the black pawn is still on c5. Contrary to the line we just looked at before, when black pawn was on c4, queen on c5, it was much more active position, and also the d5 knight wouldn't be so secured.
Yeah, now it's easier to kick back this piece later in the game. So, yeah, Shaq looks like a successful opening for white. At least no risk. Small advantage, maybe, strategically.
Will Wesley So be unhappy here? Because it does feel like a position where Wesley is just playing for 2 results. A draw and a loss.
Yeah, Wesley, he's quite pragmatic. He knows he's solid enough. He should be fine with best play, but yeah, I would be more worried if I were him right now. I don't know. I would never be happy in a position like this where it's kind of draw at best if the opponent doesn't find anything too ambitious. How about you, Judith?
Well, I would rather play it from the white side, that's clear. And I'm also hesitating and thinking what happens if, let's say, white goes queen e2 and go into some concrete ideas after c4 to go then knight f4.
Okay.
Sacrifice a pawn for initiative.
Yeah, let's jump in there. And this is very ambitious and also very forcing. You mentioned queen to e2, hitting this rook, c4 forced, knight f4. Okay, so I'll take up your challenge. I know Jovanka would take this pawn. Rook takes c3.
And after rook d1?
Which rook are you using?
F.
It doesn't matter. The reply is always going to be the same. Queen will come to b6. Check. And I might announce it as well. No, I won't.
After king h1, you just simply go bishop e6.
That's exactly how I would play it.
Just before I fork the 2 pieces on d5, bishop e6. Yeah, it looks solid enough for black. Yeah. As long as this rook doesn't get trapped, but it feels like you should have enough escape squares.
But we have queen e2, c4 on the board.
Okay.
Probably white wants to go rook d1.
It's a very Shaq type of move after queen e2, c4. Okay, I was going to say to play knight f4, gambit the pawn and be ambitious, but yeah, this looks very logical as well.
But this looks a better way for white than before, because black queen was on d6 and we were looking queen c5 check, and now the queen on d8 is much more passive and somehow it's in the way. After rook takes d1, rook takes d1. Okay, for the moment there is no serious threat for white, but still somehow the queen is not active at all, and the c4 pawn is under attack.
Yeah, the c4 pawn might mean that black has to trade rooks here and then play a move like b5, but that feels slow somehow. The black queen on d8, a bit of a target for the white rooks on d1. Yeah, it feels very shaky, but I'm sure Wesley has calculated this.
And you know what I would like to play with white? If, let's say, rook takes d1, you play b5 to protect the pawn.
Let's put this on the board.
And I'm wondering if white can have such a plan like f4.
Wow.
And start to play f4, f5. So if bishop e6, for example, I would come back with the knight to e3 and then push f5.
Very strong, potentially queen b6, for example. Oof. I mean, why is the evaluation bar not reacting? This looks beautiful for white.
Because it doesn't like me.
It's asleep today. I guess black has to play bishop c8, only safe square.
Yeah, but maybe after in the next move, bishop b7 is strong. I don't know.
Yeah, but in blitz, you just play this as white. You just kind of...
Yes, but this is not Armageddon yet. Otherwise, e5, and you would think that the game is, well, not over, but it's very close.
I mean, you play like rook d4
e5,
and then you go forward.
I would lose the pawn on f5.
Yeah, unfortunately here, I mean, e5 would be powerful. If not, bishop takes f5, using the pin. Queen f3, you can just move the rook.
Yes.
And this knight will drop if the white queen takes the black bishop on f5. So, yeah, sharp stuff. b5, this position is pretty much by force, and it just depends on a move like f4. I'm also looking at e5 just to threaten knight f6 check.
Tricks.
I'd play it in blitz, that's for sure.
But there's a guideline that I use when I go for tricks. Is like, if it's an improving move and it threatens a trick, I'm in there. I'm playing it. If it's just a move that might not be strategically great, then I would be very, very cautious about playing for tricks.
Well, the thing is that e5 looks very powerful because of the threat of knight f6. At the same time, it gives up the stability of the knight on d5. So the question is whether black can play something in order to play, for example, queen f8 seems to be a nice move, I think. And then it's easier to kick out the knight on d5, possibly.
Yeah, but you still have, I mean, in this particular situation, there's still things like queen coming to e4. And then your idea, Judith, I've not given up on it, of f4, f5.
Yeah, f4 or f5. Maybe there's something even stronger here.
But now rook d8.
Yeah, maybe knight c7.
Knight c7, yeah, knight c7.
I thought this was impossible due to a check, double attack, but I could just move the king.
That's what I thought too.
And the rook in the corner is hit. Or maybe rook d4, maybe a nice active block here. And yeah, it's
tempting.
Complicated stuff. But yeah, the position could easily spring to life. It does feel like Shaq is the one making things happen. But Wesley, can he react? Is he solid enough? Maybe he is, just trading rooks and b5.
Well, it's also something that black might be thinking of, to give up the pawn. So let's say to play with black queen a5 or bishop e6, doesn't matter. Let's say bishop e6.
Let's jump back in, bishop e6.
Yeah, and after rook takes d3, takes, and to play rook c8. Or another idea to go simply queen a5. But queen a5, c4. So rook c8, maybe. Well.
Okay, let's say rook c8. Just the idea is to put pressure on this pawn long term.
Yeah, but still it's a pawn up, right? I mean, you can go c4, stabilize, and it's only for 2 results.
Yeah. And, well, it looks like Mamedyarov has the upper hand there. But let's head back to the bird's eye view, because whilst you guys were talking, I saw that Magnus had taken a rather spicy decision. You know, it is like the modern approach to chess. When you don't know what to do, push the h-pawn, and there we see Magnus pushing h7, h5. Can we head to that game?
Yeah, I think we should head to that game. This one has progressed. Judith, you called it very early on. White now has a Maroczy bind. White's pawn structure looks beautiful. Pawn on c4, rock solid pawn on e4, f3. White sooner or later will play the move b3, and yeah, set up this structure. This structure, black needs to do something to erode these pawns eventually, if you want to fight for any advantage or even fight for equality. But h5, what could the idea be here, first of all?
Well, I think he just believes that he can play h5 with the idea, maybe at some point h4, but only much later stage. Maybe he wants to go knight h7 to open up the diagonal. But it's basically just a strategical move, I think. That, you know, these are exactly the positions when you're maneuvering here and there, and you have to pay attention what is changing in every move. So you have to stay alert that if there is going to be something, you pinpoint the opportunity. Now White has to make a decision how to be playing this position. Is he ready to go b4 and then knight b3 and be active on that side that way, or he wants to play simply b3 and make maneuvering, or he wants to go queen to f2? It's a maneuvering kind of position, and then Black is thinking, well, should I have my queen on c7, or it's good on d8? Is he going to be playing knight c5 or knight e5? So maneuvering starts.
Right, and I was going to ask, is the culmination of White's plan basically to put the knight on d5? I've seen that done many times myself.
I think after knight d5, maybe Black wants to go... Well,
not
actually,
now, but after queen, like the whole point is like you build yourself a home. And then, you know, once you've got there, knight to d5, because these positions I find are very complicated to play for Black if White just sits there, has a picnic, enjoys their space.
Yes, of course, knight d5 is always an alternative. Also here at this point, it's an alternative, and Black is not going to be capturing on d5 for sure. Either he would be playing knight h7 and kick away e6, with e6 the d5 knight, or he can also go e6 immediately. So knight d5 is an option, but I think if White wants to play for advantage, he should make some preparational moves.
Because what I'm thinking, the reason I'm asking all these questions is because Arian, you know, he's had a very rough time in the tournament. He's only on 2 points out of 15. He wants to, for morale, get something, you know, 1 point isn't good enough. So why not kind of simplify, sit on the space, and then kind of go for some simplification maneuver?
Yeah, I guess as far as I understand it, knight d5 is often a useful idea, but it's normally when you force a concession out of Black, as Judith says, when you force Black to take and maybe improve the White pawn structure. White gets a nice strong pawn on d5. You can take either way, or you force Black to weaken the structure. Here, if you compare space-wise, White's the one with more space. White has the center. White has these strong points on e4, c4. And normally when you have more space, your opponent's cramped. You don't want to trade pieces, so I wouldn't rush. But like you say, it's on the cards. And if it's not going anywhere, then I would build up first. So, yeah, I mean, the build-up, that's the hard part. And I've got to admit, I'm surprised the evaluation bar says +1 for White. Such a big advantage when it's just looks like a slow maneuvering game. So for me, that's the most confusing part about this position. Of course, Arian has to pick a plan and follow it through.
It's very interesting because we've been looking at this position from Arian's side. But of course, Magnus really is in a must-win situation. And prior to the game, Sverre, our reporter, caught up with Magnus whilst Magnus was in a hurry to get to his game. And Magnus talked about his chances in the tournament.
Magnus, jeg ser du kommer til å gå litt kort på tid med alle de som står foran her, så jeg tar en liten prat mens du skriver her. Kan vi forvente at du prøver å få til noe med svarte brikker i dag, med moderne for eksempel?
Prøve med et eller annet i hvert fall.
Hva tenker du om tabellsituasjonen? Er du helt avhengig av en seier i dag, tror du?
Nei, men det vil hjelpe veldig da. Erfaringen fra tidligere er at hvis du skal vinne noen på rad, så er det nesten aldri for sent. Men det begynner å bli veldig dårlig tid, selvfølgelig.
Føler du at spilleformen er på plass i dag?
Altså, jeg har ikke følt at jeg kunne gjort sånn veldig mye annerledes siste 4 rundene, så jeg synes jeg spiller OK. Så får bare fortsette.
Oi, lykke til!
Oi! And our reporter Sverre taking a tumble there, and Magnus saying that he's out of time. He needs to start winning. But overall, he feels that his play is more than okay.
Yeah, he's got to be hoping it's not him who takes a tumble in this round. I mean, Magnus's play, Judith, you mentioned there's been a few moments maybe lacking the killer instinct or misevaluating things. That's very kind of uncharacteristic of him. feels like something isn't quite right, but he's not playing badly. I mean, let's forget the first round where he was clearly out of shape against Caruana, some strange blunders there, but ever since then, it's not as if he's playing badly, it's just not kind of at his usual high, his high standards where he's blowing people off the board. So it's difficult in tournaments like this, right? If you're not in the flow to string together those wins.
Well, absolutely, and I mean, that's also a fact that whoever plays with Magnus, they know that he's number one. He's the best player in the world right now. And, of course, everybody puts all the preparation and the mindset is very clear against him, right? That you don't want to lose, you want to make a great fight. You know that he can turn out things in any position. So everybody is very alert when they are playing against him. So it's also not so easy to create for him these winning chances and create these opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
But he feels that he may run out of time, and probably this is the moment, this is the game where if he's not winning today in classical, it is getting really small chance that he is going to be the winner of the event, because this should be one of the day where, I mean, he's a better player. Tari is in a very difficult position in the tournament. At the same time, he knows it exactly that no matter who is the underdog in the tournament, it happened before that Tari had a difficult tournament and won against Magnus. Because, of course, it happens with players who are doing very badly in a tournament or they are underdog, things are going very badly, but still against the best player or against the leader, they score a point.
Yeah, and well, Magnus does need to win and he does leave the board. I mean, but is this position the right type of position to outplay someone from?
It's going to be difficult because white is so rock solid, especially if Arian decides to do nothing. If white just plays a move like b3 and just sits, it's going to be hard for Magnus. But then again, all the pieces are on the board. It's going to be maximum tension. Maybe time pressure will play a part later. Arian, after 15 moves, has spent 40 minutes already. So I think Magnus is going to play the mind games just as much as the board. And I do remember actually 2 years ago, Judith, we were commentating together, and Magnus, I think he'd struggled in the first half of Norway Chess, and he put together, what was it, 4 or 5 wins in a row at the end. And one of those wins was as black against Arian, grinding down a long game where it looked like it would be a draw for a while. So it's possible. He's got history. He's got a track record.
Mm-hmm. I think it's not a bad kind of position to play on. Of course, it's very difficult if white decides really not to do anything, but it's also not so easy not to do anything. I mean, you have to make a move. So if you have your optimally placed pieces and you can see that the pieces are just very much standing on their places, which this kind of position demands, but still, you have to come up with a plan. And once you're going to be making a plan, pushing your pawns, for example, b3 or b4, then after b4 already immediately knight e5 can come, and there is a question what's going on with the c4 pawn. Or if you go a4, then maybe knight c5, so the b3 square can be vulnerable. Of course, it's a very balanced game, and I think I would pick white because it's just more space in the position. At the same time, of course, if you start playing for improving your position, you may do weaknesses. Some things can show up. It can get concrete, maybe in a good moment. There are many positions like this when rook c5 may also come, though after h5 maybe it's not so good. But maybe rook c5, h4, rook h5, g5. I don't know. There are some creative plans which can come up, or just play knight h7, e6, knight h7, g5. Maybe regrouping the knight to e5, g6. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but sometimes this g5, bishop e5 plan can be an interesting plan. But of course, black very much has to look at what white is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely black needs to react to white's plan. And yeah, definitely interesting position. I think, should we take a pause from this game and revisit the other games?
Yeah, there's a lot of action happening elsewhere. I think the 2 games that have maybe just progressed the fastest and the most are the clashes between Gukesh and Giri, and also between Firouzja and Nakamura. Where to go first?
Can we go to the battle between Firouzja and Hikaru? Because I like this battle primarily because it feels like they're jostling for who is going to be ranked number 2 in the world. You know, will they play it safe with the classical ratings, or are they going to take it as a matter of pride and try to blast the other one from the board?
Yeah, these two make a great pair.
Oh, very good.
Puns. This is a key game for the tournament standings. I've been booking up on my puns in the break. But yeah, Firouzja, meanwhile, he's covered up his fruity shirt. Gutted. But yeah, this game really tense. Judith, what do you make of the developments here? It's been a few moves since we left it.
Yes, the pawn structure is typical for black, I believe. Having the pawn on c6, d5 in these structures, and f6 is very common. So the knight is not in danger with all kind of queen c1 moves, so it's ready to move and jump to f7, or exchanging the pawns on e4 and then knight comes to f5. But for the moment, I think the pawn on d5 stands very good because it keeps the a3 pretty badly placed knight. So it cannot come to c4. This is very important for the moment because that's the only piece which is not doing very well in white's position. Because, for example, if it would be on a4, that would be a completely whole different story because then white would have a clear advantage. So just by having the knight on a3, this gives black a lot of opportunities. And for the moment, the c5 weakness and the c6, it's not so disturbing.
Yeah, and Hikaru away from the board, our fourth commentator. Does that mean he might be in the confessional booth? I can't wait if he does reveal his thoughts.
We will go straight to him on site as soon as he has a report ready for us. I mean, it's quite unique. I've never been in this position before where one of the players are given their inside knowledge, and not only that, but they're actually commentating on the other games as well. Long live Hikaru. That's all I can say.
No less than world number 2, as long as he avoids defeat in this game. And if Caruana doesn't win, if Hikaru wins this game, he's going to cement that spot as world number 2. Yeah, that side hustle of being an on-site reporter. I think he's got a future there somewhere. But meanwhile, Firouzja has been in the tank for a long time, so I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru is kind of unloading all his thoughts there. Firouzja spent almost an hour, and we've only had 13 moves. This is only move 13, actually, right now. Yeah, Judah, I'm looking at this position. I'm just thinking, what is the knight doing on a3? He was the one who put it there. Feels like Hikaru's got a healthy position. White's done nothing wrong, so White's probably not worse, but it feels like Hikaru's going to be very happy.
Well, I think White should be playing something with an idea that Black is provoked to exchange the pawns on e4, which is not so easy to force Black to do so. But of course, for example, Queen c2 looks a very sensible move, but at the same time, maybe d takes e4 would come after that, because Queen cannot take on e4, Queen b2 might be a move. I don't know if we can give that up. But somehow, of course, Queen to c1 or c2 would be a very sensible move. And somehow, to take the opportunity with the knight to probably regrouping. But I don't know if White will have the time for it to go, let's say, Queen is c1, knight d7, and let's go knight b1 and knight c3. I know it looks awful and slow, but I just have to recover with my knight from a3 somehow.
Yeah, let's put this on the board. Knight to f7 would likely happen after Queen c1 and the white knight. You want 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, and we reach the promised land of c5. But it takes so long, that's the issue.
These 3 moves looks a lifetime, to be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't quite feel like...
And yeah, the problem is that probably Black takes on e4 and then c5 is possible to play, and then Black is just much better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if this opens up this position, if the center gets exploded, then Black's bishops might come to life, especially this light squared bishop later on.
But this is a problem for White.
Exactly, and this could be exactly what Hikaru is planning. And on the subject of Hikaru's thoughts, get this, we have a 4.5-minute confessional from Hikaru, which we will play during the break. So if the Twitch audience want to see it, you'll have to make sure that you subscribe. There you go.
Can't wait.
I can't wait to hear his thoughts. What do you think he has in store for us?
4.5 minutes. He's going to be breaking down all of the games in that time.
I think so. Or he's going to give us a full-on confessional about how he got in his preparation, how this has been done before. What do you think?
I want to hear what he thinks of Firouzja's choice of shirt. The very nice shirt that he's wearing.
Ba-bum!
Hikaru, he's full of surprises. And in this position, I think he's feeling very comfortable. Evaluation bar roughly in the center, but that does maybe deceive us. It feels like black is hitting this pawn. Black has ideas. You mentioned it actually, Judith, already kind of in this position, d takes e4 and c5 directly. Just how does white react? It's not so easy. And I think for a human, it's so easy to go wrong, pick the wrong plan, kind of play slightly too slowly when maneuvering, kind of centralizing this knight. And yeah, I must say, I prefer black slightly.
But I also believe if we have Nakamura giving a confessional those few minutes of coverage, it means also that he feels very comfortable in the position he is in. And probably that's also the reason we can hear that. Actually, d takes e4 and c5 is already a threat at this point. Not only queen to taking on b2. So white has to be careful a lot. Even it came to my mind that maybe white will have to take on h6 and play queen c2. But it's hard to imagine that that would be the best move for white.
Well, let's not keep everyone in suspense. And so let's actually take a break. And remember, you have to be a subscriber on Twitch to listen to Hikaru's thoughts. So take it away, Hikaru.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're here once again. Today is round number 6 of Norway Chess. So as always, I'll start with the other games before I talk about my own. So Magnus's game is kind of interesting. Magnus deciding to play Sicilian. Obviously, was here in the confessional box. Before me, he's playing the Sicilian. I mean, Tari plays bishop b5 instead of sort of going into the open Sicilian. Now, all this look kind of normal, but I'm a little surprised that Tari did not play queen takes d4. In general, queen d4 is much more principled, leads to a much more set kind of position with very clear-cut plans for both sides. Generally, after queen d4, black will play some e5 with knight f6 or h6 first in that order. And it's much more concrete. In fact, I think Magnus might have played this against Vichy with the white piece or something very similar. So Tari playing knight takes d4 is a little bit surprising. I think that Tari basically here is saying that he's going to be aggressive. He wants to play like rook e1, knight c3, bishop g5, maybe queen d2, something along these lines at least. So it's a little bit, it seems like Tari wants a game as opposed to trying to be solid here. So again, I think Magnus is probably going to get very good chances to win today. So that's the first game. Gukesh versus Anish is a typical Slav, been played a gazillion times. I mean, I feel like I want to say I've seen Anish plays from both colors as far back as like 2014, 2013, ages ago at any rate. So not very exciting in that game. I expect that to actually be drawn pretty quickly, just to be clear, because it's unless Gukesh has some great idea, it would appear that Gukesh is the one who's been surprised by Anish, and I'm assuming it's going to simplify. So that's 2 games. Then there is, of course, the game between Wesley and Shaq. That just looks like a standard Queen's Gambit accepted. Maybe small advantage for white with the central pawn chain from G2 to E4. But you know, fairly balanced, I would say. And that leaves us with the other game, which is the game between Nodirbek and Fabiano, where, of course, you know, we have the classic duel of, like, the ex-lovers, as we like to say. Obviously, I don't literally mean that in the true sense, but you have, of course, Fabiano, who worked with Rustam Kasimdzhanov for many, many years, even through the candidates, I think, in 2020 or 2019, 2020, around then. Of course, they split after that. They haven't worked together. Now Rustam is here with Nodirbek Abdustarov, the very talented Uzbeki Jr. Of course, what's also funny about this game is that I was wearing this exact same shirt, and it was in the first round of the candidates last, I think it was late June, if I remember correctly, when Fabiano played the same knight b3 idea to go knight a5 against me. So it's kind of funny to see this line on the board, Fabiano with the black piece in this situation, whereas against me, he had the white pieces. So that looks, I mean, it's pretty normal so far. I think we'll see which line Fabiano goes for. Again, I've looked at this quite a bit, so I won't reveal any of the specific lines, but there are multiple options here for black that should be playable. So we'll see what Fabiano does. I don't expect him to be that surprised by the choice, though, because, of course, he played this against me with the white pieces. And one thing that Fabiano is very good at is memorization, on top of all the great prep he has, but his memorization tends to be very good. So even if he hasn't looked at it recently, he definitely has looked at it from the white side, so I expect him to play pretty quickly, and we'll see how that develops. And then that takes us
of course, to the last game, which is my game against Alireza, where once again, up until the last 2 moves, we're following my game against Anish in round number 4, I think it was, because this is the 6th round. So Alireza played knight a3 in this position. This position, a little bit unusual, but of course it's something I looked at a couple days ago. And so I played knight h6, and now it appears that Alireza is deep in the tank. Now, as far as this game itself goes, it's a simple one-off, and of course anything can happen. I'm feeling pretty good though, because it appears that I've out-prepped Alireza. I don't know if he simply hasn't looked at knight h6 or what's going on, but I would say that looking at the overall tournament, just in general at Alireza's future, I would say the one weakness that I've noticed in this tournament in particular is that he seems to not be super well prepared. It seems like if he gets surprised, like against Fabiano, his reaction wasn't very good in that game. And I don't know, but it just feels like the prep isn't quite as good as it was going into the candidates. So that's the one pro thing I would say. But again, this is a one-off game. Anything can happen. But that is the one critique I would have, is that it feels like his preparation, it isn't quite as good as some of the other players like Fabiano very specifically. So he probably needs to work on that a little bit. As far as the game goes, of course, we'll see what Alireza wants to do here. There are many options. He can play for c3, d4. He can play d3. He can go knight c4, maybe even e5 as well. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But I'm already up 15 minutes on the clock, assuming that he didn't move as soon as I came in here. And I'm feeling pretty good. So we'll just see how the game develops.
And a big thank you to Hikaru. And incidentally, there is a part 2 coming up in the next break. And Hikaru there giving us a lot of his thoughts, a lot of suggestions, predictions. I mean, what did you guys make of it?
Whoa. For me, it was very interesting what he said, that Gukesh Anish game, it will be simplified, it's a draw.
Yeah. I liked his coaching tips for his opponent, where he said, well, you might need to work on this part of the game.
But he also said it, that he out-prepared Alireza, right?
Right.
He was preparing on this knight a3, so he knew what might be standing on the board, and with knight h6 he was happy.
Yeah, interesting stuff. And what do we think of all of his evaluations? Was he downplaying the excitement on some of the boards? Or just spot on as usual, our reporter?
Well, we can actually test his evaluation of the Gukesh and Anish Giri game, because he said, well, trades will happen. It's going to be a quick draw. Is he right?
Yeah, big question. I mean, I trust Hikaru more than I trust myself, but I'm hoping for some excitement. Maybe he kind of saw into the future and spotted that this type of thing could happen. White's last move, e4, trying to get the queens off. Anish actually, interestingly, gave up a pawn just a few moves ago. Judith, should we backtrack and see what happened?
Let's see how all this happened.
Yeah, so we were slightly confused by Gukesh's choices earlier in the game, but it looks like they've been justified. This is the current position. Let's go back. F4 was where we left it. We thought, okay, we agree with the computer's assessment here. Question mark for this move, giving black tempo for free, seemingly. Knight to c4, very useful. The white bishop dropped back to e1, and after a capture, queen to f3 was the idea from Gukesh, hitting the rook. Now utilizing the vacated f3 square, and he's going to simply capture this knight next move. Anish castled, very understandably, and this was where Gukesh, he'd calculated he could win a pawn, knight to e4. This pawn is falling off the board. Anish said, okay, take it, retreat, and this was the position where white gave a check. Black gave a check even. White blocked with rook c2. Very nice move. Actually, maybe the only move to stay in the game. And after rook c8, e4. To take queens off in this direction. This was a really necessary move because black had a huge attack against the white king just a few turns ago. Without e4, I think this would have been deadly. The pin here, the pin here. But anyway, for Anish to keep the pressure.
Well, the question is whether can Anish avoid a queen exchange. This is the big question, I believe. He might be thinking on what way to capture the pawn, because queen e4, of course, that's the most obvious move. At the same time, I would also consider and think maybe this is what Anish is thinking of, to go rook fd8 possibly. Because if white would be taking on d3, rook d3, then still the e4 pawn is under attack, and rook d1 is something to watch after for white. But maybe it's not really possible. I have to think also whether really this rook d8 idea can work.
Yeah, shall we jump in and show some lines? Because big decision, if Anish can't keep the queens on, we're headed for an endgame. Let's just show if, the most obvious move, queen takes e4, will likely reach this endgame where white actually has a 2-versus-1 majority on the queen side. So long term, white has some chances there perhaps, but black is sufficiently active, should be level.
Which color would you take, David?
I would take... Oh, good question. Instinct-wise, white. I'll play a move like bishop a5 and I'll say, okay, I'll just slowly unravel.
But a knight on e4 is superb.
I often overestimate the long-term factors for the short-term, and short-term, as you say, Judith, this knight is beautiful. Probably it's level.
I don't know exactly, because I love the knight on e4. At the same time, the knight on c4 is also a perfectly placed knight, right? I think the question is whether can black go g5 fast. Let's say bishop a5. You want to stop rook d8, right? And after that, I would be thinking to go g5. So after rook e1 or something, I would play f5 and start being active with black.
Yeah, suddenly you've created some passed pawns. These guys could start running, actually maybe even quicker than white's queenside majority. Looking maybe okay for Anish, but whether it's more than okay, that's a big question. To go back to the current position, you also mentioned this idea of rook d8. And my question would be, are you winning the pawn back if I take rooks off the board? And a bit of a passive, ugly move, but knight to d2. Just to hold this pawn.
Jovanka, do you like to keep the pawns also, or only take them?
Take. But I'm going to keep them. This one I'm very protective of, because that knight on e4 was too good. I think knight d2 is a great move, because the great thing about white's position is you can unravel, as David's highlighted.
Yeah, that being said, after a move like rook to d8, I'm a bit tied up as white. This knight is like the glue, but will it still hold things together after bishop b4 incoming, rook e3 maybe to e2 incoming?
Well, probably white might have to play e5, which is not necessarily so tempting, because knight d5 and then knight b4, knight e3, f4 is hanging as well. So it's not easy.
Not easy.
It can be difficult to make a move for white. Also with the bishop on e1 defending the knight on d2, it's not simple.
Yeah, so maybe this is what Anish is weighing up in his head. He's kind of coming to terms in the current position with a queen trade.
But he has a very interesting pose calculating variations at the board.
Oh wow, Anish on the camera. Yeah, he's, like you said, calculating for sure. It's either that or he's passed out, fallen asleep. Someone should wake him up. But no, I'm pretty sure he's calculating. I've seen him actually in this pose before when he's deep in the tank.
Well, that suggests to me that he's actually not calculating queen takes pawn. He's looking for alternatives.
Calculating something.
Mm-hmm. And these two have some history, because they played each other in Tata Steel. And in that particular game, Anish had the white pieces and played a fantastic game. You know, absolutely wiped the floor against Gukesh. And will these kind of like track history with this match history, does it have an impact on how Anish is feeling, whether he will take those chances?
Possibly. Like you said, Jovanka, I think he won that game in, what was it, 18, 20 moves, just beautiful double knight sacrifice, checkmating attack. And often if you crush someone, even if they're world-class grandmaster, if you crush someone, you believe, okay, they're my client now. I'm going to rack up the points against them. And it can be frustrating.
You know, I have an idea. Can black consider queen takes c2?
Giving up a queen, Judith.
Yeah.
And
he doesn't give me time to discover this queen set.
He was just toying with us. Queen takes pawn on the board.
After some meditation there from Anish, I think we have to investigate, Judith. Was this an opportunity to
just
go for glory?
About it a little.
Let's jump in. Instead of queen takes pawn, if black had instead taken the rook, and this would have been a check. King takes queen, rook takes knight. I guess, does white block, or does white run away? Let's say I run away from the check. The idea is to swing the rook, take the pawn.
I just wanted to take the pawn on e4 and to have compensation somehow.
Yeah, if you get 2 or 3 more moves, if you get a rook to d8 or c8, bishop to f6, it looks scary.
Or rook c8 to start with before knight e4.
Rook c8, let's say I move my bishop. Let's say I use a5 again. I don't know why I'm attracted to that square. Knight takes e4.
Yeah, probably it's not enough, but sometimes it could work.
Yeah, if you get bishop f6, rook coming down.
5 before, stabilize the pieces. Of course, I wouldn't mind to have an extra pawn on b5, let's say.
While you're at it, a pawn on d5 would be beautiful.
Well, that's too nice to ask for.
Yeah, interesting and not necessarily bad, but I guess Anish just felt it was too high risk. And instead, let's go back to the game we saw after e4, queen takes e4 instead, taking, and this endgame that we discussed. Yeah, I mentioned that I would maybe take white. How about the two of you? You mentioned some ideas for black, Judith.
I think I wouldn't mind taking black. I like this g5 idea to create a pass pawn, e-pass pawn. And I think the bishop on e1 is not standing really well. If it would be standing on e3, it would be better.
Yeah, I have to say I'm in agreement with Judith. It's the bishop on e1 that is the problem piece, and it's going to take too long to mobilize it. And also, white's queenside pawns, they're just so far back for them to be effective, whereas it's much easier for black to advance their pawns.
Yeah, I think I instinctively said white because I'm imagining a position with all the rooks off the board and white's pawns running, but of course that's a million miles away at this point.
And actually, white is somehow missing one tempo, I think, from kind of advantage. Like rook d1 or rook c1 now would be a good jump over the bishop. But somehow it's not exactly what the rules are allowing.
Yeah, if it could just channel its inner horse there and just jump over the bishop, that would be ideal. But yeah, difficult actually. Again, despite the evaluation bar saying it's dead level, this is misleading. It's still all to play for.
Your move is on the board, David.
Yeah, that bishop was in the way of the rook jump. So I think a natural retort there from Gukesh, and we're expecting a move such as g5 for black. Just why not trade off a doubled pawn for a healthy pawn, create a kingside majority? Makes sense.
But there is another question, for example, that not only g5 is an option for black, but also rook c6. Or, yeah, rook c6 is something I would consider, trying to double the rook on the c file.
Yeah. That being said, white will just play b3 eventually, defend the knight. Yeah, I like your first plan, I think.
g5, go for it.
Yeah, immediate activity, immediate counterplay. And this one is going to be a long endgame grind. Who's going to yeah, the better player will win here. It's about who outplays the other, simply.
Yeah. And, well, this one is looking to be quite an exciting strategic battle. Can we go to the bird's eye view? Because I have my eyes on Abdusattorov against Caruana. And I found it fascinating that Hikaru mentioned that he was wearing the same shirt. I mean, how does he remember these things? When Fabiano played knight b3 himself on the white side of that particular variation in the candidates, right?
Yeah, I mean, it needed Hikaru to prompt me there to even recall that game, to remember what shirt he wore. Like,
maybe he has a special shirt against Fabi all the time. Don't you think so?
A lucky shirt. Yeah.
So it's easy to remember.
Sometimes, you know, traveling to chess tournaments, you want to bring books, you want to bring a laptop, you want to bring everything. Why pack shirts, you know?
And here, Grammar brings up an interesting point. He says, I hope Fabi gets revenge for the Chess Kid Cup loss to Nodirbek. And you commentated on that encounter, but from what I read, the reports, and I saw the show, it seemed like Fabi was getting great positions against Nodirbek. It was just an issue of handling the complexities in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. These two have a lot of recent history, and in the Chess Kid Cup, they actually had 2 matches against each other, 8 games in total. Nodirbek won both of those mini matches 2.5, 1.5, but it was close. They were landing blows on each other, and like you say, out of the opening, it was always, or nearly always, Fabi with the advantage. But when the clocks ticked, when kind of chaos ensued and broke out, when he lost control, Fabi, things turned very, very quickly and kind of harshly against him. So I don't think either player will read too much into that match. It was extremely close, small margins, and it was rapid. But that could be relevant if this game goes to Armageddon, if this clash gets decided there later. I think Nodirbek will have the upper hand psychologically. But meanwhile, this classical game, Judith, it's changed slightly. White's just made a big decision.
It's very interesting position. It is just so fun to see this pawn structure having 8 pawns lined up both sides because it's straightened out. Yeah, after knight takes d6 and c takes d6 was the last move, and it is really interesting to see what kind of plans the players have in mind. And the big question is for me whether white is going to be playing d4 now or later stage, or he wants to be, let's say, playing a5 and a4, a5, for example, trying to put little pressure on the queen side.
Yeah, it feels like white needs to open things at some point before black gets full control. I'm not sure where the black king's going to hide, to be honest. Maybe it will just hide over here on g7. You could make an argument for it sitting in the center, but yeah, if black gets 1 or 2 more moves, if black gets like h4, maybe d5 himself, even c5 sometimes, then yeah, it feels like Fabi should be happy. What would you go for? You mentioned 2 ideas, Judith. I don't think anything on the king side. It's one of these 2, right?
On the king side, I don't want to do anything with white.
Ever.
I'm just sitting and wait black to decide whether he's playing h4, g4, knight f4 or whatever. I think I would, I don't know if d4.
Oh, but then you wouldn't be following the rules that have been written since time immemorial, which was like your opponent works on the wings, you strike out in the center. Well, bringing it back to basics.
Yes.
It's good wisdom, though.
Yeah.
It's an idiom for a reason, and d4 was the first move that crossed my mind. It's just about whether, I guess, he finesses it first with some maneuvers, like do you prepare it with rook d1, do you kind of throw a4, a5 in first and then kind of wait for later with d4? Some questions to ask.
Well, there are a lot of questions. Let's say a4, black cannot go. Well, even a5 is possible, by the way, because the a6, b6 maybe cannot be taken, but maybe it can because the a6, a5 pawn will be also under attack. So after a4...
Let's jump in and show these lines. a4.
Yeah, a4 may be an unpleasant move because black is just missing to go to g7 immediately, right? And after a5 to go rook b8 or something, c5.
Yeah, I guess you don't really want to play a move like b5. White might lock down this pawn as an eternal target later in the game.
Maybe.
Maybe. I say maybe because that pawn might drop off for white as well on a6.
It's also a question whether should black go knight f4, and a4 we see on the board.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is the game position. a4 confirmed. You mentioned knight f4, Judith, just to act as a distraction.
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes sense to go knight f4. Also, h4 is something.
Yeah.
Immediately h4 and h3 surely to block it up for Nodirbek here.
Yeah, but h4 was played. I believe that all these kind of knight g3 will it's eliminated from now on.
But do you need to touch those kingside pawns? Because once you do, then a knight can put itself on f4 for the rest of all time, and there's no way that white can do anything about it. Meanwhile, black, yeah, can get a pawn to h3, but if you can meet that with g3, is it such a problem?
Yeah, good question. I mean, visually, I would love to play a move like h3 for black, just because the white king will be kind of exposed slightly on the light squares. But first of all, is there time? That's the question. White is now threatening a takes b6. So maybe there's no time for h3. And secondly, as you say, Jovanka, maybe if you can't open things up for black on the king side, then yeah, it's not clear whether that's actually a gain or not. It's very committal. The white knight given the g3 square as well, if black ever pushes with h3. Oh, such strategic decisions here on every turn. It's, yeah, small decisions will decide this game. a5, first how to react. It's b5 forced. Rook b8 feels odd somehow to give white the a file.
I would go b5.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's interesting because you guys were discussing this and I was looking at those positions with the pawn on a6 and I was thinking, okay, maybe white should then switch to not necessarily d4, but also c4 as well. You have lots of levers to open up that particular side of the board. And I thought it was just very, very complicated.
Yeah, there's different types of complicated, right? Sometimes it's kind of just a total mess where you have to calculate your way through to the truth. Here, it's like you probably need even more time. You need like hours and hours to kind of get to grips with the exact pawn structure both sides want, the exact piece trades either side wants, and meanwhile Nodirbek gets up from the board. Yeah, this one is a different type of complex, and I think this one's a harder one to understand than most kind of forcing lines, most calculation type of positions. Yeah, I think b5 just closed down that side of the board, but maybe that's a small gain for white. It feels like the white bishop's lengthened its diagonal.
At the same time, there are not much of an option for black. e5 on the board.
Played.
Absolutely. And you guys have been getting your prediction games spot on. Because I can also see that Anish Giri has followed your advice by also playing g5 as recommended. Best by test.
Ivanka, you're happy everywhere. They're just pushing pawns. They don't even care anymore. Just pushing pawns.
It's the modern way of chess, right? Push those pawns forward and, well, disregard the consequences. You win some, you lose some. It's not about results.
Who needs to castle if you're Fabi when you can push pawns? Okay, really tense one here. This one will explode at some point. You get the impression. But yeah, this just nicely fizzling at the moment. Where to go next?
So we have a few options. So there's obviously Shaq's game against Wesley and Alireza against Hikaru. I vote for Shaq.
Yeah, we'll go to our reporter on the ground shortly. We'll go and check in on how Nakamura is doing. But yeah, for now, Mamedov against Wesley So. We quite liked White's chances. The question is that still the case?
Yeah.
We see Shaq just staring off at the screens in the tournament hall, not looking at the board right now. This one has changed by a few moves since we were last here. Let's just jump and do a quick action replay of the of what's happened. And here we see White has a pawn on a4, White has a rook on d1, but it was here that we left it after queen to e2, hitting the rook. c4 was played, rook d1, this was captured, b5 as predicted, and just two more moves, a4, putting some pressure on this black pawn chain, backed up, now by a6 and queen b2, Judith. Direct threat on a pawn, how to deal with it. Do we release the pressure? Do we just defend that pawn?
Well, now, for example, it's a big question. What happens if b takes a4? I'm wondering, is it some blunder with black if black takes? Is it queen b6, for example, that white can do? Or what is the something? Maybe queen b6 is not good after all, because I thought takes, rook b8, and then rook d8 winning a piece. But I think the black has a great pass pawn on a4.
Yeah, so for example, after knight takes c8, you have to be careful about how you'll stop this runner. Maybe in this position, we don't get tempted by the big piece. We just get rid of one of the pawns. I'm not sure, a4 pawn or c4 pawn. I'm too scared when I see an a pawn running against a knight. It never ends well for the knight.
So let's see if after b takes a4, queen b6, is it really a good alternative? Because black cannot move the bishop out, because then queen d8 and knight e7, winning material.
Check, and the rook drops. So if black cannot go for that one after queen b6...
He must be going away with the queen.
Yeah, I was slightly worried. My rook is trapped, no? In the corner. Just to point out some flashy tactics, there's also a move like knight f6 check. And I win your queen.
Indeed.
Yeah, so queen b6, mystery at the moment. This is the type of position that I would just stop calculating if I were Wesley, and I think it's too scary, but maybe there's a way to defend. Maybe the queen goes to a more active square. What's more active? g5. Queen g5, maybe.
After queen g5, knight c7 is.
Yeah, now I can jump out and counterattack, and then free my rook.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Tricks.
Tricks are plenty.
I got lucky there. I forgot about knight c7. But yeah, queen b2. This is the key position in the game. If black can take this pawn, you would love to get away with it, because you might even actually gain some winning chances for the first time in the game. But it could also backfire tactically.
Yeah. Oh, this one is also heating up really nicely. But I'd like to go back to the bird's eye view because there is a big moment now in the game between Arian Tari and Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus has put his foot forward in the center and broken out with the pawn break d5. So it's a critical moment.
Yeah, usually if you can get pawn breaks in this type of hedgehog formation that kind of Magnus adopted early on, just curling up into a ball, a little prickly ball, if you can break out in the center, it tends to favor you. But the question is, are things just fizzling out? Are we just going to see a bunch of trades and equality? Or is there still life left? Arian capturing a pawn in the center. Judith, first instincts on this big decision?
I love to break out with d5, but somehow, usually it doesn't work. And it seemed like the only move which I don't like in this position for white, that he went h3, giving a little hole on g3, and weakness for later stage of the game. But I want to see how this concretely going to be happening. So if we can dive into some of the lines, after capturing c takes d5, e takes d5 is on the board, what happens if white actually takes on d5?
Yeah, I think...
What does Magnus have in mind?
Yeah, good question. I think Tari will have to go for this. He has to take either with the knight now or the pawn on d5. Yeah, what has Magnus got in mind? I'm trying to look for tactics. I'm trying to look for tricks. I don't see anything yet. It feels a bit shaky for white. But
so let's see e takes d5.
Yeah, let's jump in. E takes d5.
Knight
It's
takes
likely.
d5. Knight takes d5.
And now the first junction. Do we trade rooks first, or do we simply
I
recapture?
want to go bishop d5.
Okay.
Though, well, maybe you're right. But I thought to go... No, maybe rook c1, you're right. Yeah. Because bishop c1 is not possible. So let's see bishop c1.
There's also
rook c1.
a pawn up for grabs as well.
Yes. I didn't forget about you to Gabriel Prone. Don't worry about it. But it's coming in the next move.
Okay.
So
rook
now
takes, bishop d5, and now. This is the
now.
first real opportunity to grab that.
and check it out, Jovanka. Ooh, pawn on a2.
Exactly.
Yes. Swings and roundabouts.
No, I'm joking. I'm not actually going to be brave enough to take that pawn. I'm scared I'll get trapped.
Queen a8 is also possible. But then
But
bishop...
the bishop b5 was the big idea that I had. You know, I know how to defend my extra pawn.
So bishop a2. Let's see what's going on there.
There's also knight c5 sometimes. Yeah, bishop takes a2. But this feels like black fighting for a draw, no?
I don't know. Knight c5 is in there with the idea of rook e3.
Okay.
True. But I wanted to trap your bishop, but actually I'm not threatening it yet because white's queen is tied down to this bishop on e3. Yeah, knight c5 just...
c5.
And now it gets sharp. If I drop back, then boom, rook takes e3. As you pointed out, Judith. Removing the defender of the knight, and black would win. So yeah, maybe I was too pessimistic about Magnus's dynamic possibilities here. What do we think? Shall we retreat? Let's go back. E takes d5. Just being played there by Arian, we saw on the camera. The question is, does black have anything else? Do we have to take on d5 and go for that variation? Quite likely. I was trying to make a knight jump work, knight e5, knight c5, but...
Somehow white is very well prepared against those moves. Queen on f2, bishop e3. The knight moves away from d4, and then the b6 pawn is under attack. I don't think there's a lot to be done from black's perspective.
Yeah, we might then see a quick flurry of moves. I also saw in the featured chat just a few minutes ago, someone was asking where Tari's advantage disappeared, and it was just one of those positions. According to the computer, he had an advantage, but it needed the right maneuvers, and he went for a plan which allows this breakout. It's not a bad plan, just maybe equalizing that for black.
I have one question. What about b5 with black?
Yeah, I was also thinking about this. It reminds me of some Kasparov game where he had a pawn on b5, knight came round to b6 and took on d5. White has jumps like knight c6, however.
Well, okay, knight c6, black takes twice. And that b4 move can be something bothers white. And also in these positions, after b4, the d5 square can be very important for the black knight.
Yeah, so Judith highlighting b5 as a potential opportunity for Magnus. And this is much more ambitious, maybe, than just trading off the knights, rooks, and everything.
But there's still like tactical points in the air, even after b5. So, for instance, you could play like rook c to d1.
Let's put this on the board.
Yeah. And then the move that I was thinking about. So you have to be very, even now, you have to be, you want to go b4.
Well, that was my plan.
Yeah, but you know, maybe now you can go knight c6.
Jumping, hitting the queen. Let's say black removes everything here. And what's the idea at the end? Just simply knight d5.
Yes. And just say, you know what they say on the books? Bishop pair, half a point advantage.
I'd be in heaven here, Jovanka. That's the only way I know how to win games, bishop pair. Just to show, yeah, white's bishops, they might not look too impressive, but long term, if all the queens or the rooks come off the board, they will decide this game.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting stuff. Maybe b5, but it could backfire.
Yes, indeed.
It could certainly backfire, and well, we're in for a very tense game. But Judith, I just wanted to ask you, if all the pieces got traded off, what are Magnus's chances to win with the black pieces?
Well, if pieces are going to get traded off and we have the symmetrical position with the pawns, that is pretty much equal kind of game.
That's what I was thinking as well. That's going to be very difficult for Magnus to massage a victory from that. Well, big moment for the world champion. I keep forgetting. You know, it's been for such a long time he's been world champion, but no more. He's now just plain grandmaster.
World Rapid, World Blitz champion.
Yes, World Rapid, World Blitz champion.
Yeah, so I think we will leave Magnus to ponder over his next decision, whether to trade everything off the board, whether to relieve the tension, or is there anything more ambitious to do. And meanwhile, yeah, things are progressing elsewhere. Between Gukesh and Giri, it's down to the end game. Things are opening up maybe in the clash that we just left earlier. Abdusattorov against Caruana. And also, big decisions made in the game between Firouzja and Nakamura. Jovanka, we're spoilt for choice. Where to jump to?
Oh, okay. You're giving me the deciding vote. I like it. I think we should check in on Alireza and our fourth commentator, Hikaru Nakamura.
Yes, and when we left that clash, we was at least thinking, Judith, that black's position was easier to play. Firouzja burnt even more time on the clock and eventually made a decision. He has repositioned his knight here, and he's just decided to trade off on f6. And now it's Hikaru with the two tempting options. Bishop takes f6 or e takes f6.
Yeah, it's interesting alternative for black. Both has its pros and cons, right? Because bishop f6 still keeps control over the e5 square, and then black might say that I'm not worried about knight e5. Though at first I would rather play probably with the capturing with the pawn.
Yeah, capturing with the pawn may be more harmonious for the pawn structure and keeps this white knight from ever leaping forward. That being said, I guess the downside is that black's bishop on g7 would then be stuck behind its own pawn for the near future. Yeah, this is difficult. It feels like bishop takes f6 is the dynamic one, e takes f6 is the kind of slower strategic one.
Yes, indeed.
I was vibing for bishop takes f6, just because, you know, you can, in one fine day, try to get c5 and then try to occupy the center with e5.
Yeah, it's just a matter of taste. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here.
Well, I don't know. I think, yes, it's a matter of taste, but it's also, of course, if you take with the bishop is active, and you can go with the other bishop to e4. You put pressure on the d4 pawn. It can be c5, and even if you just give up a pawn, then e5. So the double pawns in the center, it can be very powerful. At the same time, if your pawn will stay back on c6 and the other one on e7, and the d4 pawn can control both, then maybe it's not the best solution. For now, the white knight is on c2, still not an optimal location for the knight. And but it's also possible that after bishop f6, for example, white wants to jump to e3, and possibly when the bishop moves away, the knight g4 can also show up on that side. But the white square bishop for black, it looks extremely powerful later on e4.
Yeah, and well, I didn't. So you said pawn takes f6, David.
Oof, I mean, I would automatically, my hand would take back with the pawn, but I would probably hate myself for doing it. So I would not blame Hikaru if he's feeling more ambitious and takes back with the bishop. But yeah, I'm a pawn guy. E takes f6 here.
E takes f6, and I was saying bishop takes f6, and I consulted the computer as the decider. Pawn takes f6. You guys completely right. I mean, it was just saying capture the pawn and then put the rook on e8 and just play chess.
Is there a big difference, though, Jovanka, between the two decisions?
I'm not a computer person, so to speak, so I'm going to give you the evaluations. Pawn takes pawn was plus 0.09. So in my language, that means only tiny nudge better for white. And after bishop takes, it was 0.6 for white.
So something tangible, potentially. And lo and behold, our fourth commentator, our reporter on the ground, plays the best move. And, okay, instant reply there from Firouzja. And this is maybe a big decision, Judith. He's allowing the black queen to capture on b2. We've kind of ignored the fact that this pawn was en prise for a while. It's simply attacked. And I guess the idea is to meet queen takes b2 with a knight jump to b4 when the black c6 pawn might drop.
I think it's very interesting to see that Alireza in the last few moves, he's just not wasting time to move that pawn or protect it with bishop c3. And he feels it, and he felt it, that the knight on a3 is such a urgent matter to solve that he is just not paying attention, and he wants to solve the problem in a different way, not defending but counter-attacking, right? So this is the case right now. If black takes on b2, if we can show that, then the white knight from c2 finally activates itself and plays knight b4, and the knight capture on c6 will not be able to protect. And suddenly, white starts to be active, and we have black's bishop on g7, which is very passive for the moment. And f7 knight is also something not so happy, even though he might jump very soon to d6 and e4 or c4. So this is something I think Nakamura will avoid, because he does not want to see the knight on c6.
That being said, how bad is it if I play a really passive move here, just temporarily at least, and play knight d8 and say, okay, you can trade everything off, but...
What about rook e3?
Yeah, I suddenly realized you trapped me. You trapped. How could you trap Her Majesty? Unstoppable. Wow. And maybe there's a way to get out. I'm not sure.
Bishop e4.
Bishop e4, yeah.
Maybe you're trying to sneak out of.
But in human terms, this is so scary. The queen cannot move, and yeah, it takes nerves of steel, which Hikaru has, of course, but also calculation powers to spot that this queen does not get trapped. After rook to b3, bishop takes knight, and next move, the black queen escapes again. Oof.
It certainly is. Oof, and I just feel that white is getting active, and one thing I've learned from observing the top players is they don't like it when their opponents get active with their pieces. Oh, well, it's very tense right now in these middle games, and it's the perfect time for us to take a break. A little bit of a breather, but I have to mention to you all about the 2023 Speed Chess season, beginning with the Junior Speed Chess Championship on June the 13th. This 4-day event showcases the best young talent in speed chess with over $45,000 on the line. But the real prize goes to the top finisher alone, who moves on to the main Speed Chess Championship later this summer. Catch all the action starting June the 13th right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use !JSCC in chat for all the details. And we'll be back soon with another confessional from Hikaru. Who's bored? More of that on the backside of this break.
I have 3 puzzles here.
It's chess, yeah?
Yes, it's chess. No, we're gonna go.
No, but suddenly, there's like some kind of triangle so all over the place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, okay. Word of warning, I'm not the fastest.
So here is the first one.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So f2 check.
Yeah.
Rook a takes f2. Queen g2 check. Rook takes g2, knight h3.
H1, rook takes f1, rook g1, rook g1.
Wow.
Is there like a mate anything?
Second.
Yeah, I think I have solved it already. Like f2 is the answer. Actually, I didn't have time to calculate king takes f2, which looks. I mean, at the very least, I can just take on d3 and on f1, and I'm material ahead. And there is also rook f2 in the end, so it's just checkmate. But of course, the point is after rook doesn't matter which rook takes on f2, then there is queen g2 check, followed by knight h3 check, and rook takes f1 checkmate. Or rook g1, rook takes g1 checkmate. I mean.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do more 10 seconds.
Currently blind.
All right. Your 10 seconds is up.
Harder than the...
Yeah. I just got it while I was singing briefly. Yeah, so it's obviously f2, and then queen g2, knight h3, and rook f1.
Wow. Okay. So you're.
I mean, there's also rook f takes g2, but same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, rook f takes f2, queen g2, rook g2, knight h3, king h1, and then rook g1 spade, but yeah.
Black to play and win, or what?
Yes, black to play away.
I mean, I got it right. I mean, takes. I don't know. I didn't find the mate. So dumb.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I'll make a move. Knight e2, yeah.
Unfortunately, the move is not knight e2.
Yeah, same thing. I can go find mate.
f2. Rook takes f2.
I need the warm up. Can we try it again?
That was a warm up.
Yeah, I need the warm up. If it was a game, I'll go knight e2 takes g3 and then I see. But I think it's just professional there now. Or I don't think it's a mate. Yeah, no, I don't.
All good. The correct move is actually f2.
Yeah, rook bf2.
And then.
Oh wow, like that. Somehow it's an unusual pattern, but it's really cool. No.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's so easy.
Welcome back, everyone. And before the break, we did tease you with a confessional from Hikaru, who confesses that he's bored. Let's have a look.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're here once again. Today's round number 6 of Norway Chess. So as always, I'll start with the other games before I talk about my own. So Magnus's game is kind of interesting. Magnus deciding to play Sicilian. Obviously, was here in the confessional box. Before me, he's playing the Sicilian. I mean, Tari plays bishop b5 instead of sort of going into the open Sicilian. Now, all this look kind of normal, but I'm a little surprised that Tari did not play queen takes d4. In general, queen d4 is much more principled, leads to a much more set kind of position with very clear-cut plans for both sides. Generally, after queen d4, Black will play some e5 with knight f6 or h6 first in that order. And it's much more concrete. In fact, I think Magnus might have played this against Vichy with the white piece or something very similar. So Tari playing knight takes d4 is a little bit surprising. I think that Tari...
Oops, we played you the wrong one. Now here's the real confessional from Hikaru. Okay.
All right, so first things first, I noticed that Magnus has already come into the confessional box twice already, pretty early in the round, and I'm feeling a little bit bored, so I thought it would follow suit. I mean, everything that's been played, all prep, nothing new, so it's kind of boring. I can just sit in the back room and wait, or come in here and talk a little bit more, so I think I'll come in and talk instead. So my game, again, like I said, is all standard. I expect d4, cd4, cd4, d5. That's was in the files that I reviewed this morning, so I'm expecting him to play that. Again, I'm not sure why he took so long before playing it. Maybe he was looking for some other original, unique setup as opposed to trying to take some of the center with the pawns. So that's what I'm expecting in my game. Most of the other games, I mean, like I said, nothing has changed in Anish's game. Looks pretty normal. One thing, speaking of Anish, that I noticed, and this is where like perception or paying attention to details matters a lot, is I noticed that when Anish walked by Fabiano's game against Nodirbek, Anish he looked at the scores and he looked up at the sky, and what that tells me is that either Fabiano's bishop g4, f3, bishop h5 is good, or it's a little bit dubious. Now, based on Anish's reaction, as I saw when he was walking by the board, my general instinct is probably bishop g4, h5 is not considered the best line. I think Black is supposed to go bishop d7, so that's probably why Anish was looking towards the sky, because he's like thinking, I've studied this Berlin, but I'm not 100% sure that this is the correct way to approach it. So that is one little observation that I made in regards to the Fabiano game against Nodirbek. So what else is there? Shaq, actually, I kind of like his position against Wesley. He's got the bishop pair, and I assume that in all positions in chess, it's probably completely fine for Wesley, but it feels maybe a little bit uncomfortable potentially. So Shaq maybe will get something, even though the position is fairly balanced. And of course, Magnus's game, I mean, Tari's trying to get this classic Maroczy bind with c4 and e4, and of course we know Magnus plays this from the white side, and he loves it so much with all that spatial, with all the spatial advantage in the center of the board. But again, it's going to be a big fight, so we'll see what happens there. So yeah, all the games are going. I mean, I feel very good right now. I'm still in prep. I'm up 25 minutes, and I feel like good things should happen. But again, we're very early on, so we just have to let the game develop and go from there. But definitely another very, very good start, considering the time control and considering having the black piece. So I'm pretty happy so far.
Thank you, Hikaru, for those on-site comments. I mean, who would have thought? Anish walking past and revealing some clues that maybe there had been some good moves played.
Yeah, the top players, they're very perceptive. We talk about body language here as commentators, and sometimes the viewers say, oh, why? But the players themselves, they admit that it's important, it's relevant for them too.
Mm-hmm. And Hikaru's happy with his position, although he was feeling a little bit bored.
We've all been there.
Well, he was still in prep, right?
So. Right. So what to do?
Waiting your opponent to make decisions.
Oh, exactly. Go to your part-time job and do some on-site reporting. Thank you very much.
It's the other way around. To play the tournament is the part-time job.
Playing chess is his side hustle. Talking about chess full-time.
But it's actually incredible to think that he considers himself a professional streamer. And yeah, he's number 2 in the world.
And we have look at what action we have in that position in his game. He must be not bored right now over there.
Yeah. Shall we? Where shall we go, guys?
Yeah, maybe we start with that game. Just a quick recap on the last couple of moves between Firouzja and Nakamura. That game has, of course, left Nakamura's preparation eventually. That's confessional from slightly earlier in the day. And we also left that game just one move ago, but one dramatic move from both sides. Firouzja really just trying to lash out here. For better or worse, he's just broken forward with b4. And just to backtrack one move, we talked about how the white knight wanted to use the b4 square. Therefore, black prevented this with a5, and b4 really trying to break forward with this white knight. And what do you make of this, Judith? Is this panic? Is this well-founded?
Well, I think the debate is really going on about the b4 square, whether the knight can jump out from this very passive position from c2 to b4. Obviously, black is not going to capture on b4 because then it would be on white's favor, and you don't want what your opponent wants to have on the board. So you want to do something different. But what can be done, for example, bishop c2 to capture? I would be considering that first. And if we dive into it and let's see the position, after bishop c2, queen c2, a takes b4, it can be a simplification by playing queen c6, takes on a2, and then to go bishop b4, and then it's a symmetrical position. But I would doubt that black would like to go into this position and simplify it this way, so we have to find something else for black. After b4, I want to highlight that there is a very important c4 square in the position suddenly, which is weakened. So knight d6, knight c4, for example, can be one of the interesting idea to take initiative for black.
Yeah, I loved your impression there, Judith, of Hikaru himself. Takes. It's like listening to Hikaru there. But yeah, this is very relevant, potentially, knight d6. One question is kind of whether you allow this tension to persist or whether you just lock things down. You could block things with a4 and later come in for this square, but then the white knight is freed up to maybe roam towards the king side, towards the center instead. Yeah, just very, very tense. I've got to admit, I quite like this decision of b4 from Firouzja, especially given kind of the way the game's gone, the time situation. It's kind of clarifying things, but if Hikaru can keep the tension, I think black still has more than his fair share of the chances. And Jovanka, are your eyes being caught elsewhere?
Yeah, I was also attracted to the game between Abdusattorov and Caruana. Primarily because it's just as we called it, it's incredibly tense position, but white has broken out in the center, and both players are lining up for everything to be happening on the D line.
Yeah, and we have had quite a lot of moves actually since we last left this one, but the general kind of outline of the position is still the same. White is the one occupying the center with pawns. Black is just kind of bracing for impact. Black has sat with this nice kind of locked up pawn structure on the king side in the center, and he's saying, okay, try and break through if you can. Who's going to release the tension? Who's going to crack first? We asked this in previous days, but this is one of the kind of definitions of a tense position here.
Well, there is a huge tension in the position by having the pawn on d4, right? And white did play h3 several moves before, so that's a full fixation on the king side. So none of the players, the black nor the white, will really move their pawns on the king side. So everything is happening in the center of the position of the board. The question is whether who wants to give up and open up the position, right? With the e-pawn, you definitely don't want to take on the e4 because it gives extra opportunity for white even to break out with f4 later on. So if black would like to exchange pawns, for example, it's only to consider c takes d4, and then rook c2, for example, to be activating his rook. That is something which looks quite tempting for me, playing it with black. Or black can just simply keep the tension. First of all, knight f4 is always something to consider. Or if black does not want to have exchange of knights, it is also something to think of, I think, maybe b4 or knight d8 and trying to catch the a5 pawn. Though white maybe wants to close the position with d5. This is somehow, it's a momentum in the game, I think, that black has to make a decision whether he opens up the position, opens up the c5 by playing c takes d4, or keeps the tension.
Yeah, and meanwhile it is Abdusattorov's move, and it's hard to imagine what to do, how to improve the pieces. The queen hard to improve her. The bishop, knight, how to improve them. Maybe rook d2, starting with the rooks first. Just I want to prevent your rook c2 idea for black, any infiltration there. Maybe rook d2, rook f to d1, and then decide. From there, I have no idea, but at least you're hinting that you might open up the d file at a later opportunity with the white rooks. Just d takes e5, bring the white rooks up. But first you need a few prep moves. You need to get that ready for later. Jovanka, Judith, who would you choose? I think white, but it's hard to imagine a breakthrough, a plan.
I think this is a position where the better wins.
True. It's often the case in chess.
It is often the case, but I'm going to say draw. I think this position looks so tense that I think we're going to reach a deadlock at some point and neither player are going to be able to make progress. I can see the position getting so close that we're going to see all 16 pawns left on the board, no trades.
But it's not so easy to lock the position, because I understand that c takes d4, rook c2 wants to be the move, possibly. But let's say if white pushes d5, then there is an opportunity for black later on to move back with the knight wherever, let's say to f8, regroup the knight to a good location, and then f5 can be breaking out opportunity for black.
Yeah, I agree. It's not that easy, but I think they'll manage it. No, I'm being cheeky here.
They're two ambitious players. They'll find a way to open at least some lines, some squares for the pieces to jump to. But yeah,
I would take black.
You would take black? Okay. I would take white, so interesting.
And I say it's just even Stevens.
We're torn here. We're caught in two minds in the studio. Let's give Abdusatorov some time to think about which plan to pursue. Meanwhile, let's zoom out of this one and go elsewhere.
Shall we revisit the Gukesh Anish Giri game? That one has gone into the endgame, as we saw. But it's an interesting endgame, you know, with the pawn majorities on different sides of the board. And again, who is better here? It's very difficult to tell.
Yeah, this one hasn't changed too much, apart from the fact that black has indeed created a passed e-pawn, as Judith predicted. This e-pawn currently under fire, but also one set of rooks off the board. And let's just jump in to show what's happened, what's changed in the last 3 or 4 moves. So after white played bishop a5, black did indeed strike with g5 a few turns ago, as Judith predicted, creating this passed pawn. We saw a trade of pawns. White's rook centralized, very logical stuff. f5 as predicted as well, just cementing this knight. And knight to d6, saying that, okay, he's happy with all of the trades, all of the exchanges here. Gukesh, one set of rooks came off the board. Knight back to f6. Giri wants to keep pieces on, and rook e1 met by the tricky knight to d5. Now the idea, I guess, is rook takes e6, knight e3 check. And wherever the king goes, let's say d3, knight takes g2. Suddenly some knight forks in the air. Also the f-pawn is very quick to run. So this was dodged. And after knight d5, g3. So this pawn no longer under fire from the black knight. And e6 is hanging. Is this an issue for Giri? I don't immediately see how to defend this pawn comfortably.
Yeah, somehow it seems like white is more active, and the knight and the bishop stands very well for this open position. Rook stands very well, attacking the e6 pawn. So now black has to be smart somehow. Can he go f4, looking for counter chances?
Well, let's have a look, because this is the question. And it's quite a forcing idea as well, because I don't see anything other than eliminating that pawn on f4. Otherwise it will just push forward to f3 and become very strong. And then rook takes was the idea, right? And put a rook on f2 and give a check.
Actually, there are several ideas. I think bishop f4 is
okay, yeah,
something to think of, double attack. But also rook f4 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Lots of options.
It goes to simplification after rook e6, bishop h2.
Yeah, somehow I would still take white just because of the queenside majority, but it feels like it should be a draw.
You're still dreaming.
I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Sorry.
You almost carried it on there, Judith.
F4. Let's go. Before we break out into song, let's go back to the chess. F4 we are expecting, and I think Giri should pull the brakes now. Try and fizzle this one out before he can imagine that things get worse. Oh, nobody caught that. Okay, F4 we're expecting, and yeah, I think this one both sides have just played equally well.
Maybe bishop e3 is also something to think of. What do you think?
Okay, ambitious, playing for the win.
I don't know exactly whether it's playing for a win. It's just trying to find another alternative also for black. That could be also something that Anish is thinking of.
Yeah, and check out this stat from Rocketman Twitch. It says world number 1 is a poker player. Number 2 is a streamer. Number 3 is a fashion designer. I mean, do we have any professionals at the top 3?
Number 4 is a podcaster.
That's true.
Fabi. Yeah, it shows chess players, sometimes it's questioned, do they have other skills? You know, does chess translate to life? Clearly, it does.
Well, I think it means that chess is transforming as a sport. And, there are new opportunities and new things what the players like to try out.
Yeah, multitasking though. I don't know how they do it, keeping up such a high level despite pursuing other interests.
And is Anish number 5? Because he could be the tweeter. I don't think he is.
Oh, ding. It's number 5.
World champion.
World champion. And this is going on the live ratings according to how things stand as of this very moment. Of course, those standings could be shaken up. And meanwhile, we see Anish on the camera. He did play F4. We are expecting those simplifications. And maybe our streamer predicted it. Hikaru said very early on that this game might fizzle out towards a draw. It's heading in that direction, unless just barring a big mistake right now. Okay.
Oh.
Where to go next?
Some more stats. Number 5 is a lawyer. It's true. Number 6 is a Dota player.
I can tell you that.
Do we have any chess players around?
Number 60 is a commentator. That's yeah, it's multi-talented, these top guys. Okay, where to go next?
We haven't seen Mamedyrov's game for some time. Can we jump over there just to see what we can expect in this game? Because there were some simplification and black becomes somehow pretty active there.
Yeah, black has become very active. Wesley So, he's trying to defend this position. We thought it was a 2-result game. Suddenly, things have opened up, and the big question is, can white and should white take this bishop off the board? That's the main imbalance in the position right now, knight for bishop. Do you change that structure? It weakens the black king maybe, but might lower your winning chances if the queens ever disappear from the board. What do you think, Judith?
Well, I don't know. Before I was really happy for white's position because it seemed like white is pressing and white is more active. And now I don't feel this anymore because black has a very good setup for the rook on b8, queen on a5, supporting the b5 pawn, which wants to be pushed just at a second, I think, in the next move, and I don't see how it can be stopped. Only if maybe you go rook b1, but it's not something you really want to do.
I have a way to stop it. You go knight takes bishop, of course.
I know what you want.
Let's jump in.
And then it's very simple chess. But I think it could be quite effective. You put the rook on d7.
Exactly.
And okay, obviously you can't play b4 because pawn takes pawn, and oops, the queen on b2 is on a wonderful diagonal hitting at g7, so don't touch that one. And you know, I've sensed that the pawn on b5 could be potentially weak because you can't actually challenge the rook on d7 with any rook d8 because you do give up the pawn on b5.
Yes, this is the critical move, knight takes and rook d7. How strong is the rook on d7 will be? And how
you have to make it strong, right? Because you have to actually move the queen to d2 and then centralize.
But I think black has one option is, for example, to go queen b6 check.
Yes.
And then rook f8, rook f7. And the other one, maybe that's the best, it's better, instead of check, to go rook a8 immediately.
Okay.
After rook d7. Rook a8, threatening to exchange on a1. And once you go out with the king, where do you go with the king?
Let's say h2.
Well, only h2, because if h1, then rook a7, and then when takes queen b5, queen a1, and c3 captures.
But can you
Let's
just...
say I played queen d2 actually.
Yeah, queen d2, yeah.
And after rook a7?
Then we think again. Yeah, unfortunately, once black's protected the 7th rank, it's hard to imagine any breakthrough. A check, you simply hide. I wanted to play like a sneaky move like e5 and try to check you from this angle, but somehow it feels like the black queen should be able to cover. Maybe just a simple check. And queen to b1, just to cover this diagonal. It feels close for white somehow, but not close enough.
Queen d6.
Queen d6, queen f... Oh, I was going to say queen f5. I was...
f5, rook f8.
Rook f8, and I block maybe. Rooks coming off the board should lead to a draw.
Yeah.
Queens coming off the board should also lead to a draw.
You have king h1 on the board. What a prophylactical going out from that diagonal.
You know what he wants here? He wants a trick. If b4, he's going to take and hope you play queen takes, because then rook to d8 check, deflecting the black rook and winning a piece. It's a cheap trick, but a relevant trick maybe. Now, yeah, either rook takes rook will happen, or the black queen would drop. So, okay,
So
nice move.
What about b4? What is his plan?
Okay, and if I take, you take with rook takes. Okay.
Could you fiddle the move order just a little bit? So instead of pawn takes pawn, you could throw in I'm obsessed, knight takes bishop, and then pawn takes pawn.
Okay.
Takes anyway.
Yeah. Yes. and that's as far as I got.
Yeah.
And maybe there he would be trying queen c3.
Yeah.
Just to... Well, but I don't see what is the threat.
Rook d7 is not even a threat because of rook b1.
Yeah, let's say rook a4, just breaking the pin. White can keep the queens on, but it's not easy to break through. I might just come back. Maybe even c3 there. Just start pushing the pawn. Black's king will just hide safely on h7. This game should be fine for Wesley.
And just to kind of visualize a very happy ending for white, what would happen if it were a rook ending and white managed a miracle to win the c4 pawn?
Let's say a check. And let's pretend that black can't play rook a4 or rook a1 check and come behind. Let's say black just waits. This one's some winning chances, I do believe, because the e6 pawn is weak and isolated. If the e6 pawn was maybe back on f7, then should be a draw. But yeah, this is the dream scenario for white for Shaq right now. It's just hard to imagine Wesley blundering a pawn, and Wesley deep in thought. Judith, do you think he'll play b4 and just to simplify everything immediately?
Well, I think he will, because there is not much to play for with black in this position. So why not to simplify it?
Yeah, active defense tends to be the way. If the players can work out that there's nothing wrong with it, I think Wesley will go for this move. And yeah, b4, it looks like it equalizes. Hard to imagine white winning that game. Should we check out? Ooh, which one to go for? Maybe Magnus?
Yeah, because you guys mentioned the word simplify. And that is the game where things are fast simplifying, at least. The rooks have left the board. The a pawn has disappeared. Is Magnus going to grab the a2 pawn?
We predicted all of this, Judith, actually, up to this point, and
we were here before.
We've been here before, and Magnus. Okay, he doesn't go for one of the moves we were predicting. He doesn't recapture that pawn that he's just dropped. He doesn't take on a2 with the black bishop. Instead, he improves the black queen, hitting white's bishop on e3 and throwing the move back to white. Interesting. I didn't expect this one, I've got to say, but I like the look of it. He's just asking questions. He's asking White's pieces to maybe put themselves on clumsy squares. White has grabbed a pawn, of course, on a6, but now White's bishop's slightly vulnerable to some hits kind of with knight c5 here. The bishop immediately attacked. I like what Magnus has done as well, because with the queen on d8, he was likely running into rook c8, where the rooks would have come off the board as well. And if rooks had left, I think the winning chances for Magnus would have dwindled massively. So queen takes e3, how to guard against this? Do we move the bishop? Do we defend the bishop?
Can you still simplify?
Oof. Ivanka, that's cynical, but maybe good. Rook c8. Consistent, at least.
Well, but there might be something tactical, I think.
Right.
Rook c8 takes, knight c5, and the bishop can end up in trouble.
Yeah, let's jump in, because things are becoming very forcing, despite the fact that it is simplifying. Rook c8 just gets the rooks off the board, and Judith's pointing out take, knight c5. One more move, just queen anywhere, and this bishop is falling. Yeah, I could definitely see Ariane getting scared here. I would be scared here as White as well.
And knight d3 is a threat, knight b2, e3 bishop can be vulnerable. So this is something to look after with White, because there is no harmony between pieces right now. The c8 bishop is very much out of play.
That is very true, but I do feel like we have to be a little bit concrete here, and because after all, it is a pawn.
Look who's talking.
And the evaluation bar is like 50%.
You never let us down, Ivanka. That's true. We got to fight to the end. Anything for that one pawn advantage.
Aren't you suspicious that you have an extra pawn and the bar is still only...
But 50% against Magnus, I will take that.
And meanwhile, we have a different move, so not rook to c8 instead. If we go back, he's just played bishop d2, Ariane. So, okay, dodging. And maybe he wants to trade this way with rook e1. Maybe a slightly more harmonious way to do it. His bishop no longer trapped. Still a pawn up, Ivanka. Got to be happy here.
I am happy. I am very happy. But I do feel that the a2 pawn is living a charmed life.
Yeah, this pawn can be whipped off the board if Magnus wants.
But what about chopping that pawn with playing rook a8 and with the rook?
And then rook c8.
That would be losing. Takes and queen c5.
Yeah, I was joking. It's just a bad move. Maybe we put this on the board. Actually, it's quite a relevant one. Wow.
On the board, rook a8.
Rook a8 just played, and here I was blundering with rook to c8. Let's show this. If Ariane gets too kind of too simplistic, then rook c8 loses a piece to queen c5, double attack. And not just a double attack. If the white bishop takes this black knight, then skewer. So, okay, rook a8 from Magnus. How to deal with this?
Well, in the last several moves, I think Black took over the initiative a bit. I'm not saying Black is better, but having the bishop centralized and it's on d5, it gives a lot of hopes and comfortable position for Black, especially if Black will be able to capture on a2 with the rook. So there are some inconvenience for White.
Yeah. I mean, for example, if I retreat the whole way back, let's run away with the bishop, because I'm a scaredy cat, nice and safe. Rook takes pawn. Let's say I play a move like bishop c3. How bad can this be for White? I don't know, this rook on a2 is a bit stuck if the b2 pawn is well defended.
I think that's the perfect way, actually, to play the position, because otherwise White's king could be shaky. Bishop f1. I like it, and then bishop c3, just reinforce the loose piece on d4.
Yeah, if Black could get one more move, maybe knight c5, knight a4, try and chop off this bishop on c3. If you get the bishop pair, you're probably just winning on the dart squares.
Well, probably you want to go back rook e1, and also knight b5 can be interesting to eliminate the black square bishop, which is usually can give some unpleasant thoughts if bishop e5, h4 controlling the black square. But probably that will be not allowed for Magnus.
Yeah, I love that move actually. Knight b5, Judith there. Just yeah, trading off Black's best minor piece potentially. Yeah, the more pieces that leave the board, the closer White gets to safety. But Magnus having the fun? Do you think Ariane might get a bit nervous in this position after rook a8?
Potentially. You know, we do talk about the Magnus effect and how people just act like they're caught in the spotlights and they just can't think. But I do feel that Ariane has 43 minutes to navigate the complications, and he will be able to do it. He's an excellent player. I mean, I don't feel that his score really reflects the level of his play.
No, agreed. And Ariane on his day is extremely strong, extremely tenacious, tactically sharp. And this is the type of position where can't go that wrong unless you do blunder tactically, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure I can say that I like the move bishop b5, because unless there is something very concrete, the bishop, I think, stands better, as you suggested, David, with bishop f1. It's just simply much more safer. It's guarding the back rank. And on b5, it can get also in trouble sometimes.
Yeah, and it's taken away your knight b5 resource for later on. The bishop standing on a square the white knight might want to use. So now it feels like bishop c3, just cling on, hold all the squares, and the game continues.
And I found it super interesting when we had Maurice Ashley in the studio. He was talking about looking at those connection points, you know, like you would look at the knight on d4 and the bishop on b5, and so you would hone in on like squares like c5 and b4 just as targets.
Yeah, let's use different colours there. I'm using red too much on the board, so c5, b4. Maybe if the queen ever lands on these squares safely, the pieces could get attacked. And yeah, it does feel a bit loose, these pieces here, especially the knight and bishop. It feels like they're hanging in the air slightly, defended by the white queen right now, but yeah, tactics will maybe happen later on.
You know, I see some crazy idea I'm going to share with you. I don't think it's good, but it's funny.
Crazy is always good, Judith.
Yeah. You can count on me on that one. Your bishop c3. For example, there might be an idea to play bishop h6.
Okay.
And rook e1 to go rook a1.
Whoa. Rook a1. You're trying to lure me away. And bishop e3 would be a direct
I'm not
hit.
sure at all that it works. Bishop e3 and after rook a8.
Oh, rook a8 is covered.
Rook a8 is covered.
Yeah, I'm defending this square, so no checks on the back rank. But why is this winning for white?
Maybe it's just too many pieces if you go rook a7.
Rook a7.
Yeah.
Pinning.
So the b5 bishop is great.
Ariane's seen this all in advance, just to show this position. Black is up a queen for rook and bishop, but this pin will most likely nab the black knight.
And we have bishop c3 on the board, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, this would be easy to blunder or misevaluate.
Yeah, but you don't want to move away your bishop from g7, unless really there is some concrete good stuff.
Yeah, so you think after bishop c3, bishop h6 won't appear on the board?
No. But a nice idea. And okay, well, that is looking like it's a very fighting game with Magnus piling on the pressure. But we have had a new confessional from our man on the ground, Hikaru Nakamura. So let's go there and see what he has to say about his own game.
Well, hello everyone, welcome back. So I think that my game's gotten a little bit messy. I'll just cut right to the chase. I think that probably this whole opening was fairly balanced. I think objectively I probably should have taken on f6 with the bishop in retrospect and not the pawn. But due to the time situation and just the general piece placement, I kind of want to keep the game going, or so I thought. I have a feeling I might be a little bit worse here now, because I've trying to play on the board and on the clock and everything else and try to go for glory. Still very complicated though, but I have a feeling that I'm slightly worse if he plays this precisely. That being said, of course, it's very much headed towards slotfest, as I like to call it, towards the end of the game. I mean, I think we're both, I'm still up about 17, 18 minutes, nearly 20 minutes, but it's getting to the point where moves are going to start happening a little bit quicker. And I think I've done something wrong, but still, if I can get this knight to d6 and e4, maybe b5, I think I'm probably completely fine. And then it's going to come down to whether he can maneuver a knight to this d3 and then c5 square. No longer has the b3 square because that's what the pawn at a4 stops. But the pawn at a4 could also be a weakness depending. So it's still very, very choppy, very, very hard to judge what's going on. I mean, I think what I'm aiming for is to go bishop f8, knight d6, then put a knight on b5 if I can, or on e4. And if he has to trade his bishop for my knight, I mean, if I get the two bishops, it's hard to believe it can be all that scary. But I have a feeling in this current moment, there's like the next move or two, there's probably some advantage for white, something that I've allowed him to do. I don't see it, of course, so obviously I think I'm okay. But I feel like if he's able to find some next level moves, it could be kind of unpleasant for me. If he's not able to find something, I have a feeling that I'll be able to untangle and just end up a little bit better as we head into the home stretch. But still, very, very, very unclear. And I would say that overall, I'm definitely less happy than I was half hour to 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, Hikaru there telling us that he's unhappy with his position and saying that he feels like he's slightly worse. He's regretting capturing that pawn on f6 with the pawn and instead thinking about the time that's gone before and thinking, well, he should have played bishop takes f6 and kept those dynamic possibilities alive. Do we agree with Hikaru's pessimism?
Well, I completely understand why he has this feeling, because white has this pawn structure having the pawn on a3 defending the b4. So white really improved his position quite a bit from the knight a3. It's on e3. It's still not the perfect optimal place for the knight, because what Hikaru was explaining also, that this is the question whether white will be reaching out to d3 with one of the knights and reaching to c5. So that makes the difference for the outcome of the game, whether one of the knights can really reach the destination of c5. But we could see that Hikaru was not happy. He was only talking about his game, which also meant that he starts to be engaged with his game only, maybe, and not really following the others what they are doing. But yeah, white has a very nice position, I believe.
Yeah, and the other point Hikaru mentioned pertains to this exact moment, and I guess the key decision for Alireza is to take or not to take. And my first instinct here was not to take, but the more I think about it, actually maybe knights are just superior to bishops, because the center is blocked, the queen side is blocked, and knights do thrive in these kind of blocked, locked structures. Black's bishops will take a long, long time to have any real influence in the game, whereas at the moment, this black knight especially, he also mentioned the maneuver of planting it on b5. This would maybe solve a lot of black's issues long term. And okay, Firouzja, he's made a move. He's taken that knight off the board. Do we approve?
I approve, because I can visualize the future with a white knight on c5, and I don't see how white is just simply not slightly better. I don't want to say better, because I do feel that black has got good resources, but it's good.
Yeah.
Well, he's going on the safe side, I must say, that he wants to squeeze Hikaru. His knight on e3 covers the f5 square, so after he's doubling on c2, black is not able to regroup his bishop f5 to e4, which is important. The black bishop on g7 does not have a good power in this game anymore, because black cannot play f5 because the e5 square would be weakened. And pretty much the idea for white is to tie the d6 rook to the c6 pawn. So after rook c2, white wants to go, I believe, knight e1, and really straightforward with a direct flight to go knight d3 and knight c5.
Yeah, almost unstoppable now, this plan. So Nakamura needs to arrange his pieces. He knows the knight is landing on c5 within 3 or 4 moves. So he's got 3 or 4 moves to kind of set up his army in anticipation.
Yeah. Well, there's one way to deal with that threat, is that you could put pressure on the d4 pawn. So
yes, but I think white can also make extra moves before going with the knight to d3, because white can go rook c2. Also, it can occupy with the rook the c5 square, rook to c5, and then play queen c2. And that would be an incredible, powerful battery there, because the queen from c2 puts pressure on the c6 and on the a4 pawn, and maybe only after that the white knight will be taking its journey.
Yeah, the more I look at it, it feels like one-way traffic, or it sounds like one-way traffic, the way we're framing this. How does black set up those defenses then? How do we think Nakamura is going to get ready for all of those plans? I mean, does he have any way of creating counterplay on the king side?
I was just looking at that. I was thinking, well, maybe the Problem is that the A8 rook is tied to the defense of the A4 pawn, and the rook on D6 doesn't present a pretty picture either. So and somehow you kind of want to go pushing with the pawns, but 2 pawns by themselves are not a scary impression. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure Hikaru has the means to initiate that kingside attack.
I have the feeling that maybe black should be playing bishop h6 and optionally eliminate the e3 knight in order to have an activation option for the bishop on f5 to e4.
Yeah, looks definitely possible, but I don't know, bishop pairs, it takes a lot of kind of mental control to give up one of them.
For you,
for
you
me,
can't give up the bishop.
I wouldn't be physically incapable. I think I would, my hand would just never allow me to chop off this knight on e3. But of course Hikaru will play the position if that's the best way. If that's the only way, then he'll play it. Yeah, it feels like as well this bishop wants to be sitting on the square that the rook is occupying, but I don't think you have enough time to kind of shuffle around and kind of repurpose your rook and relocate the bishop on d6. Yeah, I do now understand why Hikaru was so, or at least why he sounded so worried in the confessional. Momentum looks to be on white side. It went from easy to play with black to very straightforward for white now.
And it's much easier to play it with white, I believe, because white is the one who is going to put pressure on black's pawns. I mean, rook c2, it's very obvious that it's going to be there. And of course, rook e2 has double idea, not only rook c2, but immediately making space for the knight to e1 and d3.
Yeah. Oof. Hikaru, he mentioned as well he had a small time advantage, but that has disappeared mostly. It's down to around a 5-minute difference between the two players now as we approach that crunch time, the critical phase of the game that he mentioned. Still 18 moves to make before they get to the time control. This one is going to be a scramble.
It certainly is, and we always have to mention that Norway Chess is a very unique time format, which basically means the players are playing without increment until they reach past move 40, and then they will only get a 10-second increment per move, which means that once the time scramble hits, you don't get out of it. You're stuck there for life. And I mean, this is me, Mrs. Optimism. Anyhow, but I mean, certainly, I mean, if the action starts to hit around those time controls, you know, move 40 or something, then we are going to see a lot of mistakes being made, and someone is going to crack.
Yeah, and at this very moment, it feels like it's easier to crack as black. That's the issue. So, okay, let's leave Hikaru to ponder what to do next. I don't envy him this choice. Things are changing elsewhere. The game between Mamedyarov and Wesley So has pretty much gone along the lines that we predicted. Likewise with Gukesh and Giri, where pieces just flying off the board. Maybe we'll see a result there in the near future.
But I was wrong. If you take a look at the game between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana, I was like, yeah, you know, 16 pawns will be on the board. They'll find a way to keep it on, and it'll be a long maneuvering game. We'll just finish in a draw. Well, I was completely wrong. I held up my hands and say that a set of pawns have left the board, and white does have the makings of some counterplay on the D line.
Yeah, let's just jump into that game. We see the players on the camera here. Abdusattorov with white. His last move looks very logical. He's just dropped back with the white queen, but we can see with this graphic on the board, a cross, a red cross, not approving of that move, a missed opportunity that means. And not finding the key idea. Maybe there was something better. Maybe there was something more direct for Abdusattorov. This game looks roughly balanced, very blocked still. And I'm wondering what he could have played, what he should have played instead.
Okay, well, I was naughty and I peeked, and the engine is simply saying D5.
Okay, that is a difficult move to play for a human. Let's just jump in and show that point. D5 on the last move, Judith.
Well, especially after doubling the rooks on the D file, D5 seems to be not a logical move, to say the least.
Yeah, what could the idea be here? It looks like you're simply blocking things up. Black can jump either back with the knight or maybe even forward. Let's say Knight to f4.
Should we believe to engines?
That's
play d5 in such a position?
That's what I'm thinking, you know. I'm thinking that the engine is just kind of... It's one of these bugs that engines have, that, you know, when one plays d5, grab space, it's like, I love it. You're doing beautifully. But in reality, I mean, how wonderful is this position? So, for instance, after knight takes or bishop takes, knight...
Oh, it's not knight takes knight.
Yeah, hang on. Knight f4, it is bishop takes knight. That's
Bishop
what it's
takes.
got.
Let's say black recaptures. Yeah, it's puzzling to me because I think the old stereotype 20 years ago would have been, okay, block position, don't trust the computer ever. 10 years ago, sometimes trust the computer in block positions. Now it's like, okay, computers always know best, no matter the structure. But here it does seem to be...
Yeah, it's basically
very odd.
saying pawn grab on with queen to b6.
Ah, wow. Okay. So just ignoring all strategic factors, just going for a simple pawn on a6.
But even then, this feels very inhuman to allow it.
Yeah, I mean, for example, if black plays a move like rook to b8, you're happy to just park your queen on a6, pawn up. You're trapped for now, but...
hc8?
Yeah, exactly.
Go rook c1?
Yeah, I guess just rook c1, and there's no way to actually trap Her Majesty over on a6 here. Rook c1 for white. But you can see from a human point of view why this would, firstly, not even be on the radar, but secondly, be hard to evaluate with the white queen sidelined.
Yes, but don't forget that after d5, there is also another idea just to move back with the knight to f8, for example.
Yeah, knight on f8, there is no mate. Knight on f8, yeah, just coming round. It's puzzling, I must admit, why the engine loves white so much here. But, okay, let's jump back to the game. Let's head back to reality, and we see rook h8 was met by queen e1. A bit of a miss maybe objectively, but rook c4, the last move now on the board.
Well, black wants to make sure that after d takes e5, d takes e5, the b4 pawn is under attack. So after rook d7, black can capture that pawn.
Yeah, rook d7, and this pawn will fall. So, okay, this is the current game position. What to do about this threat? Often it is just attacked anyway. Still, you've got to be careful when you take it as black. Indirectly, the queen might defend b4. What are your eyes drawn to here, Jovanka, Judith? What moves come to mind? It's not obvious for me.
Well, rook b4 is a threat, so rook d3 seems to be the most logical.
Yeah.
Defending the b4 and keeping the option to open up the position. And also maybe knight c3 at some point.
Yeah, I was also drawn to that simple idea, but I must admit my eyes were swayed by more complicated ideas of such as knight c1, to try to like use tactics so that the rook does take... Oh, the bar didn't hate it.
No.
So my idea was after rook takes pawn to capture on e5. I'm such a one-trick pony, and then like rook d7.
Rook d6.
Yes.
Nice. Cutting the coordination between the queen and rook. So now white's queen is attacking this rook, and if that rook moves, rook takes knight, wins due to the pin on the 7th rank. Cannot allow the opponent to get so active. Yeah, maybe knight c1, and the knight, I guess, would be headed around, maybe b3 or d3.
I hadn't got that far. I was just working out what happened after knight c1, and that was it.
Maybe black should be playing doubling the rook on the c file in that case.
Yeah. For example, knight c1, rook h c8, and the game goes on. Yeah, black's very active with his rooks. It's just about whether white can compensate for that now. Okay. Still super tense, just as tense as when we left it a bit earlier on, despite the fact the c file has opened. And earlier you said, black, Judith, you were taking Fabi's position still?
Pivot.
I'm okay with it.
I'm pivoting completely. I'm liking white's position, actually. And the more I'm looking at my move, knight c1, the more I'm kind of liking it, because I'm thinking, well, the knight can actually reroute itself after, like, to knight d3, and then you can plop something on c5. Yeah. Obviously, you'd have to initiate some trades in the center first.
Yeah, and then eventually the white knight might get to the c5 square, the destination. Takes a few moves, but definitely possible, and Fabi gets up from the board. Let's leave Abdusatorov to think about this one, and just because there's some action, at least temporarily, before the game fizzles out. Should we go to Gukesh against Anish Giri?
Yes, there's a pawn up for white, as far as I see that.
Yeah.
Maybe not for long, but let's see what Anish has in mind in counter chances.
Anish has given up a pawn. I've been talking about white's queenside majority for the last 3 hours. Finally, there's 2 passed pawns, but is it enough? That's the question for Gukesh. And Giri wouldn't give up a pawn unless he'd worked it all out, right? Minimal material left on this board. Few pieces. White's pieces as well. Very far from the black g-pawn that's running.
But the king can do the chasing of that g-pawn, right? So if you were to play some random move like b3, or maybe even bishop.
b4.
Yeah, b4. Now that the bishop, I spot that the bishop can go to b6.
Just start running with the white pawns.
Yeah. Okay,
He's reaching
for it. b3.
Ooh. Why not b4?
Well, maybe he wants to bring back the bishop, or leaves the option to come back to e1 after g3, king e3. He wants to go king f3 and possibly go bishop e1 later.
Or maybe he forgot the pawns can move 2 squares on their first go. Yeah, maybe it's not the stage of it's not quite at a kind of breakneck speed race yet. You don't need to rush with your pawns forward. Maybe it's the white a pawn that he wants to push later on. But Anish, okay, how is he going to justify giving up that extra pawn? The good thing for him is, as black, if he gives up the bishop for white's 2 remaining pawns, or the knight for white's 2 remaining pawns, it will be a draw. But yeah, that's a big if. Okay, should we jump in with some variations?
Yeah, let's see, because it is getting very interesting. If white can stop the g-pawn, then after all, we can deny white has an extra pawn and 2 passed pawns.
Yeah, so we think black's play here, the counterplay is predicated on this g-pawn running forward. Let's say g3. And, okay, which moves?
Well, king e2 or king e3, but for some reason, I don't know, I'm happy to go king e3.
Okay, onto dark square.
Ooh.
Yeah, king e2 is more logical, I understand.
But, yeah, still the same path towards this pawn. Yeah, I was, just to show a nasty trick, I could play bishop d4 check. It doesn't do anything. You won't take me, of course. You won't allow me to run through to glory. But just to show deflection tactics sometimes work. But king f3, and you maybe corral this pawn, maybe even win this pawn and win the game. Yeah, and we saw the evaluation bar. It did react after this g3 move, which in analysis you want to play first of all. But g3 may be a big mistake.
Maybe you have to bring your king simply to come king f7, king e6, king d5.
Okay. Centralization over everything. King f7. Yeah. Okay, I like that featured chat. I think it's linking to Doctor Strange, the Marvel movie there, but showing my nerd side. King f7, bishop e1, Judith, or bishop b6. Which diagonal do you want to occupy with the white bishop?
I don't know, white should be going for a4, right? a4 and then grouping the bishop.
What about also about activating the knight? Just, you know.
d5.
Exactly.
C5. Killing the plan of king
after
e6.
That, g3.
Now don't play king e3 because my tactic works.
Exactly.
Yes.
King e3, I will check you.
But the problem is that g2 is next.
Yeah.
After king e2.
Yeah, g2, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, okay, this will just end in a draw after a bishop check. And not enough material left. Even without the white pawns, this is a simple draw. So we can't go knight c5. Can't get these pieces back into the game. How do we try at least? a4, bishop move. I'm really attracted to moving the bishop.
Bishop e1, yeah.
I just don't know why. Just instinct, bishop e1.
King e6.
King e6. Now at least I can give a check, but...
I'm happy if I make e5 square.
You're happy. Maybe you're happy either way. King d5, and suddenly, yeah, if I could just get back to e4 or some central square with the white knight, I'd be loving life. But there we go. Anish, following your prediction, Judith. Yeah, when in doubt, bring the king. Good endgame kind of motto to have. Anish following that wisdom.
Yeah, and I think it's the perfect time to take a break, to rest, and get yourself a cup of coffee because more action is in store. And there we can see the tension building up in the game between Gukesh and Anish. Anish is down a pawn and he needs to justify that quickly. And anyhow, we're going to take a break and we will see you shortly in a few minutes.
I have 3 puzzles here.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be much easier than this. Okay. I
Good.
have the warm up.
Yep, 10 seconds.
I did see this one, but
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously bishop d2, king a5, rook a3, bishop a4, queen takes b7.
Ooh, it is not.
It's not.
I'll give you a second try.
Really?
And also 5 seconds if you want to look at the boarding.
No, I don't need to. I didn't. Because there's a rook g3 trick that I missed. This is true. Okay, just give me one second. Let me think about this. Yeah, I'm not gonna get it without actually thinking. So you can just tell me what it is.
Okay, it is queen to f3 first.
Okay. Yeah, I would have had to think for like a couple of minutes to get that. That's actually pretty tricky.
Yeah, I think I found it in bishop d2.
It is not bishop d2.
Okay, let me try again. I know the position is...
okay. This one is going to be more difficult, of course. So I'm thinking about queen f3 right now. I'm not sure. Bishop takes and only then bishop d2, so that there is no rook g3. Yeah, okay, I would stay with queen f3 in the first move, and after bishop takes f3, bishop d2 is for sure the main line and the beautiful one.
Yeah. You're nailing this one.
Okay. I think this one I have. I think it's probably queen g3 first and then bishop d2. Because in bishop d2 there is rook g3. So I think queen g3 at g or queen f3 bishop d2. Let me think. Oh, queen f3 may be better because then I just deflect the bishop as well. Yeah, queen f3, bishop f3, bishop d2. Yes, that's the one.
Perfect. Yeah, queen f3 was the correct move. Yeah.
I guess bishop d2, king a5, rook a3 check.
Unfortunately, bishop d2 doesn't work because of rook to g3.
Ah, rook g3. So queen f3 first.
Yes.
Okay.
Queen f3 first.
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah.
Perfect.
So is that queen takes e2 either?
Nope.
That's not mate.
Not quite. It is a queen move.
Oh, it's a queen move?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, queen f3?
Yeah, it's queen f3.
Queen to f3, bishop takes f3, bishop d2. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, queen f3.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodirbek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamadyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome back, and we are brewing up nicely for some chess excitement. And for those viewers who've just joined us, I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's a great pleasure being here in the studio, calling all the action alongside the magnificent grandmasters Judith Polgar and David Howell. And it's been a cagey start so far, and it's looking like for the first time there might be 5 Armageddons on the cards.
It's possible.
Yeah, indeed.
And that's the thing, it's no boring games at all. It's just feels like everyone's playing equally well at this point. Everyone's warmed up, it's the second half of the tournament, and even when we think some imbalances are existing in the position, it feels like their opponents are having all the answers. But of course, it's still early in the round. We could still see some surprises in the time scrambles. And okay, where do we think the draws are most likely to happen in the near future?
I have a suspicion that the game between Shak Mamadyarov and Wesley So could be fizzling out quite soon. But I just feel that this is because there's so much dynamic potential with the queens and rooks on the board that they will have to initiate those trades to keep the game alive.
Yeah, let's jump in there as Wesley So is pondering over his move. We mentioned earlier that the white knight was likely to take the black bishop at some point. Black has clarified the situation on the queen side with the passed c-pawn. So if the queens ever come off, a draw, very likely. If the rooks come off, a draw, very likely. And okay, can this game continue? I'm looking at moves like queen to b1, maybe. I'm not sure what it does, just to hint at some checks from behind. Who's playing for the win, if anyone?
Well, queen b1 I like pretty much. I think it's a very nice idea. But somehow I have the feeling that Mamadyarov is not thinking about the draw right now. He really wants to get somehow, in some way or another, capture the pawn on c4 after exchanging the queens, because actually there are some funny ideas here. For example, rook c2 would be something to think of, but that would be a blunder because rook d8 check, and black cannot go to h7 because queen c2 goes with the check. Black has to go king f7, and that seems to be extremely dangerous. Rook queen d7, rook g8, and it's mate. But there's another option. For example, if black would be pushing c3 with similar idea, then also rook d8 and then queen d3 check would be there. So there are some funny things going on, and the black king is much more vulnerable, I believe, than the white one. And maybe white wants to play king g3 and start a journey to h4, h5 one day, if white gets very romantic there. Or even after rook d4, because it was just played 2 moves ago or 1 move ago, maybe rook wants to go relocate itself to g4 and make pressure there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're talking me into loving white's position, Judith. Suddenly it sounds so logical. White is going to win this game.
And I just want to thank you also for mentioning the king walk, because that
I love
idea
king walks.
did cross my mind.
Yeah, it's one of the most beautiful romantic things in chess because it's so unexpected. The king walk happens so rarely in one's career that you can advance with your king with queen still remaining. So yeah, I'm very attracted to queen b1 just to kind of cover this long diagonal and just hoping that the black king can park itself on h7, find a safe haven there. But maybe there's choices, maybe there are alternatives.
Do you know something I've noticed, David? You're an expert at spoiling the fun.
Oh.
Queen b1, park the king on h7. There's no trouble whatsoever.
Yeah, and actually, when I did this chessable course with Magnus, in the introduction, he was like, okay, beloved commentator, but hated opponent, because that's all I try to do. I don't even think about my own plans. I just want to stop the opponents. And that's no fun for anyone. But Queen b1 covering this diagonal. Yeah, but then again, you do have to consider rook g4, as you said, Judith. Suddenly some counterplay there, maybe. Some tactics in the air.
Yeah, but maybe after queen b1, if we can look at that move, queen b1, let's say rook g4. But I'm afraid that it's not going anywhere for white, because maybe black can even play c3, because if white takes on h6, for example, would be a mistake, because rook h1 and queen e1 is there. And
yeah,
that's
that would
problem.
be a trouble.
Yep, no good king walk here because you've been skewered. So yeah, maybe after queen b1, what else could white try? Is there a threat? Because sometimes you can get greedy and go pawn hunting. I'm not sure if that's one of these cases. Maybe the c pawn just too strong here, too quick.
What about playing rook f4?
And what's the idea if I...
The idea is to go queen d8 and rook f8.
Okay. Someone's mating someone.
And eventually I can take my king tour.
And okay. If I give a check?
I'm not sure though, because you're not going to give a check on e1.
You
but
can give a check on g6.
Wow.
But where's your next check?
Well, the problem is king h4, you go queen g5 and you win the game.
Oof. Yeah, you do have a good check.
Small problem.
One move, and you're just in time to promote your pawn as black. Yeah, so in the position like this, instead of king h4, white, I guess, would just retreat with the king. And
I give you another idea. After queen b1, what if I go rook e4?
Okay, queen b1, rook e4.
Yeah.
Nice, cutting
I'm
the
cutting
diagonal.
everything, you know, because you cannot give a check on g6 nor on e1.
Ah, clever. But maybe you need the rook to attack me if I advance.
It comes later, but I need my queen better right now, I think. Queen check? No, queen d7.
Queen d7. Ooh, pawn hunting.
But you can defend this, right?
Or queen d6. Maybe queen d6 was better.
Aha. And then your idea is to go rook to g4 now.
Queen d6. And then when you're going to play queen a2 or queen b3, then the d3 square will be important.
My other question is, can I just ignore your attacks?
You want to ignore my attack?
I don't want to.
But isn't queen d7 like more... Because then you can line up with rook g4.
But don't worry, let's take his pawn on e6.
Okay.
No.
I'll give it to you.
No.
Okay.
c2, we take on e6, we take pawns.
Yeah.
That will not stop us.
But Judith, the c2 pawn is terrifying me.
What's the problem with it? It's just a queen. Soon. Queen c8. Queen c8.
Okay. Check. I have to move.
Queen f5 check.
Okay, I will retreat.
And I go rook d4, rook a4.
Rook a4. Okay. And now...
But I can go to rook g4 is not working. Well, I may even play e6. That would be too much.
Wow.
e6, e7.
Check. And apparently this isn't working, but let's...
Probably that would be exaggerating.
Let's check it out. White's one move away from promotion, but... must
Queen
be
e1. Queen e1.
Oh, Queen e1 is the cold-blooded approach, the cold-blooded killer, but now White's winning.
King g4.
And not that square. The king marches in via g6, and White's doing the checkmating. We found a way.
Coming soon to a chess arena near you. This position.
And
that's quite wonderful, actually.
Maybe we wrote it off too soon. Commentator's curse. This one's still full of life, if the players want to fight it out.
And Mamedyarov is playing with the white pieces.
Yeah, true.
It doubles the chance that something will happen.
But
What's the point?
And what about the clock situation, though? You know, both players, I mean, Mamedyarov is 24 minutes, Wesley 20 minutes. Does that inspire them to kind of continue the game?
I have a feeling Wesley would love to get out of this game with a draw. Just the way it's been going, it's always Black been reacting on the back foot, kind of having to find the accurate moves to survive. I think you're right, Judith. It's Mamedyarov who wants to press maybe on the board and the clock and at least set a few problems if possible. Already Queen B1, I mean, it's the first move that came to my mind, but maybe there are other more forcing ways.
Queen B1.
Okay, on the board.
On the board. And now let's see what Shaq has in store for us.
I think either he'll choose a move like Rook E4 where it's kind of really fighting. White wasn't risking anything there. There was always a perpetual check, as you showed. Yeah, either he'll go for something like that and we'll see fire, or yeah, there must be a way to lock it down as well, to force the draw immediately, but not his style. Shaq right now. I want to see Rook E4. I want to see a king march. I want to see something.
I have a question. What if I go Queen A5?
Let's jump in. Queen A5. You have a...
Queen A5. Are you going to give it check and Rook E1? Queen E1 simplification, right?
Ooh. That's a very Wesley type of thing to do, maybe. Check, forcing the queens off, and yeah, if you could win the C4 pawn without dropping E5, great winning chances, but here E5 is just falling.
Absolutely.
So this would force the draw. That makes me think that actually maybe this is a threat, Rook H1, or at least in terms of drawing Rook H1 followed by Queen E1 check. So the only way to prevent that is to kind of block with your rook, or maybe step forward first with your king.
But I think it takes nerves of steel to go Rook E4. And when the pawn goes C3, you just go, it's the E pawn I want.
Yeah, nerves of steel, but...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, or D6, yeah. But the thing here is just the point that here C2, okay, we showed a line that was winning for black, then winning for white and turned around. But at the very minimum, white can always force a draw here if you really need to. So you might as well go down this line, not risk anything, scare the opponent, and you can bail out if necessary.
That is true.
Yeah, the top players, they love having that safety net, if possible.
At the same time, they don't like it when the pawns are on C2. But
I don't think anybody likes it when the pawns are running like this.
Okay, can we change to other game? Because there are so many actions happening.
Shall we revisit the game between Arian Tari and Magnus Carlsen? Because we kind of mentioned the word simplification here, and some simplifications have happened, but I'm not really sure. I do feel that Magnus can do his usual of working some magic and extracting a victory from a position which is objectively equal. And the reason I'm saying this is because I'm a bit worried about Arian's pawn structure there on the king side.
Yeah, there's a few holes around the white king. I'm looking at the G3 square. The white H pawn lacks protection. With queens off the board, you would feel very confident about drawing this one, but I'm also having flashbacks because I had this exact material configuration against Magnus just a few months ago, except I had my pawn back in F2 and I managed to draw that one. It was actually A pawns instead of B pawns, but everything else pretty much the same, identical. And that one I drew confidently, but with a pawn on F3, it's a totally different ball game, Judith.
Well, if we can jump into what are the options for black, I would suggest strongly to play Rook A4 for black, immediately attacking the H4 pawn. And you're absolutely right, David, that having the pawn on F3 gives a completely different touch to the game, because G3 protecting the H4 is not possible. And I'm even thinking about black exchanging the queens time to time. Maybe if black can just exchange the queen, have the rook on B4, it could be some unpleasant threat on both ends to protect the attack the H4. Yeah, for example, Queen D4.
The
so
bar
I'm not
dropped,
sure.
But
Maybe Queen G3 is strong, or
feels
maybe
like
Queen C5 first and Queen F2.
Yeah. Whoops. This is one of the pitfalls that could happen to white due to the weakness on the dark squares that we pointed out, attacking this pawn and attacking the rook. Winning.
At the same time, right now, Magnus is thinking what are the strategies he can come up with, because he's going down in time and he has 8 minutes behind on clock. He has only 15 minutes. So he must decide what he's going to be doing in the next moves.
Yeah, just to show your other point, Judith, let's just make a couple of random moves, but if the queens do come off the board, this position's still unpleasant, especially if the black king activates to F6, and especially if you get one more move and put the rook on b4, as you mentioned. Maybe here white is able to save the day with a move like rook e4, but it's very tempo
or
dependent.
g3 and rook b4, rook e2, and you're kind of holding it.
Yeah, just about. Still not fun, but at least solid for white. So yeah, Magnus in the current position in the game. Lots of tempting options, I've got to say. You don't need to rush necessarily with the rook a4, but I like it. Just asking immediate questions of this white h-pawn. Yeah, I'm also looking at moves like king h7, just get slightly safer.
That's a nice move, waiting move, waiting your opponent to decide what is his plan, how does he want to recover rook e4 and controlling the force rank, for example. But then the rook a1 is possible. So,
but would you have time to tuck your king into the corner? Because we saw earlier some lines where white plays the desired queen f6 and black relies very much on this tactical ideas.
Yeah, maybe there's
maybe
some urgency. Yeah, it does feel like rook a4 is a very Magnus type of move, just probing, just asking a question. The clock times, though, actually in Ariane's favour. Magnus 10 minutes down almost on the clock. Could that be relevant? It feels like Magnus needs to put the pressure on here and now, and with 10 minutes to go before they get increment, 14 minutes isn't the most. We saw it against Anish, just one careless move, and suddenly it was pretty much equal, and the game fizzled out. We saw it in actually other games from Magnus this tournament.
Yeah.
A bit slower than usual.
It is slower than usual, and as always, I'm going to remind everyone of the time control because it's very unique to Norway Chess. Once the players reach move 40, they will not be getting any added time. It will just be simply a 10-second increment per move. So they will not get that time to work out all the complexities of their position. They will just have to play on instinct, basically.
Yeah, and I just want to point out the rook e4 move from Mamadjarov is on the board, Judith. You predicted it. You are a prophet. Shakriar playing for the win.
I know Mamadjarov. I was playing with him quite a few times in my career. He's looking for chances and creating chances.
How did those games go? I just imagine fire on the board.
Oh, we had a long, great fight. The first game I played against him, it was very unfortunate for him. But at the time, the Azerbaijan team was a real teenage, fantastic team. It was very similar to the Indian two team, which they played with in Chennai. They were like incredible lineup with Rajabov and those top guys, 15, 16 years old. And he played open Ryan Lopez, and he just walked into my home preparation.
Do you know, he actually told me about that game. He said before that game, he was really old school, and he was like, I'm not going to use the computers. I don't need a computer. I just need to use this thing, and I will use books. And he would literally lug loads of books with him to tournaments and to work or whatever. And so he prepared for you using a book. And you just wiped him off the board. And after that, he goes, okay, I understand. I will never use a book again.
And 20 years later, he's still playing the Open Spanish.
Yes.
And now it's his main repertoire, and he knows what to do up to move 30.
Yeah. Actually, it was a fun game with the way I won. But it was, I'm sure it was memorable for him too from the other end.
He owes you a debt there, I think, the amount he learnt from that one. And okay, we see some moves between those two, still level, but okay, Mamadjarov fighting for the win. Okay, that game is actually getting spicy. Could we see a result there any moment? We also see another game between Gukesh and Giri that has simplified right down to the last few pieces, pawns.
Yes, and it's very interesting because if you think about it, if black could exchange the knight, give up the knight for the b pawn, that's a draw because the wrong color corner we have. But it's a challenge. How can black manage that one?
Yeah, you need the king in the corner over there on a8, and you need to give up the black knight for the b pawn. It's not so simple.
No, but I would be surprised if it's too difficult to reach that.
Yeah. The problem is the g pawn is such a distraction. It costs white at least 3 moves to go and win it with the white king, by which time the black king is already over on the queen side. And the black knight will have gained some tempi in the process as well.
Interesting, actually. So now that the position has less than 7 pieces on the board, chess has been solved. I hate to break it to you all. And we have something called a table base, where you can just simply check up and look at all the moves possible, and it will tell you whether it's a win, loss or draw. And here it says draw. The only thing that it says, white could lose if white puts the king and the bishop in an unfortunate configuration. So for instance, if you step the king to c3, that would not be good news, because the knight will come to e4 check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't walk into any knight forks. Don't accidentally block your bishop's protection of g1, and it should be a draw. But yeah, I wonder how narrow the path is. For example, let's just show a variation, Judith. Let's say the white king drops back to e2. This one actually.
It's a draw immediately because of knight e4 and knight c3.
Yeah.
Right.
Knight e4. Just to point out that black only has 6 moves that draw. 6 moves is enough. As long as you walk the king in this direction, it's a draw as well. But knight e4, as you mentioned, and knight to c3 check. And you win this pawn because the white bishop cannot take the knight due to promotion. But maybe let's try and show another instructive variation. Let's say knight e4 doesn't happen. Let's say white is given the time to... Okay, the bar's moving, still a draw. Let's say white is given the time to go and take this pawn. Unfortunately, sooner or later, knight d2 is probably not the right one. Knight c3.
c3 I would go.
Yeah, just something like this.
Yeah, knight c3, and if they go a4, oh yes.
But white would not go a4, he would go a3 only.
I know, I was just trying to show the point that the king can run into the corner and, whoops, not move like a knight. The king could move into the a8 and sit there forever with a draw. But a3, as you say, Judith.
But I think black would be chasing the pawn by playing knight b1 after a3. And after a4, you chase the pawn again, probably with knight c3. And after a5, you go king c6. Or am I doing something wrong here?
I think you're totally fine here. a6, maybe.
Knight d5 and knight b4.
Oh, I have blundered.
Uh-oh.
Have I? It still looks like a draw to me. All the knight needs to do is somehow give itself up for this pawn, and it will be a draw.
No, probably I went wrong with knight c3, king c6 first, and after that to play knight c3 to reach out to b5.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of knight c3, yeah, to go there.
Yeah. Either way, black is about to draw this game, as long as he finds the right moves with his knight and his king.
And I would like to dash to the Hikaru game, because Alireza has just done a very nifty knight maneuver. Check this out. These knights. They went knight f3, went knight h2, knight f1, up the board. It went on an odyssey.
Okay, and yeah.
Let's have a look at how it went.
Okay, so this is the current position. It's bishops against knights. I mentioned that the black bishop wanted to reach d6. I'm very happy if I'm Hikaru here. And let's backtrack a few moves. You mentioned the knight maneuver, Jovanka.
Take a look at the journey. Right, there you go. That's where it originally started.
Okay.
Okay.
So it started on f3, dominated by this f6 pawn.
Yeah, and then it went...
round. Knight h2.
It continued, yeah.
Queen b8, attacking the knight. The knight continued around, and it sits on e3. Is it great though on e3 this knight?
But look what's happened. It went. He went there just to go knight to g4 in order to annoy h6. Black says no, and he's there with this knight on e3. Good decision, bad decision.
But it's funny because the other knight was on e3 before.
Yeah, I was confused by the position. It's like, what is this knight doing? Why is it not already on c5? I guess he wants to put pressure on this a pawn, keeping black honest over here. The problem is, anytime you attack this a pawn, for example, with the white queen, firstly, it's not clear whether it's attacked. Secondly, the black queen can always defend. She defends the pawn. She hits white's pawn in the center as well.
Somehow I have the feeling that black got a relief. By exchanging one rook from the board, it favors black.
Yeah, I think massively. And h5, this is the game position. No infiltration now from the white rook. These bishops are so good at covering all the empty squares on the e-file. Suddenly this pawn nicely protected. I think Alireza just maybe missed an opportunity.
Yeah.
But fair play to Hikaru, kind of maneuvering really nicely as black.
And talking about maneuvers and king safety, can we dash over to the Abdusattorov Fabiano Caruana game? Because White has just played h2, h4, and we have to kind of look at that because I don't know what is happening.
Yeah, this game suddenly got wild. How did this happen? It was so locked up, so blocked. And
well, White played g3, right?
Yeah, that means Abdusattorov is the one fighting for the win, trying to create chances.
Everything is just livening up as well, you know.
Simultaneously, we jinxed it. We said 5 draws, 5 Armageddons, and then suddenly the players, it's as if they heard us. They perked up and were like, no, more fighting chess for you.
The only thing I'm afraid of, that the Armageddon games will be at the same time. Because all of the 5 games are still playing, and we are deeply into the 4th hour.
Yeah, and I actually think we're about to see a result. We'll go into detail here, but we're about to see a result between Mamedyarov and Wesley So. The king march did happen. White's king is sitting on the edge of the board, but that one's about to finish any second now with a repetition. I think we'll see a handshake any second. We see the moves. White's just giving the black king a bunch of checks. Black king moving. And there we go, handshake. We have our first result.
Yes, and this match, it did finish in a draw, and we will see an Armageddon being played out between Shak Mamedyarov and Wesley So in approximately 20 minutes. But they entertained us at the end, right? With the queen and the rook and a potential king march. But in the end, it was just very accurate play.
Yeah, very accurate play. White's king did end up on h4 as we predicted, but no way to checkmate it. And we see the players smiling. They were entertained by that battle. We were entertained by that battle, but all ends peacefully. Okay, should we head back to that Abdusattorov game?
Yes, let's see what's happening, because there is some exposure. The king is very much in the corner. What can happen to White or to Black?
Yeah, I think the first question is, can Black get greedy here? I don't think you can, but White has just offered up a pawn.
And the time is ticking.
Okay, 12 minutes against 14. We mentioned actually the track record between these two. When things get crazy, Abdusattorov has had the upper hand just in recent weeks against Fabi in rapid chess. So maybe that will haunt Fabi. h4 on the board. To take or not to take, Judith? Is that too much?
Well. I don't know how brave Black can be. Can Black take on h4, and after that White is jumping with the knight to h5, king g6, but then the knight seems to be trapped.
I think we have to jump in and show some lines. h4, it was Abdusattorov who's initiated all of this kind of mutual attacking play. Pawn takes pawn. I'm expecting to see the evaluation bar react. No, it doesn't. Knight check, as you mentioned, Judith. The black king steps forward, and the knight is simply going to be captured.
That knight is gone.
It's like mirroring Mamedyarov's king here, just the king march on h5, but it's safe. The black knight will ride to its
Knight
rescue.
g5 on queen g2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen g2, knight g5, as you mentioned, just safe as houses this black king.
So what does Nodirbek has in mind after h4 if Black captures it? Is it possible that he just wants to go back with the queen h8?
Okay.
h8 was played instead.
Queen h8 played. Wow. Yeah,
Which is a logical reaction, that you don't want to open up your king, you want to have a counterattack, you want to have safety for your own king.
Yeah, just to point out, apparently in this position, the only move to keep the balance for white is knight back to f1, which is not easy to spot. I guess the idea is to come to e3 and try to trap this black rook. Oof. Difficult move there, but in the end, as you say, Judith, queen h8 was Fabi's choice, pinning and forcing the move h5, locking down the king's side.
It's the safer choice, I believe. And he has not much time, and we know it from him. He said it that the time can be very tricky when it gets down, because that's all what they have. Only after move 40, from this move, right? From this move on, they get an extra 10 seconds.
Small consolation, 10 seconds in a crazy position like this.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering what Black wants to do. Is he going to be going g4 at some point? Or...
G4 makes a lot of sense. You know, you have to start destabilizing the white king.
At the same time, you're not so happy to open up around your king, right? Because after g4, maybe f takes g4, and if bishop g4, rook g1, and your king is also very much exposed.
I was thinking also it's a possibility to go knight g5, because the bishop on e6 is a great defensive piece. Although you know, it does invite complications as well with the queen diving into d6. Anything can happen.
Yeah, process of elimination as well. Fabi's rook is totally kind of immobilized right now. It's stuck as black. This black knight is stuck for now, just preventing the white queen from coming in. Black bishop perfectly placed. So it's either feels like a queen move, I'm not sure where, queen c8 for example, or g4. Unless black feels he has time to kind of shuffle with king h7 first to kind of prepare g4 for later. Queen h7 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Is he really hinting at f5 maybe? Or maybe preparing g4 if this white e4 pawn is weak?
That's possible, that he wants to go g4 with an idea to after f takes g4, rook takes e4, sacrificing the exchange, and then the white square bishop can be extremely powerful, spicing it up with the knight coming to g5, and that can be very dangerous for white.
Yeah, so really calm move there from Fabi. I like it, I've got to say. It would not have been on my radar, queen h7, but the light squares is where it's going to happen, and maybe this is just a path into the white camp later. Okay, Abdusattorov, if we put ourselves in his shoes, how to improve white's position this time?
Well, it's very important for black that he covers all the important squares on the d line, d5, d6, d7, d8. There is no entry for white. So, which means also that the black knight cannot move, because then the d6 and d8 important squares would be open for entry for white. But I think white has to deal with this g4 idea, so he has to make some prophylactical moves. Rook g1 seems to be a logical idea for me.
Just saying, okay, you will not break through on this side of the board without severe risk.
But you can still do it anyhow, right?
Maybe. It's the type of move that you kind of play and you hope your opponent can't do it. It's as if you're saying, okay, no, you cannot walk through this door, and your opponent just walks through the door anyway.
Exactly.
Rook g1, g4.
Rook e1 can be a prophylactical move as well, defending the e4 pawn. So after g4, white can capture on g4.
Okay, I'm going to put you back on the spot. Still black? You said black's position 20 moves ago.
I'm okay with black. It's okay. Yeah. Black has maybe some more tactics in mind.
It feels like the stakes are higher for white. I'm not so sure about what Abdusattorov's done, just kind of opening up the king side. It feels like the white king could really rue all of these open lines, open diagonals, whereas the black king, for now, looks pretty comfortable, pretty cozy on g7.
But, yeah, okay, I was just going to ask that question. How dangerous is this g4 if you just accept everything and he just says, you know what, I'm just going to step forward with the king? And
so what's the idea after g4?
No idea.
What do you call a deer with no eyes? No idea. Yeah, g4. He's got to play it, right, Fabi, if he wants to win?
Well, I don't know. That seems to be very promising continuation right now.
Should we jump in and just investigate what's happening here? g4. It's looking likely Fabi's in an ambitious mood. We know that this tournament. Okay, how to reply with white.
Would white want to go maybe f4? But also rook e4.
f4, yeah, just to put your line on the board. Now we give up material, but we break through to that white king.
No, that was not my idea to take on e4. Somehow I thought maybe I have some other idea, h6 or something.
And yeah, I think this one looks good for black, right, to sacrifice.
At least if the sacrifice is accepted, as Judith mentions.
Because after h6, what do you take with?
I wanted knight originally, but I have a feeling you might come in and behind somehow. It looks a bit scary for the black king. It's another
Queen
game.
d6?
Queen d6, yeah. Maybe a nicer path in. It's another game. It's like who's checkmating who.
Yeah, the thing is, maybe I'm not threatening with much. Maybe just...
Pawn takes pawn.
But then check and knight e4.
Ah, wait, my rook is hanging this time, yeah. So you forced me onto a diagonal where you've blocked the connection between the king and rook. and you take, and game over. Okay, this is going to really spice up. If Fabi does decide to play g4, a move like f4 is just going to be so chaotic. This is, I think, what the players must be calculating, right? Because just to show as well, if f takes g4, it feels a bit wrong. Knight g5 could happen, winning this pawn. Again,
I
rook
think
takes
you
pawn.
just take on e4.
Yeah, take this pawn. Could be similar with h6, but crazy lines ahead. Fabi, if he doesn't want to play g4, if he doesn't want to kind of press the red button and just explode it open, what does he do instead? Just wait, queen back to h8.
Well, this is a very serious moment because it's not so easy just to make a move, because sometimes knight f1, knight e3 is a threat. So now I think white wants to go rook h1, defend the pawn on h5, also maybe h6, push h6, sacrificing it, but also keep in mind that knight f1, knight e3 can trap the rook.
Yeah, and we saw in the camera there Abdusattorov stretching. It's the type of position where you can get excited for both sides. And wow, 7 minutes for Fabi. That's going to be a tactical minefield. We know he's good at calculation, but g4, f4, just who knows what's happening there.
Very complicated game, and there are a lot of calculation has to be done, though Fabiano is one of the best calculator out there in the world.
Yeah, for sure. And okay, should we pause this one until Fabi makes a decision? We have a couple of games we could go to. Gukesh against Giri still looks drawn, but
I think it's a draw immediately, by the way.
Okay, should we go there?
I think it's a good time to take a break, because we are going to need to catch our breaths, because things are heating up very, very nicely. So see you in a few minutes. We are back and the chess excitement continues. And before the Armageddon game between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Wesley So begins, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and dive into all the action. So first up, between Arian Tari and Magnus Carlsen, what are we thinking? It's looking good for the Norwegian number one.
It's looking good for one of the Norwegians. And it does feel like Magnus has established full domination, Judith. He's got his pieces on perfect squares. The question is there a breakthrough?
Well, this is going to be the question, but Magnus is, with his magic hand, he's usually doing it the way that the opponent will run out of time, though it's him right now who went down under 4 minutes. He has only 3 minutes, while Tari has 9 minutes, but still he has a very safe position and he's going to be maneuvering somewhere that he wants to force the opponent to make mistake, but definitely he's having the upper hand.
And the game between Gukesh and Anish Giri looks to me like it's just a draw.
Yeah, I expect this game to finish any moment now. Black is about to promote. Anish is going to make a new queen. That will cost White his bishop. And White's 2 pawns. The runners there can be easily blocked by the Black king. White is just 1 or 2 moves too slow here. Not in time to promote. This game will end peacefully.
And the situation doesn't look so clear-cut in the game between Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura. A lot of tension there.
There are absolutely some crazy things happening, I must say, because this h4, h5 setup, I'm definite about that it does favor Black. And now Black has to make a decision whether is he going to capture the knight and change the pawn structure setting, and then later on from the queen, from c8, he's going to jump into the White's camp. So there I think Nakamura suddenly has some opportunities, or at least it's going to be shaken up completely, and White has only 4 minutes, while Hikaru has almost double the time.
The clock is always an important factor when it comes to Hikaru.
Now it becomes very serious part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, we were discussing the very exciting game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana. We were kind of curious why he hadn't pushed that pawn on the king side earlier on, but he's done it now.
Yeah, and that one has opened up. It feels like Caruana, he's found a really tricky maneuver. White is temporarily a pawn up, but Abdusattorov has some big questions to answer on the light squares. Meanwhile, this Armageddon game ready to start. Mamedyarov with the white pieces. Predictions?
I would bet on Mamedyarov. He made such a good game yesterday, and he was pressing all the way today in the classical game. I see that Wesley was already before the move started. First move started. He's tense and very focused, I think.
Yes, and the game starts as a symmetrical English opening, signified by White and Black both pushing the c-pawns as early as move 1 and 2. And okay, it's going to continue to be symmetrical, both sides playing pretty much copycat chess. Wesley rock solid, and Mamedyarov has to work his magic. He's gone for something similar before this tournament, where he pushed the h-pawn. There we go.
Actually, against Gukesh he played, and it turned out to be very good in the opening, and he had a huge advantage, but later on something went wrong.
Yeah, and well, Wesley is known to be a very solid player, and so he steps forward with his h-pawn 1 square, getting ready to meet any advances. And Shak using the whole board, now switching to play on the queen side.
Yep, Shak getting ready to push pawns forward. That last rook shuffle designed to play b4. Black has to decide what to do, and wing play countered in the center. We've seen that theme before already today. Again, very logical from Wesley So, a trade of pawns in the center. And Wesley, what is he going to do right now? He's going to take with the pawn. Black has a beautiful structure there, but Mamedyarov continuing that strategy, playing on the wings.
I like it for Black so far.
Black's last move, attacking a white rook with the bishop. Yeah, nice play by Wesley, fast play by Wesley, most importantly in this Armageddon. But still a 3-minute difference between the two.
The rook does not look good on b2. The knight is in the pin from the fianchetto bishop on g7, so it looks very promising for Black at first sight.
Yes, but that's one of the things about Mamedyarov. He likes to play these unconventional positions. He has the confidence as well to do this, and somehow or other he banks on his attacking skills to carry him through these dubious stages of the game.
Well, it is dubious because after c4 it looks like very dangerous for white, but he went c takes b4.
Yeah, capture of a pawn there. It would look like extreme provocation from Mamedyarov, but Wesley choosing a simpler approach. The question is, are either side going to castle their king to safety? Wow, okay, breaking news. A draw between Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura. Surprise there. It looked like that game was just heating up, but both players will take their chances in the Armageddon. But let's stick with this game for now. White tonight has entered the black half on c5. Nice outpost there, but feels again like black is so active and centralized, Judith.
Yeah, but I've liked the 2 moves earlier much better from the black side. Now the knight is very active on c5. I think black is going to be capturing the b4, so Mamedyarov is sacrificing a pawn, but he's going to have some activity for sure.
Yep, activity will be the name of the game. 8 minutes against 5 minutes. How does Mamedyarov ensure maximum compensation for the pawn that he's about to drop on the queen side? Does he just castle? Does he push the h-pawn? This is Mamedyarov. We see a question mark attached to Wesley So's last move, so maybe not the best, worsening his position, but very logical. He's going after this weak b4 pawn, both knights targeting it right now. Move suggestions, I'm struggling, I've got to say. I would just castle and postpone the inevitable.
Well, I think sometimes h5 can be also be considered, but now, well, maybe e4, well, no, not e4 now, not yet.
e4 looks like a fork, but it will be captured en passant.
Yes.
And it would open up black's dark square
Maybe
bishop.
some knight e1 can be an idea to open up the diagonal for the g2 bishop.
But there is a pawn hanging there on b4, and Shak, well, he decides to, first of all, probe on the king side, and then play your e3.
And the e4 is there.
Yeah.
I blundered a bit, but actually the sacrifice seems to be interesting.
Yeah, interesting is the right word here. Bishop takes rook, looks like it wins material, but after the white bishop recaptures, white will be the one owning all of the dark squares, and if white's bishop ever ends up on this diagonal, lines up with the queen, that would likely end in checkmate. So I don't think I would be greedy. It's not Wesley's style here to take the material and suffer. But then again, threats. The white rook threatening to come to d2, the white pawn threatening to step forward to e4 with a fork.
Well, we shouldn't forget that it's an Armageddon game. Black needs to make it only a draw, so that's why also white is risking a lot and goes out, sacrificing material and plays so interestingly. So black has to decide, make decisions, which is not so simple at this point.
And Wesley not actually taking the rook and instead grabbing the pawn. This is a good decision. When you're facing Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, you have to play with your tactical A game.
Yeah, I think a great decision to keep the dark squared bishop, the white rook, less important here. As long as black's king has a bishop for a friend, it will not get checkmated. But meanwhile, wow, tactics, a trade of knights in a really unique way there. And now it's the black knight in the center that's attacked. It's also the black rook in the corner, white's light squared bishop. Maybe hitting it can capture it in some circumstances. It's like basically the same offer that Mamedyarov gave to Wesley. Wesley's offering it back.
Well, I would think knight c2 is the logical continuation. So black is counterattacking to the white rook, and it's on the board.
It is on the board. Oh, and very tense position. And there you see Shak just simply capture the pawn. But now we are going into an endgame. And I think white will start beginning to regret the fact that his bishop is all the way on c1.
Yeah, the black rooks will try to infiltrate and win this trapped piece. Suddenly, yeah, queen's off the board. Wesley will be breathing a sigh of relief. It feels like he's closer to safety. Still 4 minutes on the clock, should be sufficient. The players get that 1 second increment later. And Mamedyarov, rook d5, nice way to trade, but on his own terms. A rook trade will land a white bishop in the center of the board.
Well, that would be very appealing for white to have a bishop on d5, but I think that black is not going to capture it. Probably bishop g4, for example, seems to be interesting, with an idea of knight e1 in a later stage, only little bit thinking about capturing the pawn on h5.
Yeah, really nice move, and I think that's the 4th or 5th time, Judith, you've mentioned a black knight ending up on e1, d1, c1.
Yeah.
Really nice vision there. And okay, Mamedyarov has to do something. He tries to put his rook on the 7th rank.
Yeah.
And your move on the board.
The check on f3 is incoming. But the problem is white is in a must-win situation. Any hope? There's no hope.
There is always hope. No, come on. Bishop e4.
Yeah, any hope rests with his light squared bishop, I was going to say, and you have to keep that one alive. As long as you do, you have chances. Black's knight is a bit stranded. It needs to hop back into the game sooner or later, most likely via f3.
But it's a provocation. What about f5? Is white going to play knight e6 in that case? That's why bishop f3.
Yeah, it's a nice move. Because you cannot trade bishop because the knight will come to f3 and give a check, and the protection of the rook is gone.
Yeah, wow. So you have to decide what to do with this white rook in the center of the board.
I think white has no other choice than take on d8 and then capture on f3, king g2. At the same time, g4 seems to be very powerful.
Checkmating ideas with getting the rook down to d1 and g1. Oh, I'm really not liking this for Shak.
Bishop f3 is a very powerful move.
Great move by Wesley, and he's forced Shak to think. Look at this, head in hands now, Mamedyarov. He knows that the white king is not entirely safe. I don't know if he can get away with trading rooks, and okay, there we go. Again, allowing the rook trade, but on his terms. If the rooks disappear, at least black cannot break through yet with his heavy pieces.
Is there some rook c8?
But rook c8 is coming.
Yeah, skewer, hitting the knight, hitting the bishop behind it. Really strong move there. Can white simply guard that knight?
Bishop a3.
There we go.
Rook c5 is not possible to rook d8.
And Wesley immediately responding by retreating the bishop, attacking the knight.
Yeah, attacking the knight, the bishop behind it. Another pin this time. And how do you defend against this? Not easy anymore. White is the one fighting for survival, let alone the win.
Yeah, and still that pawn on h5 is up for grabs. And whoa, we just saw the evaluation bar shoot up in black's favor.
Yeah, it took a while to react there, the computer, but realizing that this is just potentially deadly for white. Here, okay, Mamedyarov trying to counterattack. Feels a bit ambitious, but he's trying to break through on this f7 square.
Does it work? Can you get greedy and then hide the king on
I think
the
the
f8
easiest
square?
is to capture on d5 and knight c2.
Well, he has grabbed it. And in other results, Anish Giri and Gukesh, they did draw. So we will see 2 more Armageddons.
Yeah, and right now in this game, black is a piece up. Wesley grabbing that white knight and looks like he's surviving. Really nice move. This could be the killer blow. That white rook now forced away from the 7th rank, whereupon the white bishop would drop, and Mamedyarov has indeed resigned. Masterclass from Wesley.
Yeah, what a practical choice he made, that he did not capture the rook. The exchange he did not take because he felt that it can be dangerous. He went to the safe way, and then he created the opportunity for him there with knight e1 and controlling the f3 square, and basically won the game and the match.
Absolutely. Very impressive play from Wesley So. And that leaves 2 classical games remaining. And looking at the bird's eye view, it looks like in both games, the black pieces are in complete control.
Yeah, where to go to first? It looks like Magnus Carlsen has worked his endgame magic and should have some advantage, but the other game may be slightly more fiery right now.
Wow, it's burning right now. It's under 1 minute for Nodirbek, and Fabiano has 2 minutes. The rook is on g1, just about to give a check on g7, but it seems to be that the king is moving into the corner and there is no more check, while the white king can be in huge danger. Right now the knight is attacked, and also rook c2 seems to be a threat. So this is saved and defended in 1 move with knight e3, but
really,
it seems very dangerous.
Yeah, really dangerous, but really nice move there from Fabiano as well. Counter-attacking. The black rook was actually trapped, the white knight about to take it, but suddenly the removal of white's h6 pawn means the white rook is threatened, and the black knight is jumping forward with some checks too. It's so scary. That black king looks like it's about to get checkmated, but it is threatening to escape by capturing the white rook. No time to deliver any checks.
And white has 30 seconds.
Ooh.
Shortly, not more than that.
Yeah. You need 30 minutes on the clock to navigate your way around this mess right now. Nodirbek in trouble. 2 pawns down as well.
Maybe rook g3 is the only move?
retreating the white rook. Okay, no, he's taken the black rook instead.
Okay, big threat on the board of the white playing queen takes knight on h6. But of course, this is something that Fabi will be spotting.
You have some crazy tactics here. If black's king takes this rook, white has ideas like giving a check with the white bishop on f8. I'm not sure whether that works out, but it certainly has to be calculated. So Fabi right now hesitating. He's got options. He could give a check first with the black queen. He doesn't need to commit. Queen to f5 check, for example. What will he play?
Queen h4 is also another check option.
And okay, that position is wild, but let's dive into the Magnus game, because take a look at that time control. Both players seconds left. Oh, Magnus, is that 18 seconds and ticking down?
Yeah, 18 seconds against 29 seconds there. And look at the white king. It's been the story of the round. So many king walks to the edge of the board. And who's checkmating who? Another question. Is Magnus breaking through? He's going to give some checks with the black queen from behind. Ariane slides across to c4, leaving his king undefended. But the black rook can't join.
I know.
And g5.
Wow.
Played. Wow, with 11 seconds left on the clock. And Magnus really taking all the risks.
Yeah, I love that tweet. Simultaneous Armageddons, just time scrambles in the classical games. Who's checkmating who? And okay, Ariane now captures that pawn, but it allows the black rook into the game. Surely this is a mistake.
Well, queen c3 check. There is some check options.
But it's black's move.
Yes.
And Magnus, 6 seconds to work out the wild complications, and he throws in a check. And Ariane responding instantly.
That's another check. The white king
Wow,
forced to run.
Look at that. King on f4. King march today.
Wow,
white is just getting away. Look at that. Queen h2, king g5, f6, king f5, queen e5 would be made. But f6, rook takes f6.
Oh, and Magnus made that move with 1 second left on the clock. He nearly apologized. And okay, the check from the black queen was blocked. Ooh, white needs a counterpunch now, otherwise it's over.
Well, now is the time for Ariane to start checking. He has 30 seconds left on the clock.
He can give his own checks. The white queen has to check that black king. He's got time.
And there you see it.
And the black king cannot hide from the checks. Maybe this is the problem for Magnus.
Check on d3.
The only way to play for the win is to trade off the rooks and block with the black rook, but that will not lead to victory.
And now Magnus ticking down to 14 seconds.
This one should end in a repetition of moves. The black king will move. The white queen will continue the dance by giving checks. I don't think he can afford to play on. Okay, he does continue this game, but what is the upside here? Rook takes rook. Guaranteed. We head to a queen endgame, but black, I don't think, is better here.
But he wants to win so desperately.
Yeah, he's going to do anything to win, but some risk involved. The white king is so active, that might even help white now that the rooks are off the board.
Yeah, and take a look at white's pawns, all protected, and so few pawns on the board. And Ariane, actually his king is pretty safe, no trouble whatsoever. But can he hold his nerve? He has 25 seconds left.
The one thing to watch out for are queen trades that could go in either direction. You have to be really careful before calculating any king and pawn endgames here.
But here king queen d4 is very powerful. Centralize the queen. Queen h8 is a threat in mate in 1. b6 pawn is under attack, so black will have to make perpetual check unless
he has his queen on very strange squares.
He can take the pawn, but then it's a perpetual check with queen h8 and queen d8.
This game will end in a draw any moment. You called it, Judith. Queen takes pawn, and white can immediately force the draw. Check in the corner, and there's no escape for that black king. The black king almost checkmated, but there we go. It only has these two squares, and we'll see the position repeat. Magnus leaning back in his chair. Disappointment. He had this game under control. And here we'll see the handshake. And it's a draw.
Another Armageddon coming up.
I know. 4 Armageddons on the table this round. And, Ariane breathing a big sigh of relief. He can't quite believe it.
Yeah.
He was under heavy pressure from Magnus. Magnus very annoyed.
These two are good friends, of course, but in the heat of battle, yeah, they both needed to take a second there to kind of calm the nerves, get over what has just happened, process it, and they'll be back at the board fighting against each other very shortly.
And talking about what's just happened, there will not be a 5th Armageddon this round because Fabiano Caruana has defeated Nodirbek Abdusattorov to take 3 points. I mean, we saw Nodirbek there struggling with his king wide open. Perhaps we can take a recap of what happened.
Yep, let's jump into that game. Fabiano in the lead, and he extends that lead with a really important win, bouncing back from yesterday's defeat. This, we'll see in a moment, is the final position in the Fabiano game, winning with black as well. Really important there. But this was the final position. Let's just recap from a bit earlier on. We saw total chaos, and it was this position where we left it after knight takes c4, winning the black rook. Fabiano did indeed capture the white rook, and after a check deflecting away the black king, we saw a trade of pieces. And after king to g8, simply no checks for white, and you either go into a miserable queen endgame or you continue gambling, as Abdusattorov did, keeping the knight and bishop on the board. But unfortunately, the black king just too safe, and 2 pawns up for Fabiano. He finished it in really nice style, and this was the killer blow. After f4, the white knight tried to jump, so close to getting to the black king, but not close enough, not quick enough. f3, check, the killer blow, because after king takes pawn, queen to f4 is a killer. The white knight drops off with check. Next move. Beautiful technique from Fabiano.
Absolutely. I mean, so precise. And for me, a little bit unexpected that he managed to turn it around, because it did look like it was going to be a draw. But, you know, congratulations to Fabiano. A great comeback and leading the competition very comfortably now. Oh, how the tides have turned. You know, we were talking this morning about how the competition was wide open. Maybe not anymore.
Yeah, those players, especially Hikaru and the chasing pack, they need to win the Armageddon to have any chance to be within touching distance of Fabiano now.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, classical game victory, it counts exactly the double as the victory in Armageddon. And this was a very important victory for Fabiano for the standings. That's very clear. And it was a very nice way how he did it, right? He was playing a close position and he was playing on both sides. And it was not clear. We were not sure whether would we prefer playing it with the white side or the black side. So he was just sitting there and looking for opportunities, taking somehow inviting Nodirbek to make some risky decisions. And Nodirbek, of course, one of the most talented players nowadays. And
yeah. But one thing that we are going to see, because we're going to be spoiled for excitement, are 3 Armageddons. Let's have a look at the Armageddon format. The players will keep the same colors. White will start with 10 minutes, black 7 minutes, and 1 second added after move 40. And of course, the most important thing, that black gets draw odds. White must win. And here we see the colorful Alireza Firouzja playing with the white pieces in a must-win situation against Hikaru Nakamura.
And we expect a fruity game here from Alireza. It's the Italian game at this early stage. White needs to win, of course, and he's taking a big risk playing the Italian against maybe the world-leading expert from the black side of these positions. Meanwhile, White's bishop pinning the black knight on g5, being kicked back now. Dark squared bishop. It all revolves around that piece. Hikaru, though, I've seen him have this position before so many times, and often just winning with it as black. Very successful here. Interesting strategy from Alireza. And yeah, what do you think? Good opening choice?
Well, it seems like a very good situation for Hikaru, I think, because it's a very stable system. B4 I was expecting, and G5, look at that. Of course, it's in the spirit of the position, but still, when you need a draw and it would give you a victory, match victory, you don't necessarily go for G5 in the early phase of the game.
Yeah, I guess he just knows his openings. He trusts his openings. I'm loving that pun there in the featured chat from our producer. But yeah, right now, I just think Hikaru too experienced, unless Firouzja has something specific prepared up his sleeve. And look at the black knight stepping out of the way. The black f pawn's getting ready to come. The black h pawn's getting ready to come. All the pawns running.
But white is going to go d4 at some point. Is it already the time?
It might be. Flank attack met by a strike in the center. That would be very thematic. And just the fact that Firouzja's burnt so much time on the clock, he's down to just a 2-minute time advantage now. It means warning bells for me. Of course, a sharp position, and he loves these types, this type of fire on the board. So early days, he needs to do something now. I think Judith, just d4, just play, go for it.
Well, d4 right now would be a pawn sacrifice at the moment, so knight c4 was played probably for a later stage to play d4, and knight e3 would be the plan right now, I believe. But after h5 it's not possible because h4 is just a threat immediately. So whether white will be playing h3 or h4, this is the question.
Yeah, and I think they tend to play h3. But the great thing for Hikaru, h4 on the board. And the great thing for Hikaru is that he knows this position so well. He's seen it before. He can just make those moves at tempo. And look at that. He's just racing through this like he's seen this a million times before.
Yeah, and this could quite possibly, quite feasibly be his opening preparation. Hikaru, he's coming round with his knight now to take this pawn, from where it will put pressure on this white bishop. That being said, the white king has a nice safe square on h2 later on.
Knight e5, please.
Oh, sacrifice. Bang. Just take this pawn, then recapture with the bishop. You give up material, but you get to that black king.
I think that would be great, but after knight e5, maybe knight f5, the intermediate move is the good move in return.
Well, we see a very fancy move because he's just jettisoned his pawn on f6. Knight takes pawn on the board.
Yeah, throwing away the pawn, but it was doomed anyway. Interesting decision there from Firouzja. And now what next? It feels like, again, white needs to open up the center at some point. This black bishop is so powerful. It would make sense to get off that diagonal for the white king as well.
It also feels that the black knight is going to relocate itself to f5 to put pressure on the bishop on g3.
Yeah, lots of natural ideas here for black, and even if white objectively has a decent position, it's harder to come up with ideas for white right now.
Maybe white wants to go knight e3 to stop knight f5 as much as possible. So after knight f5, there would be an exchange on f5, queen e2, knight e4, and later on maybe the king move to h1 and f3 or f4, because knight f5 comes with a great power in this position.
And you predicted it, Judith. Knight e3 on the board, instantly reacted with this knight trade now, Hikaru Nakamura. And it's a question of who this piece trade favors. Black's no longer got these big threats with the knight, but then again, piece trades, decent, healthy pawn structure here. Black's king not too in too much danger here.
Maybe bishop c2 also makes sense with white, with an idea to break out with d4 and exchange of the bishops.
Oh.
But d4 is on the board.
And just to mention the times, I mean, Hikaru has really gained some time on the clock because he has just under 6 minutes, and Alireza, who started with a 3-minute advantage, is down to 6 minutes.
Yeah, so the 3-minute time deficit is now down to around 30 seconds. Good news for Hikaru. Super speedy so far. We see the last move, a question mark for Alireza Firouzja here. It is a pawn sacrifice. It does mean a mistake. It made his position worse, as we see there in the game review. But this is Armageddon. He just needs to win. He just needs a bit of chaos, and Hikaru takes the bait. He takes up the challenge and grabs the pawn.
Let's see if the rook on a1 will be sacrificed by knight c4, let's say.
Yeah, that's an Armageddon type of move. Just like in that clash between Mamedyarov and Wesley So, taking this rook means that black gives up all the dark squares. White's queen will replace it, and on this nice long diagonal, long-term compensation. You could also maybe move the rook, but that is a slower approach, admitting that it was attacked in the first place. And there we go. Rook c1 on the board.
He needs his rook, but it's chased.
It's trapped. Now this rook, you have to give up material. If you move forward, then the other black bishop can jump in to d3 and fork the two white rooks.
But is this wise? Especially when black's king is so open.
I don't know if it's wise. It's it's critical, at least. It's either very good here for black, or it could backfire, and Hikaru tries to trap the rook in another way, attacks it with a pawn instead.
The rook was swinging. attack the bishop.
Yep, surely he's going to swing the rook across towards the king side. Rook f4, very likely here. What else simply? On the board. Oof, yeah, this one, I see the featured chat. Imagine playing Hikaru in a time scramble. This is going to be a time scramble. It already is. 5 minutes against 5 minutes. Hikaru, I like his last move, just full control, curling up into a ball, protecting the black king with his pieces.
f3.
Yeah, I was thinking about removing the defenders with bishop c2.
Two viable moves here, bishop c2, f3, break open the other white rook. Judith, you're the attacker. I defer to you here. f3 looks so tempting.
The only problem is bishop e5 is trapping my rook, but still I would think f takes g4. I'm not sure how good is that, but the rook can be in trouble already.
Firouzja calculating, plays rook e1.
Neither of our moves. And bishop e5 on the board. Oh, how is Firouzja going to handle this? It's getting intense.
Yeah, material is gone, that's for sure. White is already 2 pawns down. His rook was trapped, so he just retreats his knight.
Yeah, but the problem is that black can capture the f4 and knight e4 can show up on the board, which would be very nicely placed in the center.
But will Hikaru have the guts to remove such a fantastic piece as the bishop and swap it for the rook?
I think it's too tempting. Some material. Oh, he doesn't. He resists the temptation here. I was going to say some material up is one thing, but winning a white rook is another. And queen to d7, he's just getting ready to...
But now what about rook e5 takes, rook f6, queen d1, rook g6?
Oh, wow, Judith. Rook takes bishop. It leads to a crazy variation where we'll see black with 2 rooks against white's 3 minor pieces. He has to go for it, surely.
I think that's a great chance for white.
That's a beautiful resource.
Yeah, I don't know if Hikaru's seen it. Maybe only after he made the move, because to see it and evaluate it takes a lot of time. That's why Firouzja has paused now. He's in the tank. I think he spotted it. He's trying to weigh up the pros and cons.
For sure Hikaru spotted it.
I think for sure both of them have. Look at Firouzja just leaning back there for a second. Is he going to go for rook takes bishop?
And look, Hikaru, he was not moving for quite a few seconds, and now...
and just reaching for it, it's happening.
On the board, all of the minor pieces disappearing. White throws in some Zwischenzug, some in-between moves there. Suddenly, blink and you miss it. The queen's come off, and Hikaru's shaking his head.
Yeah, he's shaking his head, but how good is this piece in balance for white? And bearing in mind that
he's very annoyed.
White's 3 pieces can't coordinate it to the best ability just yet.
Yeah, the evaluation bar shows to us that black still has a good position, but for Hikaru, it means he's lost all control. He doesn't know the evaluation, and it looks like the white pieces are stable. 2 bishops and a knight are a great attacking force if they can combine and coordinate.
At the same time, rook d4, and if black would be able to capture the pawn on b4 or somehow simplify it, then it would be black's favor. But they're so easy to blunder with black, and now after rook d4, a3 will be the move. White is not giving up that pawn.
Yeah, this is still going to be a big fight now. Anything could still happen. He defends simply with his rook, but this is inviting the white knight forward later at some point.
Yes.
I think a3, the quiet move. Now, f3.
Firouzja breaking out. I think he felt that his dark square bishop didn't have a future, so he had to get it working.
Okay, and Hikaru's just trying to simplify, trying to get as many pawns off the board as possible now, pushing forward with c5. Both sides were shaking their heads a moment ago. Neither side knows who's better. It's such a wild, imbalanced position.
Bishop d3 and e4.
Yeah, white's likely to give a check. White's king, knight, they all need to improve, and quickly.
And in the meantime, the game between Gukesh and Anish Giri has started, and we'll keep you posted on any updates there.
Yep, still early in the game, still opening theory between Gukesh and Giri. We'll come to that one after this game concludes. And Firouzja, oh, look at the clock times. He's down significantly right now.
But don't forget that the pawn majority on the queen side is something special. a5, b4, a4. If black is able to reach that one, then he is just doing great.
Yeah, the white pieces need to coordinate. They need to start attacking things together. White has more pieces. Just struggled to get them going. And okay, first to check, the black king is going to move. Where to? It can go back, it can move to the side.
Perhaps far away from its rook on c5. And you taught us this, that if the king and the rook are in different colors, it can't be vulnerable to a knight fork.
Wow, and just while this position gets complicated, just to rewind a few moves here, rook to f4 would have been a killer, a bone crusher. Rook to f4, just killing this white bishop. Hikaru could have gone for this, and look at this, the white knight totally dominated. This would have been game over. Hikaru had a winning opportunity. The rook would simply come to d4 and clean up the pawns. But of course, this was difficult to spot in blitz, giving back some material.
Hikaru got so confused with this opportunity, what was played with, so white has 3 pieces for 2 rooks, even though that objectively probably black is still doing great. It was really bothering him that he blundered something during the game, right? So it got him out of the rhythm of this game.
Yeah, out of the rhythm. And meanwhile, Hikaru looks back at the clock. Firouzja down. He's about to tick under a minute against 3.5. That feels insurmountable now. White needs to get his pieces going. Bishop f2. The white knight wants to reroute via g3 right now.
I think rook c3 makes a lot of sense, and rook a3.
Ooh, first to check.
Check first, even better.
And there we see rook c3 on the board. Bishop has to defend the f3 pawn, but it's very difficult to also defend the a2. And at the same time deal with black's running pawns there on the queen side.
Yeah, and okay, he's doing a good job. Is he going to retreat that white light squared bishop now?
Maybe he can trap the black rook.
He's trying, but the pawns can roll.
Well, rook d3 and capturing it, that's the best and simplest way of doing it.
Oh,
yeah.
Really professional approach there, Judith, and Hikaru goes for that. And you see Firouzja lean back in his chair. He looks defeated right now. It feels like he's playing for a draw. He's fighting for his life. And there we go. The rook gives itself up for the bishop and pawn, but black's pawns are surely going to decide this game.
King g6, very professional move, defending the h5 pawn, and Firouzja resigns.
Yes, and it is Hikaru who picks up a crucial 1.5 points. Firouzja just has 1 point, and you can see the disappointment in Firouzja's face. And we're going to switch immediately to the game between Gukesh and Anish Giri. And Gukesh looking to see whether he's close to the 40 move mark, because upon passing move 40, the players do get that 1 second increment. And there you see.
Look at this, g4 was played just in the last move. What is this? Gukesh is full of energy with the pawn march over there.
Going for the win, advance those pawns. Jovanka loves those pawn pushes, and we love to see it too.
But look at that, Anish has his knight on e5 again.
Always ends up there. And okay, for once Anish doesn't have queens off early though. That's the big difference this time. And f5 striking.
Goes energetic.
Yeah, fighting energy with energy here. White's king did shuffle to d1. That was not a mouse slip. These players are playing over the board. White simply thinking that he needs his rooks in the corners. That's their most active posts, and this is a safe square for the white king for now.
But it does. It did do a lot of the white's job for them. You know, for instance, when you attack, you want to open lines, and Anish has just done that for white.
But now look at that. It's a very interesting switch for Anish playing rook b8. He wants to go b6 and open up the b file because the king is c2 right now. So it can be vulnerable, he thinks.
Yeah, and he's got to be consistent here. Anish Giri, he's pretty much gone all in. He's going for the attack against the white king. He's even just giving up his central pawns just for opening up lines here. That's the currency in the position. He needs open lines towards the white king, and if you compare king safety, it's only one winner there.
Yeah, but I'm not convinced by this turn of events. I think that Gukesh can simply handle this by perhaps capturing on b6 and then using the queen as an important defender.
But if white takes en passant and queen b6, queen c3, then probably the knight would be jumping away to f3 or somewhere, and after that immediately bishop e5 can be something very unpleasant for white. So maybe Gukesh is thinking about capturing the pawn in the center on e4.
Yeah, he could take the other way as well. C takes b5 and start creating a pass pawn of his own on the a file.
What's he going for? So he actually takes the pawn on b5 and then grabs the pawn in the center. This position, despite what the evaluation bar says, it's completely wild. And completely neglecting king safety, Gukesh just simply advances his pawn.
Why not? Past pawns are there to be pushed. He's paralysed Black's rook in the corner now. The question is, how safe is that white king?
Yeah, and also just to mention, the game between Arian Tari and Magnus Carlsen has just started, so we will keep an eye on that and we will go to it immediately after this game has finished.
Judith, you're the attacker of the group. Do you think Anish has enough attacking resources to hold this one?
Well, I believe objectively White should be having winning position or almost winning, but there will be always kind of tricky moves, b4, b3 or c3 or knight jump, or in some way or another Black maybe will give up the rook on e3, the exchange, and then play bishop e5. So there will be some kind of tricky moves, but I'm afraid for Black having this a7 passed pawn, it looks pretty awful.
Wow, yeah. Cynical stuff from Gukesh, but effective stuff going for the queen trade now, and it might be hard to avoid that. If queens disappear, of course, White will win, because due to the past a-pawn, no more checkmates. Giri's queen just struggles to find safe squares to dodge this exchange.
Well, I would for sure move away queen e7 or something and have some counter-attack or trying it out. The good thing is for Black that the e5 bishop is controlling the b8 square, so after queen b5, queen b8 is not an immediate threat.
Yeah, he's going to go for it. Judith, you're right. Queen e7, keeping queens on the board, keeping any practical chances alive. The question is how to attack if White just gets greedy, just grabs a pawn on b5.
Well, maybe queen h4, and then after queen b7, knight b4, giving up the knight, queen e4 check, and trying to, well, praying.
Yeah, praying is the right word right now.
But praying is really not a plan.
Just need one trick, one swindle. The problem is the players have been playing maybe a bit too fast, especially Anish here and Gukesh, 5 minutes on the clock. Anish hasn't asked him any real questions over the last few moves. h6, slow. Feels like that could be an admission of defeat. How does White capitalize now? I want to play moves like rook to a4 or something with the white rook. Need to get the white king to safety.
I think it's a fantastic practical move, h6.
Yeah, the more I look at it, actually, there's still some knight jumps, some knight forks that White has to be wary of here. Some pitfalls to avoid. The killer blow, that's always the hardest thing in chess, how to finish this off. And Gukesh, wow, greed is good, he argues. Taking another pawn, 3 pawns up, sorry, right now. But it feels like more. White's pawns all over the place. Could that be the end?
Well, it seems like for Anish, it's not working out, these Armageddons.
And interestingly enough, there haven't been too many White victories on in Armageddon. We see Magnus defeated Wesley So, but aside from that...
Mamajarov took down Tari, but few and far between. Often it is Black who's been successful in the Armageddons this tournament. Things go in waves, but looks like Black's doing great in general these days. Knight b4, that's a check, but it's just a one-move threat. The white king has various safe squares to use.
And I like the way he shifted that piece to the right, and Anish, well, retreating the bishop.
And Anish, 2 minutes on the clock, he's just trying to stay alive at this point. He's just trying to postpone the inevitable and hope, pray, as Judith said, that there might be a trick, a swindle later on.
This is not going to be a fortress, even though Anish really wants to have a real fortress there, the knight and the bishop and the queen. But there is 3 pawns down, which makes it quite difficult.
Yeah, 3 pawns down, and once White activates the rook, or gets the king even further to safety, it's likely that Anish's defenses will eventually crumble. First, he can activate the queen. He slides back.
I like king e2 a lot, going to a white square when Black has a black square bishop. At the same time, of course, the pawn on h5 can be vulnerable.
Yeah, Black is threatening to capture that white h5 pawn with a check. Not the biggest threat in the world, but at least it will make Gukesh pause. Maybe the nerves will start to settle if he can't finish this off in the next 20 or so moves. The longer kind of Giri survives, the more chances he will have later on.
Yes, the big problem is the existence of this pawn on a7. You cannot shake away that one, because the white queen can come and to defend. No, he's actually defended that with his pawn.
There's rook there.
Sorry, rook.
Yeah, rook to h1. Passive square, but it's good enough. And how can Anish get through with his queen? His queen is the only piece that can really move right now, Anish, but no good squares for her. Oh, yeah, tough situation as black 3 pawns down, almost paralyzed. Okay, queen to f8.
Still no threat on the board.
Queen will centralize itself to e4.
Control over everything.
No, he's actually moving the rook up. So this one looks like there's no hope whatsoever for Anish. So shall we dash over and check the Armageddon game between Arian and Magnus?
Yes, in this game, it's again still early days, but there have been some, there has been some drama. Arian this time has just sacrificed a piece, and he's trying to get to that black king. Both of black's knights under threat right now, going for Magnus's king.
Oh, and we just see the evaluation bar slide in favor of black, and Magnus jumping in with his knight. It looks like this operation was not a good idea for Arian.
And we see a bad bishop again. Yesterday against Nakamura, Tari was suffering in the classical game from a very bad a7 bishop. And look at that. He has the same kind of bishop, only from the white side.
Yeah, that time it was bad bishop against good knight, and it looks like it could be good knight in this game too, if black does get time now for rook g8. This is a beautiful piece on f4. It might cost white a rook. Okay, Arian slides across with his queen, but what to do? This black rook is simply coming. A check on f6 can simply be blocked. Rook g7. Looks like one-way counterplay right now. Judith, you mentioned one bad piece makes the whole position bad. This bishop is terrible.
Well, white is in big trouble, has to defend over g2, but also the d3 pawn is under attack, and it's going to be taken, one of them.
Maybe is it time to throw caution to the wind, grab the knight, and there's no way to actually activate the light square bishop. So, yeah, big trouble actually. How are you going to defend the g2 pawn? Because if you step forward with the rook to f2, then the knight will grab the h3 pawn, and that is all over for white.
Well, probably with white I would still try to go king h1 and try to give up the g2, but I think Magnus will be not so nice to take that pawn. But d4.
And that has provoked a capture of a pawn from Magnus Carlsen. Knight takes pawn is a check. The king has to move now. You want to slide in the corner.
Now can you activate the queen with e4?
Wow, that would be a lovely move, just pushing the pawn forward to try and get the queen in. The black queen is, however, tied down to the defense of her rook on d8, so got to be slightly careful. Maybe just still very good, though, Jovanka. Feels like there's something in the air for black. That white king is the more vulnerable of the two. But two threats, pawn takes knight, and a capture on e5 threatened by white. How to deal with them both? Maybe you have to give something up to get something.
Well, there is a way of maybe giving mate. What about rook d6, queen e5, rook h6? Queen c7, knight f4, rook g2 mate.
Beautiful. Magnus surely can't resist. He loves the queen sacrifice. Rook d6, rook h6.
The question is that after rook d6, maybe queen h4 can be a saver.
It might be a savior, but well, Arian doesn't have too much time to figure it out, and it's Magnus's move. Will he play rook d6? No, he retreats the knight. Again, very practical decision.
Okay, but a bit of a grimace on Magnus's face when he went for this knight retreat. Arian brings this rook across, trying to sweep back to the defense.
But why didn't he take on e5?
I don't understand.
I think he just saw no hope in that endgame.
Now rook d6, and it's over.
Ooh.
The checkmate without giving up the queen.
Magnus is going to deliver checkmate once the white queen takes on e5. The black rook comes to h6, and as Judith says, there's going to be knight checks and a forced mate on the board. Magnus looks away. He knows he's got it in the bag. 2 minutes is more than enough to finish this game off. Arian, I think he had some chances earlier, but we'll see checkmate maybe on the board now. That's a check. Another knight check. Wherever the white king goes, knight f4. This is over.
Absolutely. Impressive game by Magnus. He really knows how to level up when he needs to. And Magnus going back to his winning ways.
Do we think we'll see Arian allow the checkmate on the board? There we go. He drops his knight back. And all white can do to postpone the inevitable is... Oh my god.
Queen.
Magnus was about to make an illegal move. He wanted to checkmate with his rook, but the rook was pinned. Instead, he swaps queens first. Checkmate, next move.
And well, very impressive game by Magnus Carlsen, winning in the Armageddon with the black pieces. But it was also a good day for Gukesh, who won the Armageddon match against Anish Giri with the white pieces. He looked like he was in full control. And that concludes a very, I have to say, turbulent round. You know, in the classical games, it looked very solid, very safe. But in the Armageddon, it was like the players' creativity was let loose.
Yeah, we need to catch our breath. There was just so much action, simultaneous Armageddon games. How's anyone supposed to keep up with that? But it was dramatic, it was fun, and instructive, actually, how Gukesh clinched his game. We see the players discussing the closing stages, or maybe some of the action from a bit earlier. Let's zoom in to show how Gukesh did get the extra half point there in the Armageddon. This was the final position. You might ask, how did a pawn get to d7? How did a pawn get to h7? What happened to White's a7 pawn? Let's go back. We left it around this point after queen to e8. White simply dropped back with the king. Queen a4, trying to sneak round the back. This was shut down by king to g2 simply, and rook to h1. This black queen is kicked back where she came from. No safe squares other than a4, and bishop takes h6. Beautiful blow here. If the bishop is captured, then there would be a checkmating attack starting with this queen slide. The black king is not going to survive here for much longer. Instead, Anish had to just accept that he could take the a pawn, and a few moves down the line, the h pawn was the runner. All the way down the board, and a few moves later, the d pawn was the runner. Discovered attack against the rook, hitting black from all angles. This one is simply over. The black queen had to walk back. She was forced onto the back rank, and the last move, rook to c1. All the pawns now running forward, and rook c8 is the killer blow.
What a beautiful victory.
Yeah, I like the fact that Gukesh, he's so brave. He's not afraid of dynamism. He's not afraid of sacrificing. He just simply was bold and played a fantastic game against Giri. And we've seen that often with Gukesh. He just levels up when it comes to the Armageddon chess. He just lets the initiative and his creative juices just flow. And let's have a look at today's scores. Ariane Tari losing in the Armageddon to Magnus Carlsen, and basically 4 games out of 5 all had to be decided by Armageddon. There were some wild ones. Alireza Firouzja also crashing out to Hikaru Nakamura, but it was tournament leader Fabiano Caruana who walked away with a very important classical win, netting 3 points. Oh, what an exciting day.
Wow, I was not expecting this, that today we are going to witness 9 games, and what a nine games. And it was so interesting with Gukesh, actually, that today he was marching with 5 passed pawns, because in the classical game also he reached out to a6 and b6 on the neck on Anish, and here he had 3 passed pawns. He could not queen it, any of them, but he could win the match. But fantastic, amazing day.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And David, what were your highlights?
I mean, where to start? It has to be all the Armageddons all happening at once. Hikaru, just the calmness, the speed, the kind of strength there that he showed, and Gukesh, Gukesh, just a masterclass. I think saying to everyone at home, when in doubt, push those pawns. It might you might reap the rewards.
And let's talk about Fabiano's performance, because that game was really tense. It was cagey, very blocked, and then suddenly it got wild.
Yeah, it got wild, and just Fabi, even though he had kind of not too much time on the clock, he navigated, he calculated extremely well. That's why we kind of praise Fabi's calculation skills, because even with limited time, when things sharpen up, he's always ready. But yeah, just the poise and the kind of bounce back ability to come back from a heartbreaking defeat yesterday, and against a dangerous opponent like Abdusattorov when it was so tense. Impressive stuff. He's really in great form, Fabi.
He really is. And that victory with the black pieces against 18-year-old Nodirbek Abdusattorov propels him into a huge lead. It almost seems insurmountable at this time. And he walked away with an extra 3 points. So he is now on 13.5 points out of 18. Hikaru Nakamura, well, he needs to start winning some classical games with still 2.5 points behind him with 11 points. And Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh, 8.5 points. And for four-time winner, he's actually five-time winner, but he won it 4 times in a row. Magnus Carlsen, he's languishing in 6th place with 7.5 points out of 18. He really needs to pull a string of victories together in the end. And wow, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, all providing us entertainment. But I guess that's kind of should be expected because these are the world's most fighting players. And here we're going to see Tuesday's matchups. And we see Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja, someone that he himself handpicked as a potential future World Championship challenger, and then Wesley So, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. What excites you about these encounters, Judith?
I have to tell you that I think I'm very much eager to see Magnus if he's running out of time, because tomorrow is, I think, the last moment where he can start winning his classical games and score 3 points immediately. Otherwise, he's not going to win the tournament.
Yeah, and for you, David, I mean, we see Fabiano Caruana facing off against Gukesh.
Yeah, you picked the game that I'm most keen to follow. We have the leader against arguably the most impressive young player in the world right now, Gukesh, just so impressive in the Armageddons. And there we see Magnus having a last-minute interview with Norwegian television, Arian as well, staying behind to share his thoughts. Really nice to see some sportsmanship. The players, just doing their bit for chess there for the chess public.
It's actually great to see the players are willing to give those interviews immediately after they finished. And for Arian there, with a big smile on his face, after suffering quite a painful defeat there in Armageddon, he's languishing in bottom place. It's a tough experience for him.
Well, it's always very tough to play against Magnus, and I think in the classical game they had a very good fight. And at some point after the middle game he was on the edge of having trouble, but somehow he saved it. So I think there he can be happy and he was satisfied. Of course, the Armageddon, what we've seen from the middle of it, he did not have so much chance to save that game.
Yeah, and for you, David, 4 Armageddons, 1 classical win. What's been your highlight?
All of the Armageddons, but for me, I'm most looking forward to the final stretch. It's the last 3 rounds now, last 3 games, and for everyone chasing Fabiano, it's time to take risks, even more risks than we've already seen, and that only promises more action.
Yes, and it's going to be all about risk-taking in the final rounds. And as the curtain falls on another exhilarating day at Norway Chess, I'd like to thank everyone at home for watching us. And remember, same time, same place, 5 p.m. Central European Time. So see you tomorrow.